Welcome to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Chapter 251, The Stone Statue. After the bugs had devoured all the corpses, the blood-face bug abruptly took flight with a flutter of its wings. Lin Shen originally thought it was about to leave the area, but to his surprise, it only hovered in the air while the other bugs followed suit, each speeding toward the blood-face bug. What does this mean? Are they fighting amongst themselves after eating? Are they not satisfied and turning to cannibalism? Lin Shen was astonished within. What shocked him even more was that, upon colliding with the blood-face bug, the black bugs actually merged with it. Lin Shen couldn't describe what he was seeing, it was as if the two bugs were overlapping each other. One by one, the bugs crashed into the blood-face bug, continually merging together in a bizarre and magical sight. In no time at all, the myriad of bugs had disappeared, leaving only a single blood-face bug behind. The blood-face bug fluttered its wings, wobbling in the direction it chose to fly. What exactly is going on? Were those black bugs clones created by the blood-face bug? Can the blood-face bug create shadow clones? But that can't be right. Clones are illusions with no physical form, so how could they consume the bodies of the green crystal warriors? And all those bodies, if they were devoured by clones conjured by a single bug, how does it digest them? Lin Shen was full of question marks. After some thought, Lin Shen quietly followed the blood-face bug, wanting to find out where its lair was so that he could deal with it another time. The blood-face bug flew ahead in a shaky manner, while Lin Shen discreetly followed from a distance, careful not to get too close, for fear of being discovered. A crystal-based creature capable of creating tens of thousands of clones was more frightening than some ascended creatures. Fortunately, the blood-face pattern on the bug's back was always glowing, which made it easy to track from a distance and ensured he wouldn't lose sight of it. At this point, Lin Shen was only worried that the blood-face bug's lair was too far away. If an hour passed and it hadn't returned to its lair, that would be quite frustrating. Thankfully, that didn't happen. About 10 minutes before the countdown ended, the blood-face bug landed somewhere and vanished in the blink of an eye. Lin Shen approached cautiously and was surprised to discover that where the blood-face bug had disappeared stood a human-shaped stone statue. To call it human-shaped was a stretch. It resembled a child's snowman, with just a head and a body, and no limbs at all. If you didn't look closely, you might mistake it for a long column of stone. It was considered a statue because it definitely had facial features, clearly not formed naturally. Lin Shen didn't dare to get too close and simply observed the stone statue from afar, standing only 2 meters tall with wildly exaggerated features. The place where the blood-face bug disappeared must be the location of the stone statue. But Lin Shen watched for a while and still couldn't spot where the blood-face bug was. After looking more carefully for some time, Lin Shen had a rough idea of where the blood-face bug might have gone. The stone statue's ears indeed had holes, and Lin Shen speculated that the blood-face bug must have crawled into one of these ear holes. How is there a stone statue here, and why would the blood-face bug consider it its lair? Could it be that someone has been raising this blood-face bug here deliberately? Lin Shen was filled with speculation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he suddenly heard human voices and the sound of hooves not far away. Lin Shen quickly spotted a troop heading their way. At first glance, he thought they were from the Ultra-Burning Corps because they were all mounted on great black oxen, wearing ultra-burn helmets and battle clothes. Upon closer inspection, something seemed off. They should be mutators, significantly smaller in stature compared to the Ultra-Burn tribe, and without any horns on their heads. Lin Shen was also wearing battle clothes and an Ultra-Burn helmet, but his were red and of a higher grade than those of the people approaching. Just as he puzzled over who these people might be, he heard their conversation. As soon as he heard their voices, Lin Shen immediately recognized who they were. How did they end up here? Lin Shen was surprised. He was very familiar with these people. They were from the Dark Bird base associated with the Qi family and the Wang family. The two leading figures were, without doubt, Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er. The goddess consort was just taken back to the Bai family. she probably wouldn't have gone to the Dark Bird base, would she? Without the Dark Bird controlled by Bai Shenfei, how did they find their way to Gourd Mountain? After pondering briefly, Lin Shen considered a possibility. It was very likely that Qi Shiheng and Wang Tian'er had not left after following Goddess Consort last time and had remained hunting on Realm King Planet. Nov. L. B/JNN. It seemed that they had quite a successful haul, managing to acquire so many ultraburn helmets, battle clothes, and beast mounts. Lin Shen estimated that Qi Shiheng and Wang Tian'er may have advanced to crystal base level by now, otherwise, just with their own skills, they would be no match for ordinary soldiers of the ultra-burning corps. What a terrible place this is, we've been running through this desert forever and still can't find a way out. We haven't even seen the shadow of a base variant creature. Just our bad luck, complained Wang Tian'er, whose voice Lin Shen could hear from afar. I've seen Zhou Qinglong and others have been through a desert like this before, but they had a frost giant tree in their area. Here, there's nothing at all. It's hard to tell if it's the same desert, Qi Shiheng's voice also carried over. Lin Shen found their conversation rather strange. This area should be swarming with crystal base warriors, yet from what they said, they hadn't encountered a single one on their way here, which was curious. Could it be that after the Six Paths Phoenix killed so many crystal base warriors last time, it scared the others away from this region? Lin Shen thought it unlikely. But if that wasn't the reason, why had Wang Tian'er and his group not encountered any crystal base warriors? It might be explainable for mutated humans to be scarce, but green crystal warriors were supposed to be everywhere. The fact that they hadn't seen even one was highly unreasonable. Could it be because of the blood face bug? Lin Shen thought of a possibility and felt a chill in his heart. If it was indeed because of that blood face bug that so many crystal base warriors had vanished, then the bug was perhaps even more horrific than he had imagined. As for Wang Tian'er, Qi Shiheng, and their company, it was hard to say whether they were extremely lucky or unlucky, but they had quite coincidentally headed towards the location of the statue. There's a statue over there. Qi Shiheng and the others had spotted the statue. They were quite cautious, studying it from a distance for a while before sending over their pets to scout. After discovering nothing out of the ordinary, they assumed it was safe near the statue and prepared to venture over to see what it was exactly. Aside from the Realm King Tower, there were hardly any man-made objects on Realm King Planet. A sudden statue aroused their curiosity naturally. It might be something valuable. Chapter 252, Chapter 252 Uninhabited. Seeing Wang Tian'er and Qi Shiheng head toward the stone statue, Lin Shen couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't care much about their lives, but the Lin family at Dark Bird Base was reduced to a few caretakers. If the Wang and Qi families fell too, Dark Bird Base would probably become deserted soon, with no one left to stay there. A base without any human presence wouldn't be guarded by anyone for long. If it really came down to just some old, feeble widowers unable to venture out, no one would be left with the ability to clear the nearby base variant creatures, and Dark Bird Base would quickly become a dead city. Forget it, let them guard Dark Bird Base. With that thought, Lin Shen summoned the Great Red Bull, mounted it, and took a position on a sand dune, making himself highly visible. Wang Tian'er and Qi Shiheng indeed saw him, and they quickly halted their mounts, looking towards Lin Shen's location. That person, looks like the Great Red Bull Knight, right? Wang Tian'er said in a low voice to Qi Shiheng, noting Lin Shen's outfit. Not necessarily, there are others now who have the big Red Bull mount and red battle clothes and helmet, not just the Great Red Bull Knight. Qi Shiheng pondered. Whether or not he's the Great Red Bull Knight, anyone who owns that gear must be extraordinary, and we're no match for him. His appearance here is most likely related to the stone statue. It seems he is blocking our way, we better leave, said Wang Tian'er, unwilling to take a risk. Most importantly, they were illegal residents who had entered from Gourd Mountain and didn't want their existence to be discovered. That sounds good, Qi Shiheng said after looking at the Great Red Bull Knight on the sand dune, agreeing with Wang Tian'er's decision. With their strength, to have made it this far on Realm King Planet and also to have reaped considerable rewards, they owed it mainly to their caution. The group turned around and went back without exchanging any pleasantries. Lin Shen had been thinking about how to persuade them to leave without revealing his identity, but to his relief, they turned around and left without saying another word. Wang Tian'er and the others hadn't gotten far when suddenly, a series of noises came from the distance. They turned to look and saw a swarm of green crystal warriors rushing from the desert on one side, startling them. Upon closer inspection, they realized that these green crystal warriors weren't charging at them, but towards where the great Red Bull Knight was. They stopped in their tracks on the dune, watching the swarm of green crystal warriors rush towards the great Red Bull Knight's location, but when their gaze returned to where the great Red Bull Knight had just been, his figure was nowhere to be found. Where did he go? Wang Tian'er and the others were puzzled. Soon they discovered that those green crystal warriors were not aiming for the great Red Bull Knight, but for the stone statue. Before long, the troops of green crystal warriors reached the stone statue. However, before they could attack it, countless black beetles flew out from the ears of the statue. Wang Tian'er and his companions witnessed an unforgettable scene. Hundreds of green crystal warriors were engulfed by the dark cloud of black beetles and, in a mere moment, not even crumbs of them were left. Wang Tian'er and the others were terrified and dared not linger any longer, wildly urging their mounts to flee from the statue. The great Red Bull Knight's appearance there must have been to warn us not to get close to the statue, right? Once they were far enough not to see the black beetles or the statue, Qi Shuheng slowed down his mount and spoke with an unsettled voice. That must be it. If he hadn't stopped us, we'd be the ones left with no remains instead of those crystal base warriors. Wang Tian'er was also frightened, realizing how close they had come to death. Such a life-saving favor, we should properly thank him if we get the chance. I used to scoff at the radio hosts who praised the great Red Bull Knight as the protector of humans. Today I realized it was my past ignorance. From now on, if anyone says the great Red Bull Knight isn't a protector of humans, I'll give them a piece of my mind. Having narrowly escaped death, everyone felt deeply grateful to the great Red Bull Knight, but unfortunately, they could no longer see him. Lin Shen had also witnessed the scene where the black beetles devoured the green crystal warrior and discovered that their flight speed and strength were both top-notch, likely possessing 40 in both speed and strength. Nov. L. B //JNN. Moreover, they seemed to be nearly immortal. One purple crystal warrior had crushed the carapace of a black beetle to tatters, yet the beetle had quickly recovered to its original state. Lin Shen conjectured that to kill these black beetles, one would probably have to kill the blood face bug first. Killing only the black beetles would be futile. His set time had arrived, so he returned to the stone house on Giant Ring Star. The room was still pitch dark. Taking out a flashlight, he shone it around. His sister was still lying on the bed asleep with no anomalies. With 6 paths phoenix around his sister, she would not be harmed by a common ascension, about which Lin Shen was quite reassured. After turning off the flashlight, there was no longer any light in the room, and he looked at the wall subconsciously. The dim yellow light no longer seeped through. He listened attentively for a while but heard no more singing from the woman, presuming she had already gone to sleep. Lin Shen sat on the stone, began to practice the immortality scripture, and decided to endure through the night. Recently, Lin Shen had no immediate plans to travel to Realm King Planet. He would first secure his footing on Giant Ring Star. With plenty of time in the future, he could travel to Realm King Planet with each coming nighttime, unnoticed by anyone. As the night stretched out, Lin Miao drank another bowl of medicine soup, improving bit by bit. The fever had subsided, leaving only a slight one behind, but the black spots on her body had not yet faded. The dawn on Giant Ring Star came abruptly, lighting up the sky in an instant without a gradual transition from darkness to light. Hearing some commotion outside, Lin Shen pushed open the door to look and saw many people emerging from their stone houses. Some were packing up their belongings, while others appeared ready to leave this village-like place, seemingly prepared to hunt for base variant creatures. Lin Shen glanced at the neighboring room. The door was open and it was empty. That woman sure is diligent, leaving so early, Lin Shen thought to himself. Just as he was about to go see the Ximen swordsman, he saw him staggering out, looking as if his fever had broken and the black spots on his skin were not as dark. His recovery seemed to be progressing even better than Lin Miao's. "Where are you going?" Lin Shen asked, blocking the Ximen swordsman as he wobbled towards the outskirts of the village. "Hunting base variant creatures, to earn some money," the Ximen swordsman replied. "You're in no shape to hunt base variant creatures. You should rest for a few days, get better first," Lin Shen advised. "No money, no rest," the Ximen swordsman said and kept walking, ignoring Lin Shen. "Your friend is quite stubborn," Yu commented, walking up with a smile. "Is it dangerous around here?" Lin Shen asked Yu. "Within a dozen miles from here, as long as you don't go up into the mountains, there are mostly steel and alloy creatures around, not too dangerous. But with your friend's condition, he probably doesn't have the combat capability, does he?" Yu remarked. "I'll check it out in a bit," Lin Shen said before asking casually about the neighboring woman. "Yu, who was that woman staying next door yesterday?" "A woman? What woman?" Yu was slightly taken aback. "The one who stayed in that room. I heard her singing next door," Lin Shen pointed at the stone house. "Nobody stayed in that stone house yesterday," Yu's expression turned somewhat grim. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, The Celestial of Giant Ring Star. Lin Shen also paused for a moment, but then laughed and said, "I must have heard wrong." He figured the woman might have been secretly living in Yu's stone hut, and if he insisted there was a woman inside, Yu would find her and ask for rent, which wouldn't be very nice. Yu nodded, then cautioned Lin Shen, "After dark, no matter what happens outside, don't go out." "Okay." Lin Shen returned to his room and saw that the older sister had already awakened and could sit up by herself. He gave her a bottle of base mutation fluid to drink, and she managed to keep some down, unlike the previous day when she vomited everything up. "Big sis, you rest up. I'm going to look around. If I don't come back, don't open the door for anyone," said Lin Shen. "You think after all the years I've traveled from the south to the north that I need you to tell me that?" The older sister shot him a look, then added, "First, figure out what the situation is here, especially regarding necessities like food, clothing, shelter, and all kinds of supplies." "Understood, big sis." Lin Shen knew his older sister was not one to sit still, she definitely wanted to start doing business here. Upon leaving the stone hut and watching his big sister bolt the front door, Lin Shen was about to head in the direction Ximen swordsman had left, but Yu called out to him. "Here's a map of the nearby area. It marks the distribution of base variant creatures within 100 li, as well as notes on some dangerous zones. It's yours for 1 heavenly currency. Interested?" Yu said, smiling, as he held out a piece of paper. "Can I pay later?" Lin Shen asked. "Of course, you can. Just bring back some good stuff to offset the debt," Yu readily said, handing over the map and noting down the debt in his little book. Lin Shen had been here just 1 day and already owed Yu over a dozen heavenly currency. Lin Shen quickly glanced at the map. It was hand-drawn, simply marking out various regions, what base variant creatures were mainly found in each region, and which areas were more dangerous, all noted in handwriting. The small village they were in was in the mountains, surrounded by many mountain ranges. Just outside the village was a canyon. Both the mountains and the canyon were home to base variant creatures, with steel creatures in the canyon that likely posed no threat. The mountains had crystal-based creatures and alloy creatures, but considering Ximen swordsman's physical condition, it was unlikely he could handle the mountains and had probably followed the canyon instead. Lin Shen summoned the evil dragon, ready to ride it to check on Ximen swordsman's current condition. "A flying crystal base pet. You actually have a flying crystal base pet?" Yu, who had been busy in the village, saw the evil dragon Lin Shen had summoned outside the village and his eyes lit up, running out towards it. Lin, my man, why didn't you say you had such a great thing sooner? Are you interested in a partnership, helping me deliver some goods? I'll pay you 10 heavenly currency per trip, Yu said excitedly as he touched the evil dragon's scales. Where are the deliveries to, and what's the cargo? Lin Shen had initially intended to refuse, but recalling his big sister's instructions to gather information, he casually asked. Of course, they're up there, Yu replied, pointing towards the sky. Otherwise, why would I need your flying pet? Yu, bro, that's a bit of a tall tale. The star belt is a long way from giant ring star. It requires breaking out of the atmosphere, and who knows how many days that round trip would take. And you're only offering 10 currency. Lin Shen said, curling his lip. It's not too little. If flying pets weren't so scarce, you wouldn't even get a chance at this job. Tell you what, I'll add one more to it, 11 heavenly currency per trip, Yu said somewhat reluctantly. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Forget it. I'd rather go hunting base variant creatures on my own, Lin Shen said as he hopped onto the back of the evil dragon. Lin, let's discuss this some more. You didn't want to give up. I need to go check on my friend first, and we'll talk when I get back, Lin Shen said, without outright rejecting the suggestion, delaying instead. Then we'll talk when you return. Remember, you must come back before dark, you absolutely can't stay out overnight. Yu earnestly reiterated several times. Lin Shen had originally thought that someone in Ximen Swordsman's physical condition wouldn't be going up the mountain. But who would have known that the kid would actually choose the mountain path? Luckily, Lin Shen had the evil dragon to fly in the sky, or else it really wouldn't have been easy to find him. Ximen Swordsman was riding a grey crystal triangular sheep, which galloped across the steep mountain paths as if it were flat land, running at breakneck speed. However, Ximen Swordsman's physical condition was terrible, swaying on his mount, nearly getting thrown off several times. When Lin Shen, riding the evil dragon, caught up, he saw Ximen Swordsman facing off against a snow-white, jade-like giant ape. Lin Shen had assumed that Ximen Swordsman would use his pet to deal with the giant ape, but instead, the man dismounted from the grey crystal triangular sheep and, wavering unsteadily, charged at the ape. Is this guy's brain not right? Lin Shen was ready to provide support at any moment. Unexpectedly, despite being in such poor physical state, Ximen Swordsman was not overcome by the crystal-based creature ape. Ximen Swordsman's mastery of force was indeed impeccable. The entire fight was about leveraging force, with him barely exerting any effort himself. When Lin Shen saw the giant ape's claws pierce into its own chest, he knew his previous worries were indeed unnecessary. After killing the giant ape, Ximen Swordsman sat down on the ground with a thump. Even though he had relied on leveraging force and not exerted much himself, his body was too weak, and even such a small degree of fighting intensity had left him gasping for breath. Lin Shen, I'll say it again, I didn't kill the Wan family's ascender for you, I just wanted to test my own abilities, and it has nothing to do with you. Stop following me, Ximen Swordsman, who had long noticed Lin Shen, said coldly while sitting on the ground. I know, and I have no other intentions. I just forgot to give this to you just now, Lin Shen, jumping down from the evil dragon, handed the map to Ximen Swordsman. I don't need it, Ximen Swordsman coldly declined to take the map. Lin Shen, I'll say it again, there is no relationship between us. Don't think that a little favor can buy me over. If there's a chance in the future, I would still rob you just the same. It doesn't matter. Can't you see I'm just indulging in my hobby of helping others for fun? Lin Shen directly flicked the map into Ximen Swordsman's hand. No, Ximen Swordsman replied without hesitation, throwing the map back to Lin Shen without so much as a glance. Lin Shen, resigned, picked up the map, preparing to leave, when suddenly he noticed something glowing in the sky, moving at a very high speed toward them. Celestials. Simon Swordsman also noticed the fast-moving glowing object, which soon turned out to be an extremely cool flying vehicle adorned with various streamlines of light. The flying vehicle came near them and hovered next to the cliff, its top opening like a convertible sports car, with an angelic woman seated within. She was dressed in glowing battle clothes that resembled the Ultraburn battle suit but appeared more technologically advanced and elegant in design, certainly sculptured and not just a simple bodysuit. Human, your pet looks quite nice. 1,000 heavenly currency, I'll take it, the Celestial said, hovering in the air and eyeing the evil dragon beside Lin Shen. Chapter 254, Chapter 254 Tian Sun. Simon Swordsman's gaze slightly condensed. Giant Ring Star was the territory of the Celestials, and if one were to offend a Celestial here, no one knew what the consequences would be. He looked at Lin Shen, wanting to know how Lin Shen would handle the current situation. Lin Shen stared at the Celestial as if he had been startled and didn't know how to deal with the situation for a moment. Human, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? The Celestial woman slightly furrowed her brows, already somewhat dissatisfied with Lin Shen's rude behavior of staring at her continuously. 1,000 heavenly currency cannot buy my pet capsule, Lin Shen spoke out. The reason he was staring at the Celestial woman wasn't because he was scared or had any other ulterior motives, it was because he simply couldn't see clearly what the Celestial woman looked like. He only saw a mosaic. For Lin Shen, the Celestial woman wrapped in mosaic was more attractive than any peerless beauty. Actually having a living person with a fire seed, and moreover, a member of the Celestial race, could the fire seed on her be related to the heaven-defying bone? Or is it another completely new type of fire seed? From the moment he saw the Celestial woman, countless thoughts had flashed through Lin Shen's mind. This was the first time he had found a fire seed outside of his home planet, and it was on a living person, which forced Lin Shen to overturn his previous conjecture that fire seeds existed outside of his home planet as well. 2,000, the Celestial woman actually doubled the price. This move made Lin Shen realize that Celestials were capable of communication, at least the one in front of him, the Celestial woman who didn't directly use force to snatch it away. Sorry, this pet capsule holds a special meaning for me, no matter the price, I will not sell it, Lin Shen shook his head and said again. Seeing Lin Shen refuse, Simon Swordsman nodded to himself, feeling that Lin Shen still had some backbone. 4,000. The Celestial woman continued to raise the price as if she hadn't heard him. As I've said before, no matter the amount, even if it were 40,000 or 400,000, I would not sell it. To me, it is no different from a relative. Would you sell your own relatives? Lin Shen said calmly. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Simon Swordsman saw the Celestial woman furrow her brows and couldn't help but relax his fists. Others tense up their fists when preparing to fight, while it's the opposite for Simon Swordsman, he opens his clenched hand and tries to relax as much as possible. However, if you want it, I can gift it to you. Since Lin Shen couldn't see the Celestial woman's expression, he didn't wait for her reaction and continued to speak. This statement, however, made both Simon Swordsman and the Celestial woman pause. It seems that you know who I am, the corners of the Celestial woman's mouth revealed a faint smile. If you're willing to tell me your name, then I'll know who you are from now on, Lin Shen said with a smile. You don't recognize me? The Celestial woman was somewhat surprised. I would like to get to know you, Lin Shen said. If you don't recognize me, why would you want to give the pet capsule to me? The Celestial woman looked at Lin Shen with interest. She was wondering whether Lin Shen truly didn't recognize her or was pretentiously claiming ignorance. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Lin Shen countered instead of answering. A lie, the Celestial woman's smile faded. She had seen too many such tactics, and she had no interest in such men. In fact, She had already guessed that Lin Shen would next compliment her on her beauty, and when she would ask Lin Shen what the truth was, he would say she was even more beautiful. "I want to marry you." Lin Shen's answer made the celestial woman pause, as it wasn't quite what she had expected. "Is that the truth?" the celestial woman asked, blinking. "The truth is a bit offensive, so I'd better not say it," Lin Shen said as he recalled the evil dragon back into its capsule form and tossed it to the celestial woman. "The pet is for you. Can you tell me your name?" "As punishment for the offense, I cannot." She caught the pet capsule, a sly smile playing on her lips, then drove off in her flyer. Lin Shen watched the celestial woman depart, feeling no regret for giving away the evil dragon. Compared to the fire seed on the woman, what was an evil dragon pet? It was an investment that would pay off later. "It seems your effort was in vain," Ximen Swordsman said with a sneer. Ximen Swordsman had originally thought highly of Lin Shen, but Lin Shen's actions today had somewhat lessened his respect. A man could be bad, cheap, or ruthless, but he shouldn't grovel. That was Ximen Swordsman's principle. "Not entirely in vain, I suppose. At least now she holds no malice towards us, which will facilitate future contact." Lin Shen hadn't even considered that angle. His mind was preoccupied with how to obtain the fire seed from the celestial woman. Is the fire seed on her 1/10 of a heaven-defying bone? I wonder how strong she is, whether base mutated or ascended. Is there a chance to tie her up and have a sleep? Lin Shen pondered all possibilities. Dream on, Celestials are a powerful cosmic race, and humans are no different from pets or slaves in their eyes, Ximen Swordsman said before turning to walk away, no longer paying attention to Lin Shen. Lin Shen knew he could take care of himself, so he didn't bother further. He checked the map and headed in a different direction. Ximen Swordsman was right, it was normal for the celestial race to look down on humans. Under normal circumstances, getting this celestial woman to sleep with him would be impossible. The most effective method would still be to capture her. However, he needed to find out the woman's identity and strength first to avoid serious trouble. The celestial woman liked pets. Lin Shen planned to find out more about her, then use other pets as bait to find an opportunity. Considering she showed interest in a crystal base level pet, it seemed unlikely her rank was very high. With this initial interaction, she probably wouldn't be too wary of him. With a good plan, finding a chance for them to be alone shouldn't be difficult. Of course, the precondition was that capturing the celestial woman wouldn't bring too much trouble. He didn't know how much longer he'd have to stay on Giant Ring Star and couldn't afford to be without a foothold there. Losing the evil dragon was partially due to that consideration. Offending a celestial right after arriving would likely make his future life difficult. Lin Shen planned to scope out the nearby situation first and hunt some base variant creatures to settle his debt with you. The celestial woman flew straight to the small village where Lin Shen lived in her flyer. "Lord Tianxuan, what brings you here in person?" Yu was taken aback upon seeing the celestial woman in the flyer and hurriedly performed a celestial salute. "Have there been any newcomers here recently?" Tianxuan fiddled with the pet capsule in her hand, casually asking. "Yes, Lord, 3 new people arrived, 2 men and 1 woman." Yu dare not conceal anything and relayed detailed information about Lin Shen and his 2 companions. Yu was inwardly baffled. Why would someone like Lord Tianxuan personally come to such a place to inquire about 3 newcomers? It was as if a sovereign had ventured into a remote slum to ask about a few paupers. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, fortunately, did not make a move. Tianxuan listened and left without comment, piloting the flying craft away. She had merely been passing by and had not originally planned to come here. Tianxuan passing by here and asking about those 3 people, was it unintentional or intentional? Yu's expression kept changing. Theoretically, Tianxuan should not be interested in 3 human mutators, but if it was a coincidence, why did she pass by here specifically at this time, and why did she inquire about the new arrivals? Do those 3 have some background? Yu silently speculated. Without the evil dragon, Lin Shen had no choice but to switch to a mount that could not fly. In these mountains, it was truly inconvenient to move without a flying mount. He did a large loop around the area. There were indeed many base variant creatures, but the number of mutated creatures was far less than on Realm King planet. Instructor Mew was right, it's better to first develop on Realm King planet. Lin Shen casually killed a few crystal-based creatures, collected the base mutation fluid, and dragged their carcasses back as well. These 2 snow monkeys are of decent quality, counting as 1 heavenly currency, the rest are common goods, all together count as 1 heavenly currency. Lin Shen took his prey to Yu to offset his debts, only to find they amounted to just 2 heavenly currency. Lin Shen initially thought Yu was cheating him, but when other mutators came to sell things, the prices were roughly the same. Heavenly currency is worth more than I thought. Living in a stone house costs 1 heavenly currency per day. That's a bit too expensive. Lin Shen originally thought those items were just 1 heavenly currency each, seeming not too pricey, but when actually calculated, they were not cheap at all. But Lin Shen didn't care about this, as long as Yu's service was satisfactory, paying a bit of money was nothing. Yu, did a celestial visit the village today? Lin Shen casually asked. Why are you asking this? Yu scrutinized Lin Shen and asked in return. So, she did come. Lin Shen feigned dejection and sighed, originally, hadn't I agreed to help you deliver goods with my flying pet? But today, I encountered that celestial, and my flying pet is gone. Yu was taken aback upon hearing this, and then he suddenly realized and patted Lin Shen's shoulder, saying, Brother, you're lucky to be alive. Do you know who that celestial you encountered is? I don't know, Lin Shen shook his head. On Giant Ring Star, celestials are absolutely not to be provoked, and among them, 3 celestials hold the power of life and death over everyone. One is An 117, who governs the land, another is Qi 118, who governs the oceans, and the last is Tian Sun, who governs the star belt, Yu said. It's just a pet, if it's gone, it's gone. But had you offended her, you wouldn't even know how you died. An 117, Qi 118, why do celestials have such strange names? Lin Shen chuckled. You must not have dealt with the celestial race before. Yu lowered his voice and said, there are only 3 surnames among angels, Qi, Tian, and An. Within these 3 surnames, only the Tian surname has its own given names. Those with surnames Qi and An are ranked by their strength. The meaning of An 117 is that he ranks 117th in the strength of the An family, and Qi 118 follows the same principle. Ranking 117 and 118, what kind of strength is that? Lin Shen felt that something was off. Such illustrious figures, how would we know? But to be in charge of an entire planet, they must at least be Nirvana-level powerhouses, Yu remarked. That means, Tian Sun is also at the Nirvana level. Lin Shen secretly broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the Tian Sun who showed interest in the crystal-based pet was actually a being of Nirvana level. Thinking back, he had contemplated capturing Tian Sun, to have her spend a night with him and take the fire seed from her body. Fortunately, he had not acted, otherwise, the ensuing trouble would have been enormous. Definitely. So you see, you're lucky to be alive. It's just a pet, it's no big deal as long as you're alive, Yu sighed. It's a shame you won't be able to do the delivery job anymore. Why would a Nirvana-level powerhouse be interested in my pet? Lin Shen was still puzzled. Although the evil dragon was good, to a Nirvana being, it shouldn't be any different from trash. Who knows? We don't understand the affairs of celestials, and we'd best not ask too many questions. Yu seemed to know a bit more but was unwilling to say. Nirvana level, hey? That's troublesome, Lin Shen felt slightly gloomy. He had originally thought that if Tian Sun were just an ascender, with his strength, it wouldn't be impossible to have a chance, he could figure out some way to capture her and sleep with her, taking the fire seed from her body. Nov. L. B / JNN. But now it turned out she was at the nirvana level. Where would Lin Shen dare to make a move? He could only put that idea to rest for the time being. His elder sister's condition was getting better, she had drunk 3 bowls of herbal soup today and no longer had a high fever, the dark spots on her body also seemed to have faded somewhat. Lin Shen relayed all the information he had gathered and the situation nearby to his elder sister. The value of the celestial clan's heavenly currency is much higher than our mother star's currency. With our siblings' abilities, it should not be hard to earn money here. His elder sister was already planning how to build her commercial empire here. Big sis, we came here to take refuge, earning money is secondary, let's try to keep a low profile, Lin Shen promptly interrupted his sister's reverie. If she continued, she might even start planning how to earn enough money to buy giant ring stars. She really dared to dream big. His elder sister suddenly lost her enthusiasm, saying weakly, "But we have to earn some money to live, right? We can't work for you every day, can we?" "That's true, the conditions here are too poor, and we'd best find a more comfortable place to live." Lin Shen thought of the singing woman from the previous night and asked his elder sister, "Big sis, did you hear a woman singing next door last night? I felt so terrible yesterday, I was out of it. How could I listen to anything?" Lin Miao said, suddenly her eyes lit up, "There's a woman next door? What does she look like? How old is she? Is she married? Sis, what are you thinking about? What's our situation now, and you still have the mood to think about these things?" Lin Shen knew what his elder sister was thinking about and was rather speechless. The old saying goes, set up a family before you start a business. Although conditions are a bit tough now, harsh conditions cannot delay dating, right? Besides, men and women working together makes work less tiring. In this god-forsaken place, having a beautiful girl struggling alongside you is better than being alone, isn't it? Tell your sister, what's that girl really like? How would I know? I haven't seen her. I just heard a woman humming songs next door at night, Lin Shen said with a wry smile. She lives right next door to us, so there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. I'll help you check her out later and, if she's decent. Lin Miao's eyes started to sparkle. Lin Shen was left speechless and decided to ignore her, getting his things ready for the imminent arrival of darkness. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, The Non-Existent Woman. Ximen Swordsman returned rather late, with only a few catches. When he passed by Lin Shen's door, Lin Shen greeted him. But he ignored Lin Shen and closed the door of his stone house as soon as he got inside. The dark night descended suddenly, and because there was nowhere to charge, although Lin Shen possessed a flashlight, he was reluctant to use it. The two chatted in the dark, planning for the future. Although the environment on Giant Ring Star was harsh, the ascension resources here were much better than on their home planet, and Lin Miao's idea was to ascend as soon as possible. Her base mutation rate had long reached 100%, lacking only an ascension egg to directly ascend. Lin Shen thought of the mutated pterosaur egg on Ring Mountain planet. Too many things had happened recently, and he hadn't had time to bring it back. If his sister wanted to ascend, that mutated pterosaur egg could be used. The problem now was that the ascension egg needed some processing before it could be used by the average mutator. One could also directly consume the liquid inside the ascension egg, but that was far too risky, it was best to process it before use. It was uncertain if there was anyone here who could make an oral solution from the ascension egg, and even if there was, Lin Shen wouldn't trust an outsider with the mutated ascension egg. Leaving home brings many difficulties, Lin Shen decided with his sister to take it slow, to understand the situation here before considering bringing back the mutated ascension egg. His sister's health was still not good, and she easily grew tired, falling asleep after a short while. Lin Shen sat on a stone to rest. Not long after, he heard the faint humming sound coming from next door again. That woman has sneaked into old Yu's house again. With old Yu being so greedy, how could he not have noticed her? Lin Shen was somewhat puzzled. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. But since it was someone else's business, he didn't bother to meddle and continued to close his eyes and rest. When my sister gets better, during the long nights, I can take her to Realm King Planet. The nights here are just too long for a normal person to sleep through. The nights on Giant Ring Star, apart from being especially dark, didn't seem any different to Lin Shen. The woman seemed to be in a good mood, humming an unclear song over and over, with the same melody each time. Listening to it for too long inevitably became annoying, and Lin Shen wanted to tell her to stop singing, but then thought better of it. In the middle of the night, if he called out like that, wouldn't everyone hear? Old Yu would also discover that the woman was squatting in his house. Fortunately, after the woman sang for a while longer, the sound stopped, and the faint light coming through the wall also disappeared. Lin Shen continued to practice the immortality scripture, and the night passed easily. Come dawn, Lin Shen left his room first thing to speak with the woman next door, asking her not to sing at night anymore. When Lin Shen came out, no one else from this row of stone houses had yet appeared. But when he reached the neighboring stone house, he found its door open. Glancing inside, he saw no one there. Strange, I came out as soon as it got light, how could that woman have been quicker than me? That doesn't make sense. Lin Shen frowned slightly. Little brother Lin, why are you up so early? Old Yu, who lived in the first room of the row, came out and was mildly surprised to see Lin Shen up so early. Old Yu, was anyone staying in this room last night? Lin Shen asked with a frown, turning towards old Yu. No, there are only so many of us here, with set rooms for everyone. It's just the three of you newcomers, there's nobody else. Yu seemed to have thought of something, looked around, then pulled Lin Shen to one side, his eyes staring into Lin Shen's as he lowered his voice and asked, "What exactly do you mean? Didn't I tell you last time that I heard a woman singing in the next room?" Last night, I heard it again, Lin Shen said. Yu's face turned very ugly. Lin, you can't just spout nonsense like that. I really heard it, Lin Shen affirmed with certainty. He couldn't have misheard, on the first day, he had even seen that woman. Seeing how certain Lin Shen was, Yu's expression shifted uncertainly for a long while before finally gritting his teeth and saying, "Lin, it's enough that you and I know this matter, absolutely do not go spreading it around." "Why not?" Lin Shen was puzzled. "Just don't ask, and don't tell. I'll waive the rent for your room. And, whatever you do, don't even think about going to the stone house next door at night, not even stepping outside." Yu seemed afraid that Lin Shen would continue to ask and quickly left. A short while later, Yu took a large lock out from his own room and locked the door to the stone house next to Lin Shen's. No matter what Lin Shen asked him thereafter, he refused to say anything more. Soon, more people began to emerge, with most heading straight out to hunt. Ximen's swordsman was looking much better than the day before, at least stable enough not to sway while riding on the grey crystal triangular sheep. After exchanging glances, Lin Shen smiled and greeted him, but Ximen's swordsman simply turned his face away and left the village without looking back. Lin Shen didn't mind and went to ask Yu for information again. At first, Yu was somewhat annoyed, but once he realized Lin Shen wasn't asking about the woman, he immediately put on a smile. "One piece of heavenly currency for a piece of news," Yu said with a grin. Lin Shen asked about ascension and ascension eggs, and Yu provided clear explanations. Humans here lacked the equipment to turn ascension eggs into oral liquids. Most humans would choose to leave Giant Ring Star, seeking ascension on another planet. If one insisted on ascending on Giant Ring Star, they would have to enlist the help of celestials or the advanced species living in the star belt. Lin Shen had no choice but to put aside the thought of helping his elder sister ascend for the time being. He dared not show the mutated ascension egg to the Celestials or those advanced species. It would be like handing over a hefty gold nugget for thieves to handle. The humans here rarely interacted with each other, even showing a degree of coldness. Apart from you, everyone seemed to be avoiding interaction as much as possible. During the day, the village was entirely deserted. You said that most people who came to Giant Ring Star had no choice, compelled by desperate reasons. After all, who would come to such a god-forsaken place? After packing his things, Lin Shen planned to explore farther afield. If he found nothing new, he was ready to find a secluded place to teleport to Realm King Planet. Before he could even leave the village gate, he saw a bright light flying in the sky. Could that be Tianxuan? Lin Shen frowned. Before, he had thought about taking advantage of Tianxuan, but he no longer had that intention. At least, he did not have the capability now. Sure enough, the flying object landed in front of Lin Shen. After the canopy opened, a pixelated figure was revealed. Get in. Tianxuan opened the door to the passenger side and gestured for Lin Shen to hop in. Chapter 257, Chapter 257 Star Belt. Lin Shen didn't hesitate and immediately took his seat. After all, he was no match for Tianxuan, and this was Tianxuan's territory. There was no need for koi calculations.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. There were hardly any people in the village to begin with, only you had witnessed this scene, his mouth agape, unable to close it for a long while. Damn, did that kid just get incredibly lucky, and Tianxuan took a liking to him? That can't be right. How could a big shot from the celestial race fancy a human mutator? You felt like he was really getting old and couldn't understand the world anymore. If Tianxuan wanted to trouble Lin Shen or had any matter to discuss with him, she certainly wouldn't need to come to find him personally, let alone let a human mutator aboard her flying vehicle. This Lin Shen is no simple guy, you calculated inwardly, wondering if he should try to improve his relationship with Lin Shen in the future. After Lin Shen boarded the flying vehicle, Tianxuan immediately took off into the sky. You're not going to ask why I'm looking for you? Tianxuan, seeing Lin Shen sitting there quietly and not saying a word, couldn't help but become curious. Isn't it because of what I said about wanting to marry you, and you're here to settle the score? Lin Shen wore a face of surprise. Of course not, Tianxuan rolled her eyes. You know who I am now, right? I do, Lin Shen nodded. Still want to marry me? Tianxuan asked him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Yes, Lin Shen nodded earnestly. You can think about it, but if you don't want to die, keep your mouth shut. Tianxuan dropped her smile and continued while piloting the flying machine. There's something I need you to do. Once it's done, I'll give you a status allowing you to live on my paradise island. What status? Lin Shen asked in surprise, looking at Tianxuan. What status do you want? Tianxuan asked with narrowed eyes. Anything, Lin Shen, eyes downcast, dared not say anything too bold, knowing when to stop. In a few days, my little nephew will be coming to Giant Ring Star, and I plan to give him a small gift as a welcome present. The item is on a floating island in the Star Belt. I can't go onto the island. You go and get the item for me, and I will give you permanent residence on Paradise Island. Tianxuan revealed her purpose. If you can't manage to get there, how am I, a mere mutator, supposed to complete such a daunting task? Lin Shen frowned. With that kind of courage, you still plan to go after me? Tianxuan mocked. Don't worry, there's a nirvana creature on that floating island which is extremely unfriendly towards the celestial race but very friendly towards humans. You just need to go there and take an item. Unless you're seeking death and provoke it by going into the creature's lair, there's no danger. As she spoke, Tianxuan gave the evil dragon capsule back to Lin Shen. I can't get too close to that place and can't let it notice that you're with me. Otherwise, as soon as you land on the island, you're as good as dead. For the last stretch, you'll have to go by yourself. Are you sure there's no danger? Lin Shen took the capsule and asked again. Do you think, with my status, I would waste my time on such trivial matters? Tianxun was already somewhat displeased. I have a sister, Lin Shen thought for a moment and said. 2 permanent residencies, Tianxun offered generously. Can you tell me what's on the island in detail? I should at least know where to go and what to fetch, Lin Shen thought for a moment, feeling it would be better to learn more. On that island, there's only one nirvana creature, named the Hell Gatekeeper. It's quite hostile to other races, but fairly friendly towards humans. Once you're on the island, as long as you don't do anything foolishly suicidal, you'll be fine. After you land on the island, just follow the staircase upwards. There will be many corpses, wreckage, and various spirit bases and so forth on both sides. Look for a sword-shaped spirit base there, take it and bring it back. Tianxun pressed something and a hollow image of a large sword appeared on the screen of the flying vessel. The hilt of the sword featured an angel figure with outstretched wings that formed the sword's guard. The blade was like white jade, with a holy radiance flowing within, resembling a surging sacred spring. After seeing this, Lin Shen didn't ask anything and was surprisingly silent, which made Tianxun a bit astonished. Aren't you going to ask about the origins of this sword? Lin Shen shook his head, it's not important. After all, it's not being given to me. 10th turn spirit base, Archangel's sword. Even though Lin Shen did not inquire, Tianxun felt compelled to tell. Being your nephew must be such bliss. Are you in need of any more nephews? Lin Shen sighed. Tianxun couldn't help but roll his eyes again. If you don't want to die, you should only take the Archangel's sword. Don't touch anything else, not even a thread or a needle, otherwise, don't blame me if you end up dead. Got it, I'm not greedy, Lin Shen suppressed his curiosity, not asking why the 10th turn Archangel's sword had been left there. Even if he didn't ask, Lin Shen could guess some of it. It was very likely that the celestial race had once besieged the nirvana creature on the island and failed, resulting in the loss of many celestials there, unable to even retrieve their spirit bases. The place must be quite dangerous, but Tianxun's confidence in sending him there meant that it wasn't a fool's errand, and there was no point in wasting time and energy otherwise. If there was any danger, Lin Shen had a teleporter at hand, so he still had some means of escaping with his life. As the two spoke, the flying vessel had already burst through the atmosphere, getting closer to the star belt. The star belt was much larger than Lin Shen had imagined. The closer one got to the star belt, the more magnificent it seemed, endless like a celestial river. Looking back, Lin Shen could take in the entirety of the giant planet. It was a green planet, mostly covered in vegetation, with just a small part being blue ocean. With no points of reference, it was hard to determine just how many times larger the giant ring star was compared to the human mother planet. As they neared the star belt, Lin Shen noticed a problem. Indeed, the star belt was made up of countless floating meteorites of various sizes, but between those meteorites, there appeared to be a layer of transparent substance, like a misty veil, connecting them, and the true source of the illumination were those substances. Countless meteorites, like the pebbles in a river, were immersed in the misty, veil-like light. The spectacle was magical and stunning, indescribably moving. What is that glowing thing? Lin Shen curiously asked. Star rings. The reason the giant ring star is called so, is because of the existence of these star rings, Tianxun said impassively. We're almost there. I can only take you this far. The floating ring island you need to go to is right there, you have to manage the rest of the journey on your own. Within the star rings, you don't have to worry about breathing, the star rings are very friendly toward life. The environment here is much better than inside the giant ring star. Following the direction pointed out by Tianxun, Lin Shen looked and immediately knew which floating ring island Tianxun was referring to. Because that floating ring island was simply too large, if not seen from here, Lin Shen felt it would be more appropriate to call it a planet. Lin Shen personally thought that just the volume of that one floating ring island might be greater than the human mother planet. Chapter 258, Chapter 258, reserved for the destined person. Lin Shen rode the evil dragon through the star belt, and just as Tianxun had said, humans could indeed survive very freely in the star belt. The breathing was very smooth, much more comfortable than inside the giant ring star. The sensation within the star belt was incredibly wondrous, made up of a marvelous substance that seemed to exist between liquid and gas. He could sense its slight resistance and viscosity, yet he couldn't quite grasp it. Breathing it in made his body feel comfortably warm. If there were a bed here, Lin Shen reckoned he could fall asleep immediately. All around were massive floating ring islands, with the larger ones comparable to planets and the smaller ones the size of real islands. Each floating ring island was covered in lush vegetation, colorful and pleasing to the eye. The floating island that Tianxun referred to was the largest one, covered in all sorts of flowers and plants, like an enormous airborne garden. Strangely, on that floating island, there was a distinct scar-like area, void of any plant life, ugly and lifeless as if a long wound on a planet's surface. There must be some trick to that spot, right? Could it be that walking this path would drain a person's life force, deplete their lifespan, and that's why Tianxun wanted me to go? Lin Shen had never truly trusted Tianxun from the start, he just lacked the strength to refuse her. He possessed the evolution theory within him, so he wasn't too afraid of these unique environments. Let's go down and take a look, Lin Shen said as he rode the evil dragon onto the vast floating ring island. Unlike giant ring star, the floating ring island itself was immersed within the star belt, with no atmosphere to protect it. Nov. L. B //JNN. Lin Shen easily entered the island, his finger constantly on the button of his wristwatch, ready to initiate an emergency transmission escape at any sign of danger. As he got closer, Lin Shen could see more clearly. The ugly scar turned out to be a stone staircase running through the mountains. With barren mountains on either side of the stairway, it appeared quite stark from above. Once he landed at the start of the stone path, he immediately saw many skeletons lying around. Some of them still had their clothes intact, many of which were very high-quality battle clothes, much more advanced than the ultraburn battle suits. Most of those skeletons had wing-like bones, presumably belonging to the celestial race. Scattered around were various spirit bases, covered in thick dust, their original appearances obscured. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Some skeletons clearly didn't belong to the celestial race, showing all sorts of strange characteristics. It seems that those who once surrounded the Hell Gatekeeper weren't just from the celestial race. Lin Shen continued upwards along the stone steps, occasionally glancing at the information on his wristwatch. His theoretical lifespan limit hadn't changed, indicating that his earlier thoughts might have been an overreaction. At least this path didn't seem to consume his lifespan. Since his body felt no discomfort and the evolution theory wasn't activated, the path turned out to be unexpectedly easy to traverse. As Lin Shen walked, he searched for the Archangel's sword. He hadn't found the sword yet, but the various skeletons and items he encountered greatly surprised him. Every short distance, he came across numerous skeletons and broken spirit bases. Who knows how many ascenders had died here? He had only walked a short distance and had already seen no less than 1,000 skeletons. Tianxun, on another ring island far away, was using the equipment on the flying vessel to remotely monitor every move that Lin Shen made. Good, he hasn't been greedy enough to take those spirit bases. But this isn't the real test yet. It should be coming up soon. Will he still be able to control his greed after he sees that? Tianxun watched Lin Shen with great interest. She wasn't concerned with Lin Shen's life or death. If Lin Shen died, she could find another human to retrieve the sword for her. Eventually, someone would be able to bring back the Archangel's sword. As long as they weren't greedy, it wouldn't be a difficult task. Under Tianxun's watchful eye, Lin Shen reached a section where the stone steps were damaged. The stone steps in this section were severely damaged, it was almost impossible to see any intact ones, and the mountainsides on both sides had collapsed extensively, forming two massive pits. There were many fallen rocks on the stone steps, so Lin Shen had to climb up using both hands and feet. The main issue was that he didn't know where the Archangel's sword was located, and Tianxun had also warned him that after ascending the stone steps, he couldn't use pets for flying, and it was best not to use other pets either. Suddenly, Lin Shen noticed a person sitting on a large rock inside one of the pits at the side. The reason he said it was a person, and not a skeleton, was because that person wore a complete suit of carapace armor. Dressed in purple jade armor, the figure sat cross-legged on the large rock, as still as an old monk in meditation, not a speck of dust on him. There was not a single scratch on his armor, it didn't look like he was a dead man at all. Unfortunately, the armor enveloped his entire body, obscuring his true face. Can a dead person still maintain armor? Lin Shen had never seen a dead person maintain their armor, but according to Tianxun's tone, there shouldn't be any living people here. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw that between the hands of that person, there was a purple egg. Lin Shen had never seen such an egg before, it resembled a profound miniature universe, with countless stars moving within, their light flickering and vanishing, numerous galaxies spinning and speeding, possessing an indescribable mystery. Not knowing what creature's egg it was, Lin Shen just took a few glances and prepared to continue upward. As his eyes swept across the large rock under that person, Lin Shen stopped in his tracks again. Inscribed on the rock were several lines of text, in the common human language that Lin Shen could understand. Here lies my friend, the Slaughterer King, in transformation. The nirvana egg of the god-devouring beast awaits the destined. Forbidden for non-humans, or calamity shall befall. Damn, is that a nirvana egg? Lin Shen couldn't believe his eyes as he stared wide-eyed. Gazing at the egg of the god-devouring beast for a good while, Lin Shen really felt tempted. The value of a nirvana egg was unimaginable, the resources just one of these could bring were more than enough for Lin Shen's 10th turn ascension, not to mention the inscription said it was forbidden for non-humans. After staring at the nirvana egg for a good while, Lin Shen took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze, and continued to climb. It's a good treasure, but I fear I might not live to enjoy it, Lin Shen murmured to himself. If the nirvana egg was so easy to take, why would it simply be left here, not taken by anyone? The celestial race wasn't foolish, and it would be no trouble for Tianxun to bring thousands of humans here, so if it were possible to take it, it would have been taken long ago. Its current presence here could only mean that no one was able to take it. Lin Shen always believed that life was more important than anything else, if not for the lack of ability to refuse, he wouldn't have agreed to Tianxun's request to come here for the Archangel's sword. To resist the temptation, your nature is not bad. Tianxun was quite relieved to see Lin Shen not touch the nirvana egg, and could at least confirm that her judgment wasn't wrong, and she hadn't chosen the wrong person. Just when she was feeling reassured, Lin Shen, who hadn't walked far, turned back, his eyes intently fixed on the corpse of the Slaughterer King. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, 28 Fists. Tianxun's eye twitched, and she couldn't help but mutter softly, I knew it, men are unreliable, whether they are celestials or humans. Lin Shen had returned, not because of the god-devouring beast's egg, but because he had thought of something else. His gaze was not on the nirvana egg, but on the several lines of text below it. My friend Slaughterer King passed away here. What does this sentence mean? Does it mean that he had a friend who killed a king of people and then passed away here, or does it mean his friend was called Slaughterer King? According to normal reasoning, the latter should be correct. There are not many people surnamed Tu, those who managed to break out into the universe and had some achievements. I seem to have heard of just one family, thought Lin Shen, naturally referring to the Tu family of Tu Xiaodao. If this Slaughterer King really was a human, then the likelihood that he came from the Tu family was extremely high. Lin Shen took out a small notebook and pen that he carried with him, planning to sketch down this slaughterer king and later show it to Tu Xiaodao to see if he was from their family. If he indeed belonged to the Tu family, perhaps the Tu family would have a chance to take the god-devouring beast's egg. Lin Shen's memory was rather average, and he couldn't remember things that were not too important after a while, so it was more reliable to sketch down the details. Unfortunately, he had not learned to draw properly when he was young. His artistic skills were not even entry-level, he was only capable of stick figure level drawings. Fortunately, he only needed to capture some details, such a high level of drawing skill was not necessary. Tian Xuan, who watched from a distance, was somewhat baffled by Lin Shen's actions, not understanding what he was doing or why he would want to draw a dead person. While drawing, Lin Shen suddenly noticed something. The carapace of Slaughterer King was covered with some strange patterns. It's normal for carapaces to have patterns. Many advanced evolution skills result in various designs and patterns. The problem was that these patterns didn't seem to be naturally part of the carapace, but rather engraved onto it later on. Because the carapace naturally had patterns, those engraved patterns mingled with the natural ones, and because the techniques used were so similar to the natural ones, it was usually hard to spot that some of the patterns were added later on. Lin Shen wanted to sketch the patterns to help the Tu family identify them, and it was while tracing them that he discovered some patterns were later engravings. He didn't notice by looking at the engraving marks, but rather, the edges and corners where those patterns lay made him extremely uncomfortable while drawing, giving him the sense that they were somewhat out of place. Why would someone engrave patterns on a carapace? Were these patterns engraved while he was alive, or after he died? Lin Shen was very curious, flipping a page in his notebook, and on the new page, he separately drew those engraved patterns. As he drew, Lin Shen felt that these patterns somewhat resembled human movements, though they were drawn in a very abstract way, even more minimalistic than stick figures. At first, Lin Shen was a bit uncertain, but he tried to mimic the movements suggested by the patterns, and to his surprise, they formed a coherent sequence of motion. What are these movements for? Why would they be engraved on someone's carapace? After trying the movements, Lin Shen suddenly felt that the base mutation strength within his body began to flow with these movements. This thing can actually mobilize base mutation strength. Lin Shen was even more astonished within his heart. While Lin Shen was astonished here, Tian Xuan, on the other hand, was even more astonished. My friend's 28 fists. How could it? Tian Xuan watched Lin Shen incredulously. The postures he took left her feeling unimaginable. Lin Shen's understanding of that sentence was somewhat off. It meant neither that a human called the Slaughterer King had passed away here, nor that his friend had slaughtered a king and then passed away here. This person's name was actually my friend, and the king he slaughtered wasn't a human, but a nirvana creature. It never occurred to Lin Shen that someone could be named my friend. Of course, my friend wasn't human but belonged to an alien species. If Lin Shen had been able to see his face, he wouldn't have mistaken him for a human. Unfortunately, it was hidden by a carapace, and Lin Shen couldn't see it. What's the deal with this person? Where did he learn the 28 fists from? Could it be that he's related to my friend and came to Giant Ring Star for this purpose? No, that's not right. He's a human. How could my friend possibly teach his 28 fists to a human? Not to mention humans, even for a great race like us Celestials, he's always been disdainful. Tian Xuan was well aware of what not for non-racial beings meant. The term racial beings referred not to humans, but to all humanoid species. But if he has no relation to my friend, how could he know the 28 fists? Could it be that he just learned them now? Tian Xuan found it hard to believe. How could one learn the 28 fists from a dead person? My friend's body had been examined by many celestials and individuals from other species. Many had even tried to take the god-devouring egg, meeting horrendous fates without even ashes left behind. Nobody discovered that my friend had left behind the 28 fists when he died. If so, it should have been found long ago. What exactly did that guy do? Tianxuan watched Lin Shen in amazement. She could clearly see that Lin Shen's initial movements were very unpracticed, he must have just learned them. But how did he manage to learn the 28 fists from a dead person? Tianxuan couldn't see what Lin Shen had drawn in his notebook, so she couldn't guess. Can humans actually practice the 28 fists? If humans can do it, can I possibly do it too? Tianxuan couldn't help but ponder. Despite its commonplace-sounding name, Tianxuan knew just how terrifying the 28 fists were. In the past, my friend had used the 28 fists to roam the universe and essentially suppress all Nirvana-level powerhouses of his generation. The 28 fists isn't precisely an evolution skill, it's more like a method of utilizing strength. It can work like an innate skill, producing miraculous effects, yet it isn't an innate skill, it's more like a skill acquired through later training. Being able to practice the 28 fists theoretically equates to possessing an additional skill, and a particularly terrifying one at that. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Compared to the Archangel's sword, the 28 fists are 1,000 times more precious. With this discovery, Tianxuan no longer cared about the Archangel's sword. A 10th turn spirit base wasn't difficult for her to find, and she could give her nephew other gifts, but the 28 fists were a unique cosmic treasure. After my friend's nirvana, the 28 fists had vanished from the universe. Unexpectedly, Tianxuan saw them once again in Lin Shen today. However, Tianxuan still couldn't be sure whether Lin Shen had just imitated the appearance or had really learned the 28 fists. If it was just the appearance of the movements, then it was of no use. Tianxuan now wished she could drag Lin Shen back and ask him clearly, to forget about retrieving the Archangel's sword, but unfortunately, she couldn't go to the island and had to forcefully wait for Lin Shen's return. Chapter 260, Chapter 260 Archangel's Sword. Lin Shen followed those abstract movements for practice, and unexpectedly, it stirred the flow of base mutation power within his body, which felt incredibly miraculous. However, he had previously practiced such base mutation techniques that could be initiated through movements, so he wasn't too astonished. The only difference was that the stepping on the immortal court mainly focused on leg and movement technique, whereas these movements exercised the arms. Of course, it wasn't only the arms being activated, the whole body was involved, but ultimately, the direction of the power flow was toward the arms. Once all the body's strength was drawn to his arms, Lin Shen felt an urge to swing his arms and punch, as if it would be unsatisfying not to do so. Acting on instinct, Lin Shen threw a punch, and then something unbelievable happened. The force within his punch actually burst forth from his fist like a missile being launched. Bang! Lin Shen was about a dozen meters away from the corpse, and yet his punch managed to hit the body from that distance. Seeing this scene, Tianxuan was both shocked and enraged. What shocked her was that Lin Shen had indeed mastered the 28 fists, but what made her furious was that the young man was courting death by daring to hit her friend's corpse. Let alone a mere mutator, even if a nirvana being dared to touch her friend's corpse, they would undoubtedly bring disaster on themselves. It's over, that kid is done for, he has only himself to blame for seeking his own death, but that 28 fists. Tianxuan felt her brain flooding with blood, wishing she could slap Lin Shen to death. How could Lin Shen have known his fist power would burst out from the fist, striking the corpse from over a dozen meters away? That just wasn't scientific, okay? Not even ascenders could launch fist attacks out of thin air, long-range attacks relied on life base. There were also some long-distance innate skills, but those mostly involved light-based skills, and most weren't directly harmful, with the more common ones being illusion techniques. A talent like the Blood Prison Kings, which could bind enemies from a distance, was already exceptionally rare for long-range skills. Lin Shen's pure strength-based long-range ability was even rarer, it's not to say none existed, but they were very seldom seen. The spatial fist power hit the corpse, and it gradually disintegrated into countless particles right before Lin Shen's eyes, scattering and disappearing. In a moment, the corpse vanished without a trace, leaving not even a speck of ash, only the nirvana-level god-devouring beast egg rolled to the ground. Lin Shen was dumbfounded. How could he have imagined that his punch would obliterate the corpse? It's over, it's over. If this was indeed an elder's corpse from the Tu family and I obliterated it with a punch, how am I supposed to explain this to Tu Xiaodao? Lin Shen's face changed unpredictably. Tian Xun's face also underwent an array of changes upon witnessing this scene. She could now be certain that Lin Shen had learned the 28 fists from her friend's corpse, and that this was indeed the inheritance of the 28 fists deliberately left by her friend. Even Lin Shen's final punch on her friend's body must have been calculated by her friend. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been her friend's body that disappeared under that punch. Moreover, the fact that the Hell Gatekeeper had not appeared meant that this happened according to her friend's wishes, otherwise, the Hell Gatekeeper would have definitely shown up. My friend, such cunning planning, your 28 fists have eventually been passed down. But did you ever consider that the one inheriting your 28 fists is but a human? Tian Xun's expression was complex. A human who had inherited the 28 fists if his innate talent wasn't too poor, and even if resources were recklessly used, as long as he reached the nirvana level, he would surely become a force that could shake the universe. Although he might not be able to suppress his peers like my friend, he wouldn't be too far off. Now, what Tian Xun is thinking is, whether he could learn the 28 fists from Lin Shen. With her innate skills and abilities, as long as she could master the 28 fists, she might be invincible among her peers in the future. Lin Shen was stunned for a good while, helplessly shaking his head and giving a wry smile. He put away his notebook and continued walking forward. Although accidentally destroying the corpse was not his intention, things had come to this point, and if this person really was a senior member of the Tu family, he could only confess to Tu Xiaodao. Lin Shen did not take the god-devouring beast egg, heeding Tian Xun's words. Aside from the Archangel's sword, he wouldn't touch anything else. Survival came first. Tian Xun, seeing how Lin Shen ignored the god-devouring beast egg, was somewhat at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Is there really someone that timid, who wouldn't even be tempted by a nirvana egg, just because the inscription reads non-human clans, do not take? Does he truly not feel even a trace of desire? Lin Shen had his own thoughts. Although he didn't know what level the Slaughterer King was, since he had the nirvana egg and nobody else could take it away, it was highly probable that he was of nirvana level. Nov. L. B //JNN. Even beings of the nirvana level died here, which suggested just how terrifying the Hell Gatekeeper on the island must be. He mustn't lose his life over wealth. As he continued upward, the number of bones and various objects diminished, but the quality appeared to be better than those he had seen before. There were glowing armors of various kinds, pet launchers of different styles, and Lin Shen even spotted something resembling a Gatling gun pet launcher. Lin Shen really wanted to take that gadget, but ultimately, he resisted the urge. He lifted his head to look up, seeing that the path ahead was still very long. The intervals between the appearance of skeletons were getting longer, sometimes he'd walk for over 10 miles before seeing a single set of bones. Suddenly, Lin Shen saw a corpse. It wasn't a skeleton, but a real, fresh corpse. The clots of blood formed on the corpse suggested it was fresh. Human. Lin Shen observed the human who died next to the steps. The person was lying there, clutching something tightly in hand, his body covered with wounds that looked as though he had been hacked multiple times by a blade. He didn't die from the cuts, but rather bled to death here. Lin Shen felt a chill in his heart and knew that this person was most likely the one Tian Xun had sent to retrieve the Archangel's sword earlier. For some reason, he couldn't resist the temptation and reached for something beside the stairs, dying in the process. After glancing at him, Lin Shen no longer paid attention and continued forward. Whether others could survive, he didn't know, but he was determined to survive. Quickening his pace, he continued onward. After an unknown period, he finally saw the Archangel's sword. The archangel's sword was embedded in a rock, with half of its blade sunk in. Yet, from the exposed portion, one could be very certain it was the archangel's sword. Next to the rock lay a celestial skeleton. He leaned against the rock in death, and it was unclear whether he himself had thrust the archangel's sword into the rock before dying. Lin Shen took a deep breath, approached the rock, placed one hand on the hilt of the archangel's sword, and the other hand in his pocket, holding onto a mechanical watch. If anything went wrong, he would immediately teleport away. Fortunately, the dangers he had anticipated did not arise, and with a slight effort, Lin Shen managed to pull out the archangel's sword. The sword was unexpectedly light, so light it seemed weightless, almost like a feather despite its size. Chapter 261, Chapter 261 regretted it. Upon seeing Lin Shen acquire the archangel's sword, he turned around and came back without a moment's hesitation, leaving Tianxuan with no choice but to sigh at how steady Lin Shen truly was. Lin Shen ran back without stopping for a breather, only summoning the evil dragon again after he was out of the stone steps area, and then he rode the dragon and departed the ring-shaped island. From beginning to end, he never saw the Hell Gatekeeper and didn't want to. Mission accomplished. Back inside the flying machine, Lin Shen handed the archangel's sword to Tianxuan. Very good. Tianxuan, however, didn't care much for the archangel's sword, simply placing it aside. What were you doing beside my friend's corpse just now? Tianxuan didn't start the flying machine, instead focusing her gaze on Lin Shen as she inquired. His name was my friend. Lin Shen was slightly startled, immediately realizing from Tianxuan's words that he might have misunderstood something before. You didn't know? Seeing Lin Shen's expression wasn't feigned, Tianxuan knew her previous guess was correct. There was no relationship between Lin Shen and my friend, and he didn't even know of this person. A human with no connection to my friend managed to learn the 28 fists from my friend's deceased body. Does this fellow truly possess such remarkable intelligence? Tianxuan's expression turned complex. She had seen my friend's body many times herself but had never made anything of it. Was Lin Shen's talent surpassing her own? No idea, never heard the name before. I thought his name was Slaughterer King, Lin Shen explained. If you didn't know him, why were you taking notes in a little notebook? Tianxuan stared at Lin Shen as she asked. I have a friend whose surname is also Slaughterer. I thought the corpse's name was Slaughterer King and perhaps a relative of his, so I wanted to sketch it to show him later. If it turned out to be a relative, it would be like doing a good deed, Lin Shen explained, pulling out the notebook and showing Tianxuan the sketch he made of my friend. Tianxuan glanced at it and found that was indeed the case, though Lin Shen's drawing skills were truly rough. Had she not seen the real thing, she would never have guessed what it was supposed to be just by looking at Lin Shen's sketch. However, when comparing the sketch with the real thing, there was indeed a resemblance. You're not going to tell me that you understood the 28 fists just by drawing his likeness, are you? Tianxuan's voice was somewhat cold. What 28 fists? Lin Shen feigned confusion, then had a sudden realization. You mean those movements? I saw them on his body and just imitated them casually. Lin Shen knew that every word and action of his was being monitored by Tianxuan, and it was certain there was no way to hide anything. He had no intention of hiding from Tianxuan. He turned to the next page in his notebook and then handed it to Tianxuan. While sketching, I noticed some odd patterns on the carapace, some that weren't naturally formed but were engraved later, so I drew them. Later on, I realized these patterns resembled human movements, so I tried imitating them. I never expected they would turn out to be actual human movements, let alone that such movements could wound with fist power from a distance. It was truly unexpected. Lin Shen did not conceal anything and spoke the truth. Tianxuan, unable to spot any inconsistencies, started to examine the patterns Lin Shen had drawn. Lin Shen's drawing skills were quite abstract, with his pattern renderings being much simpler than the originals, striving primarily for an essence of the likeness. As Tianxuan studied them, she really couldn't see how the patterns were related to human movements. This made Tianxun momentarily doubt her own intelligence and comprehension abilities. Could it be that this human has a stronger capacity for understanding than I do? Tianxun watched Lin Shen for a while but said nothing, instead starting the flying machine and navigating with Lin Shen through the star belt. Where are we going? Lin Shen realized that Tianxun had no intention of taking him back to the village. This was the wrong road. To my place, we'll have a good chat about these movements, Tianxun said. That's no problem, but before we go, could I first return home? It's getting close to dark, and if I don't go back, my sister will worry. Lin Shen's round trip had taken more than 50 hours, and including the time taken by the aircraft from the village to the star belt, it had been more than 60 hours. In less than 20 hours, it would be dark again. If he didn't return before nightfall, Lin Shen feared his sister would go out looking for him, regardless of the risks. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to fetch your sister. You'll be meeting her soon, said Tianxun as she piloted the aircraft. As long as his sister was safe, Lin Shen pondered in his heart whether Tianxun might silence him. Although Tianxun hadn't shown it, Lin Shen could tell she placed great importance on the so-called 28 fists.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lin Shen wouldn't mind giving her the drawings of 28 fists, even teaching it to her personally was no issue. What Lin Shen feared was that after learning 28 fists, Tianxun might eliminate the one person who knew it him. Is 28 fists very powerful? Lin Shen tentatively asked. Of course, it's extremely powerful, Tianxun did not intend to hide it, continuing to fly the aircraft as she spoke. It was a fist technique that amazed an era. Hearing her say this, Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat. With such a powerful technique, the chances of her silencing him seemed even higher. Such an amazing fist technique must have had many practitioners, right? Lin Shen continued to probe. Initially, it was only known to my friend. Now it has long been lost. Perhaps you are now the only person in the universe who knows 28 fists, Tianxun saw through Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a smile while looking at him. Lin Shen sighed softly, asked no more questions, and closed his eyes to rest against the back of the chair. He now regretted meddling. He shouldn't have bothered with drawing the likeness. If he hadn't drawn it, he wouldn't have discovered those special patterns, and having discovered the patterns, he shouldn't have imitated them on the spot. It was curiosity that killed the cat, after all. Seeing Lin Shen's bitter expression, Tianxun burst into laughter. This guy really is as timid as a mouse, said Tianxun with a smile. Regretting now? Unfortunately, it's too late. Now that you're the only person in the universe who knows 28 fists, I have no choice but to silence you. You won't do it, Lin Shen said with his eyes still closed, actually feeling more relaxed. Oh? You think I won't? Tianxun's expression turned cold, and her eyes were as sharp as knives. You haven't learned it yet. What if you can't learn it? If you can't, would you still have the heart to kill the only person who knows 28 fists? Lin Shen spoke calmly. You think if you don't teach, I can't learn it? Tianxun said coldly. Not only will I teach, but I'll also teach with dedication and attention to detail. What if you still can't learn it then? Lin Shen opened his eyes and looked at Tianxun as he spoke. Chapter 262, Chapter 262 No Technique. What if I did manage to master it? Tianxun was already somewhat angry. Lin Shen's words were clearly disparaging her, a direct insult. If you manage it, I, Lin Shen, am willing to follow by your side, at your beck and call, without a word of complaint for the rest of my life. If you don't succeed, I'm not asking for anything else, just for a chance to pursue you, Lin Shen pronounced righteously. Hearing Lin Shen's words, Tianxun laughed in anger. You're thinking too beautifully, aren't you? Whether I succeed or not, you get to live. This calculation of yours really makes the whole universe resonate. Is that not acceptable? Lin Shen sighed. Of course not. If I manage it, I will chop off your head, Tianxuan snorted coldly. Can we not chop it off? Lin Shen asked helplessly. That's also fine, Tianxuan unexpectedly replied. Then it's a deal, Lin Shen immediately said. It's a deal. If I manage it, I'll keep your head up there, and chop off the rest below, Tianxuan pretended to say casually. Then you might as well kill me, I haven't yet spread the branches of my family, which would be more painful than killing me, Lin Shen sighed. We agreed on a deal, so how could I possibly break my promise and grow fat on it? You'd better pray I don't succeed, otherwise. Tianxuan didn't finish, but the meaning was clear. Lin Shen didn't make a sound, unsure whether Tianxuan was really serious or just trying to scare him. Nov. L. B//JNN. But even if she was serious, Lin Shen wasn't entirely without chances of winning. His claim that Tianxuan couldn't succeed wasn't just empty talk meant to scare. He had practiced stepping on the celestial court before and knew that this evolution skill was not something one could master just by getting the movements right. The crux of the matter was understanding the essence of the technique. Without grasping the momentum, perfect movements would still lead to failure. Stepping on the celestial court also includes a few prefaces explaining its artistic conception, which are of great help for comprehending its momentum. 28 Fists, however, only offers movements and no other hints whatsoever. The key to mastering 28 Fists lies in the momentum hidden within those patterns. Now that the original patterns have disappeared, only the ones Lin Shen drew remain. Yet what he had drawn was too crude, markedly different from the original, and lacking the essence of momentum. Just by looking at those patterns he drew, it would be very difficult to grasp the momentum of 28 Fists. He could teach Tianxuan all the standard movements, but without the underlying artistic conception, whether she could master it was genuinely uncertain. Lin Shen was not hoping that Tianxuan would fail to master 28 Fists, because he clearly understood that his survival did not depend on whether Tianxuan could master it, but on whether Tianxuan wanted to kill him or not. Even if Lin Shen won the bet, if Tianxuan wanted him dead, she could find a myriad of reasons to carry it out. So, during this time, what Lin Shen needed to do was not to win the bet but to make Tianxuan abandon the idea of killing him. Paradise Island was no smaller than the ring-shaped islands they had visited before, and indeed, compared to the environments within the giant ring star, it could truly be described as paradise. Castles, gardens, statues everywhere on the island was filled with buildings brimming with artistic flair, forming a stark contrast to the village Lin Shen had previously lived in. Beautiful girls of the celestial race played the harp by the fountains while the celestial warriors, adorned in splendid armor, patrolled the island in formation. As the flying vehicle descended, the dome of a palace-like building within the castle automatically opened to allow the vehicle to land inside, then the dome closed again on its own. Stepping out of the flying vehicle, Lin Shen scrutinized the various magnificent statues and murals inside the building. Even the pillars were carved with reliefs that took one's breath away. Such a magnificent structure, Lin Shen had only seen in video recordings, from before the base variant creatures arrived. When humanity was at its peak, would such buildings have been possible? Now, human architecture is all about practicality, solid metal fortresses completely unlike the buildings of the past. Yet within this vast palatial building, there wasn't a single person. Your elder sister has already been taken to her guest room, and you can now talk to her. Tianxuan received a message, directly opened the communication mode, and handed the communicator to Lin Shen. Lin Shen saw the projected image from the communicator. It was indeed his elder sister, Lin Miao. The two talked briefly, saying too much wasn't appropriate. Lin Shen simply reassured his sister, asking her to settle down for now. Now let me see how difficult your pose is, and whether I can actually learn it or not. Tianxuan sat down on a chair in the hall, chin in hand, and watched Lin Shen speak. Lin Shen nodded, initially wanting to demonstrate the whole set of movements, but he found that he couldn't remember them all without looking at the little booklet. Could you give me back my booklet? I need to take a look to jog my memory, Lin Shen said helplessly. You can't even remember the moves. Tianxun frowned slightly, thinking Lin Shen was fooling her. A genius who could comprehend 28 fists, how could he possibly not remember the moves? Doesn't a genius need to have a photographic memory? I know this is hard to believe, but I can only ask you to trust me. My memory really is quite poor, I don't have the ability to remember everything I see. I was just imitating those patterns earlier, I really didn't remember them, Lin Shen explained with difficulty. He too wished for an extraordinary memory, but unfortunately, he lacked that talent. Tianxun, seeing that Lin Shen did not seem to be lying, still found it hard to believe that a human with such poor memory could have such strong comprehension. However, after a moment of thought, Tianxun still returned the small booklet to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the booklet, flipped open to the patterns he had drawn, and imitated the movements depicted once again. As he watched and mimicked, indeed, the base mutation strength within his body was stirred up, and with a final punch, another spatial fist power was launched. The fist power struck a metal column, leaving behind a punch imprint on it. Seeing his clumsy movements, Tianxun grew more puzzled. Could the 28 fists really be that simple to learn that you could manage this? The moves are just like this. Try them for yourself, I'll teach you one by one, Lin Shen said. Tianxun didn't pay him any heed and directly repeated Lin Shen's movements. One has to say Tianxun's memory was indeed too strong, she had watched from afar just once before, and now again, only twice in total, and she was able to perform each move without error. Not only were the moves correct, they were even smoother and more graceful than Lin Shen's, as if she had practiced them countless times before. However, until the very last punch, there was no spatial fist power coming from her fist. Have you ever practiced 28 fists before? Lin Shen asked Tianxun, astonished. No. If you haven't practiced, how could you be so skilled? Lin Shen asked again. Such matters, you, a mere mortal, cannot understand, Tianxun said lightly, the corner of her mouth slightly upturned. The moves are correct, now tell me the secret technique. Secret technique? What secret technique? It's only these patterned moves, there's no secret technique, Lin Shen shook his head. Chapter 263, Chapter 263, The Devout Seraph. If you think that by not telling me the technique, you can blackmail me, then you are sorely mistaken, Tianxun's gaze turned icy, leaving no doubt that if Lin Shen dared to say there was no technique, she would subject him to 1,000 cuts. That person's corpse, you must have seen it many times by now. If there really was such a thing as a technique, could you have missed it? Lin Shen flipped to the sketch he had drawn of his friend and handed it to Tianxun. Though my drawing may not be pleasant to the eye, the details should all be there. Do you think there could be any technique hidden within it? Tianxun took it and looked it over, finding it indeed matched her memory, the details were all correct. With her memory, she should not be mistaken. However, she couldn't bring herself to believe that just these movements alone could develop the 28 fists, it was illogical. At that time, I simply imitated these movements and the base mutation power within me naturally responded. There really isn't any technique, Lin Shen paused, then continued, I feel that this evolution skill doesn't need a technique, one just needs to grasp the essence of these movements to trigger the base mutation power within. It's a pity that the man's corpse was destroyed. If we could see the original carapace engravings, we might be able to sense some essence. Lin Shen shared his insight openly, withholding nothing. Tianxun remained doubtful, yet also found Lin Shen's words to carry some truth. If there really was a technique, she couldn't have possibly missed it. It seemed there might truly be no technique. Tianxun pondered for a moment, then tried again. This time her movements were even more fluid, and there was a sort of momentum that was indescribable with words. But when the final punch was thrown, there was still no appearance of spatial fist power. You have to believe me, I wouldn't joke with my own life. How about I demonstrate it one more time? Lin Shen hurriedly performed the sequence again. But because he hadn't looked at the manual, after over a dozen movements, he couldn't remember the ones that followed, so he had to pick up the manual and practice while looking at it. Indeed, when the final punch was delivered, the spatial fist power was unleashed again, and this time, it seemed even stronger. The impression of the fist left on the metal pillar was now a few fractions deeper than before. Tianxun watched and said nothing, then repeated the sequence herself, still to no effect. Before Lin Shen could speak again, Tianxun tried several more times, even deliberately imitating Lin Shen's movements, making her own look less smooth and as clumsy as Lin Shen's. The outcome was still the same, she could not unleash the spatial fist power no matter how hard she tried. You're playing with me, aren't you? Tianxun stared intensely at Lin Shen, feeling insulted in her intelligence. She, a brilliant member of the celestial race, had achieved nirvana at 10th turn in just a little over 30 years, becoming a great nirvana being at the youngest age the celestial race had seen in centuries. Her talent was rare even among the powerful cosmic races. If she couldn't master the 28 fists, while Lin Shen, who couldn't even remember the moves properly, could do so effortlessly, she was convinced that Lin Shen was hiding the true technique of the 28 fists, not that her talent was insufficient. I know you won't believe anything I say now, but there really isn't a technique. Even if you killed me, I couldn't just conjure a technique to give you, Lin Shen said helplessly. No need to kill you, I have my ways to make you speak the truth, Tianxun declared, as countless pristine white light particles rose within her body. These white light particles coalesced before her, quickly forming a six-winged angel holding a scepter, topped with a halo, the blazing angel's base. This is my life base, the devout blazing angel. Tianxun looked at Lin Shen as the blazing angel raised its scepter high, the gem at the top emitting a sacred halo. Like ripples in the water, the halo spread out in waves, enveloping the entire hall within a halo of light. What's your name? Tianxun suddenly asked. Lin Shen. Lin Shen didn't understand the point of Tianxun's question, he felt nothing unusual within the halo. Do you wish to kill me? Tianxun continued. No, Lin Shen answered cautiously. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. This answer left Tianxun slightly startled, as if she had not expected such a response. A flicker of surprise passed through Tianxun's eyes before she asked again, Do you want to sleep with me? I do. Lin Shen had intended to say something else, but as the words reached his lips, they turned into a single word of affirmation. A shock went through Lin Shen's heart as he roughly guessed what Tianxun was up to. Her devout blazing angel's base actually had the ability to make people incapable of lying. This is bad. Lin Shen inwardly cursed, realizing that if Tianxun kept asking questions like this, and if she asked something truly incriminating, he would be as good as dead. The only consolation now was that he genuinely did not wish to kill Tianxun, which inadvertently allowed him to avoid one disaster. This was not because Lin Shen was particularly noble or because he wanted to repay evil with kindness, it was simply because he knew he was no match for Tianxun at the moment, so he never even thought about solving his problems by killing her. Does the 28 fists have a mantra? Tianxun didn't take offense to Lin Shen's earlier rude answer and posed the question she truly wanted to ask. No. Lin Shen replied quite straightforwardly. This answer completely surprised Tianxun. She could not believe that Lin Shen had managed to master 28 fists solely through those movements without any mantra. Tianxun began to doubt whether the devout blazing angel was malfunctioning, questioning whether her skill was effective. Why did you come to Giant Ring Star? Tianxun continued to inquire. Though she couldn't believe a human mutator could resist her life-base ability, she was even more reluctant to believe that this human had so easily mastered the 28 fists that she herself could not. Lin Shen knew he couldn't resist the blazing angel's ability and intended to keep his answers simple, while under the premise of not lying, he hoped to omit any crucial information. But once he opened his mouth, he blurted out the entire backstory of his arrival at Giant Ring Star without the ability to omit or lie about his thoughts. Lin Shen wanted to control his mouth, but no matter how much he resisted or struggled, he couldn't keep it shut. From Lin Shen's resistant behavior, Tianxuan deduced that the blazing angel's powers had not failed him and that he was telling the truth without lying. In fact, even without observation, Tianxuan knew that a mere mutator could not possibly resist the power of a blazing angel. "You've actually offended Catherine." Tianxuan expressed some shock after hearing the whole story. As the celestial race and Dim Man tribe were sworn enemies, Tianxuan naturally knew how terrifying that woman Catherine was. "Is Catherine that Dim Man princess?" Lin Shen asked in return. "Yes," Tianxuan replied. "I didn't want to, but there was no other choice," Lin Shen said. "Does the Six Paths Phoenix spirit base that your sister possesses truly have a consciousness of its own?" Tianxuan seemed interested in the Six Paths Phoenix spirit base. Lin Shen didn't want to answer, but he couldn't control his mouth. Evolution theory had already begun to operate, but his body needed time to strengthen and mutate, and he was still incapable of countering the blazing angel's power. "It does," Lin Shen replied with difficulty, his eyes filled with bloodshot streaks. "If I were to take your sister's Six Paths Phoenix spirit base, what would you do?" Tianxuan continued to press. "I would pretend to submit to you at first, and once my strength was sufficient, I would kill you to retake the Six Paths Phoenix spirit base," Lin Shen blurted out uncontrollably. "Right now, do you want to kill me?" Tianxuan continued her probing. Chapter 264, Chapter 264 Really can't master it. "I do." Lin Shen was still unable to lie. Tianxuan looked at Lin Shen, her heart already convinced that there was indeed no mantra for the 28 fists. Yet she still found it hard to accept that Lin Shen could easily master the 28 fists, which she could not. "Demonstrate the 28 fists again," Tianxuan said, diverting the topic from her previous question. Lin Shen began to demonstrate the 28 fists, but after showing 20 or so movements, he could not continue and had to refer back to the manual again. Tianxuan's expression turned quite peculiar. Now she could be certain that Lin Shen had never lied, but with such memory, how had he managed to master the 28 fists? It defied logic. Following the manual, Lin Shen mimicked it once more, the 28 fists just like before, and in the end he unleashed the spatial fist power again, this time even stronger than the last. "What do you feel when you use the 28 fists?" Tianxuan refused to believe she could not master the 28 fists, thinking there must be a problem somewhere. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Lin Shen described in detail his experience of practicing the 28 fists. After listening, Tianxuan had a thought, and the devout seraph ceased using her skill, dissolving into countless particles and returning to her body. "Catherine wants you dead, but I'm determined to keep you alive. You can stay on Paradise Island. If I have any questions, I'll come find you. Now leave," Tianxuan said, and a celestial maid entered to guide Lin Shen out of the grand hall toward the guest room where Lin Miao stayed. "I refuse to believe that a human mutator like him can master the 28 fists, and I, Tianxuan, cannot." Tianxuan could not accept this outcome. She picked up the drawings Lin Shen made, compared them with the patterns in her memory, and attempted the 28 fists again. The result was even less acceptable to Tianxuan. No matter how many times she practiced, there was no response at all. Where did it go wrong? Tianxuan pondered painfully, yet could not come up with where the problem lay. Upon entering the guest room, Lin Shen saw his elder sister. Without waiting for her to ask any questions, he swept the room to ensure there was no monitoring equipment. To be extra cautious, Lin Shen still lowered his voice, speaking softly enough that only the two of them could hear. and detailed the entire situation from beginning to end. "Big sis, do you think we can stay on Giant Ring Star?" Lin Shen asked his elder sister. "Whether we can stay or not, we have to remain here, we have no other choice," his elder sister reflected for a moment before adding, "Tianxun didn't harm you just now, nor did she take the Six Paths Phoenix. She shouldn't have the intent to kill us for the moment, but if she masters the 28 fists, that might change." After some thought, she continued, "But if she can't master the 28 fists, then your chance will come." "What chance?" Lin Shen was slightly taken aback. "Do you trust me?" His elder sister seemed somewhat excited, locking eyes with Lin Shen as she asked. "You're my actual sister, who else can I trust if not you?" Lin Shen found her question rather superfluous. "A woman knows a woman best. I think Tianxun has some feelings for you. Securing her could not only save our lives but also expand the Lin family. It's killing two birds with one stone," his elder sister explained. "Big sis, what kind of joke is that at a time like this?" Lin Shen couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. "It's not a joke. Have you forgotten what happened with Wan Nianbei?" his elder sister said earnestly. "Although I don't mind being a kept man, and I'm open to marrying into other races, I'm not Wan Nianbei, I don't have the capital to be a kept man." Lin Shen felt his sister's idea was not at all reliable. Wan Nianbei was the man who had perfected the Six Paths Phoenix, and the one thing the Princess of Diman coveted was that very Six Paths Phoenix. Lin Shen didn't possess it, so what made him think he could win over Tianxun? "How can you say you don't have the capital? You've mastered the 28 fists, which she couldn't. Isn't that capital? Women understand women best, trust me, you definitely have a chance," the eldest sister said with certainty. However, Lin Shen still found it unreliable. The Six Paths Phoenix was heritable, while the 28 fists were merely a skill that couldn't be passed down genetically. There was simply no need for intermarriage. Of course, though Lin Shen said he didn't mind, deep down he still felt a slight inability to accept marrying someone from another race. He still preferred human women. The eldest sister wanted to say more, but suddenly there were footsteps outside, followed by a knock at the door. "Who is it?" The two exchanged glances, and Lin Miao asked. "It's about to get dark. Guests, please return to your rooms and do not leave before daylight." The voice outside, somewhat familiar, was that of the celestial maid who had guided Lin Shen here. "Sister, let's take it one step at a time," Lin Shen said as he stepped out of the room and returned to the one next door, his own room. If Tianxun were to harm them, siblings, there was no defense that would suffice, so Lin Shen no longer stayed beside his sister. Back in his room, Lin Shen lay on the bed, and soon the world outside the window darkened abruptly. There was a light in the room, but it too seemed to have gone out, leaving him unable to see his own hands in the pitch darkness. This place shouldn't be short of electricity, so why did the power go off as soon as it got dark? Lin Shen tried the light switch a few times, but it was still pitch black and he couldn't see a thing. Lin Shen had a thought and took out a flashlight to try it, only to find that it did not work either. So it seems it's not the absence of electricity, but rather that once it gets dark, the lights also lose their function. Lin Shen suddenly remembered something. If even the lights were useless, then where had the light in the stone house he used to live in come from? How strange, what's the deal with that woman? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out, nor had he the energy to ponder it further. Lin Shen had to prepare for the worst. If Tianxun suddenly decided to kill them one day, he needed to know how to survive. The method the elder sister suggested, Lin Shen thought it was utterly unreliable. The best way was to leave Giant Ring Star immediately, but Tianxun probably wouldn't let them go. Forcing their way out would only provoke Tianxun's murderous intent. Luckily, they both had teleporter devices on their watches, which could teleport them away from Giant Ring Star at any moment. This was their greatest assurance. But the main body of the teleporter was controlled by the hands of the celestial race, so they'd need to devise a way to escape the celestial race's sphere of influence after being teleported. Luckily, this was all feasible. They could choose a time unknown to Tianxun for teleporting, such as during a night like this. Teleporting now, and by the time daylight came and Tianxun found them gone, they'd have several dozen hours head start. If used well, they might even be able to escape the celestial race's sphere of influence. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, Lin Shen did not want to take this route. Making enemies with both the Celestials and Diman would make life difficult later on, and it wasn't certain that they could escape the celestial race's influence in such a short time. Even if we have to leave, we need to plan our escape route thoroughly, Lin Shen thought. The elder sister wasn't wrong about one thing: Tianxun probably didn't have the intention to kill them yet. Chapter 265, Chapter 265, Ocean Heaven Island. Lin Shen was pondering all kinds of possibilities and pros and cons when he suddenly saw a glimmer of light. Turning his head to look out the window, he saw a red silhouette dancing in the distant pitch-black night sky. Lin Shen couldn't help but walk to the window to observe carefully, only to see the red silhouette flickering in and out of visibility, lighting up one moment and disappearing the next, appearing in different places, giving the impression that it could teleport or turn invisible. Because darkness robbed him of a sense of distance, it was hard to judge just how far away it was, but it seemed very far. The red light was like a beautiful phoenix dancing playfully in the night sky. Why does it look somewhat familiar? Lin Shen watched for a while and then remembered why it seemed familiar. During a previous visit to Gourd Mountain, he had seen a peculiar silhouette like a phoenix, but that silhouette was orange, and this red one looked a bit different. Aside from the color, however, the two appeared very similar. Both had an outer circle of light, while their interiors seemed like black holes. Lin Shen couldn't be sure if they were actually the same, as it was too dark here and he could only see the red silhouette, not making out the rest clearly. The phoenix-like silhouette drew closer and closer, and soon passed overhead, making Lin Shen feel even more that it closely resembled the one that appeared on Gourd Mountain. Could it be that the same creature exists on different planets? Lin Shen wondered in secret. The guest room had only this one window. Once the silhouette flew to the other side, it was out of view, and darkness engulfed the outside once again. Lin Shen drew the curtains and began to recall all the movements of 28 fists. Since there were so many movements, he only remembered some of them, and with the notebook in Tianxun's possession, he couldn't even practice by looking at it. Lin Shen could only practice the movements he remembered, missing many he couldn't recall and mixing up the sequence of some. Thinking that it certainly wouldn't be effective in such a state, he was shocked when the base mutation energy in his body started to stir, prompting him to stop hastily. If he accidentally unleashed spatial fist power and damaged something in the guest room, that wouldn't be good. This 28 fists isn't that difficult after all. Even missing so many movements, it can still be used. Why couldn't Tianxun get it right? Could it be because of evolution theory? My talent has also improved. Lin Shen thought about it and felt it probably wasn't for that reason. Although evolution theory was miraculous, it wasn't to the extent of enhancing learning ability, otherwise, his memory wouldn't remain as average as it was. If it's not because of evolution theory, could it be just because I've seen the original pattern and felt its artistic conception? Lin Shen felt it was partly for that reason, but it didn't seem to be the whole explanation either. Unable to figure it out, Lin Shen decided not to think about it anymore. He now wanted to know if this spatial fist power could be combined with a cup ointment sealing and used from afar. If possible, there would be no need to get close to an opponent to seal acupoints. Moreover, he wanted to know how far he could project spatial fist power. If the range was sufficient, he wouldn't be at such a disadvantage when battling ascenders. He wanted to go to Realm King Planet to try it out right away, but fearing he was under surveillance by Tianxun, he eventually gave up the idea and got a good night's sleep. When day broke, Lin Shen got up and opened the curtains, seeing the courtyard outside bustling with people going to and fro, servants of all races busy with something, as though they were setting up the yard. Lin Shen even saw someone who looked like a toad. He had no idea what race they belonged to. After freshening up and leaving his room, he was about to knock on his sister's door when she coincidentally came out of hers. The two exchanged a glance and headed downstairs in silent agreement, discovering that no one was restricting their movements. When a maid with deer antlers passed by, Lin Shen stopped her and asked, "Is there some sort of celebration going on today?" "I don't know." The antlered maid seemed truly clueless, shaking her head before she left. Lin Shen remembered that Tianxun had mentioned a few days ago that her little nephew was coming, and the Archangel's sword was the gift Tianxun had prepared for him. It seemed likely that the decorations outside were for welcoming her nephew. The two of them walked into the courtyard and, with no one paying them any attention, they both breathed a sigh of relief. Tianxun had not restricted their personal freedom. It seemed she wasn't planning on doing anything to them for the time being. "Mr. Lin, our host invites you to join her for breakfast," said a celestial, dressed quite finely, as he approached Lin Shen and Lin Miao with an elegant demeanor. "Just me?" Lin Shen asked. "Yes, please follow me," the celestial said and turned to leave. "I'll take a look around, you go ahead," Lin Miao said, waving her hand to indicate that Lin Shen should go. Lin Shen followed the celestial to the palace-like building where they had been the previous day and saw Tianxun in an enormous dining room. Her dining table was even longer than a conference table meant for many people, and Lin Shen felt that if he sat across from her, they would have to shout to converse lest she would not hear him. The table was laid with an array of food, all beautifully presented. Fortunately, there was something akin to a rotating hot pot in the center of the table, otherwise, one would have to walk over to pick up anything they wanted to eat. "Did you rest well last night?" Tianxun asked softly, after taking a sip from her cup filled with a liquid unknown to him and placing it down. She had studied all night and had still not managed to fully understand the 28 fists. "Not bad," Lin Shen paused before asking, "If there's nothing else, I'd like to return to Giant Ring Star to hunt base variant creatures." "What you wish to do is your freedom, and there's no need to report to me. However, if I were you, I wouldn't return to Giant Ring Star," Tianxun said with a smile. "Why?" Lin Shen thought to himself, "She says she doesn't restrict my freedom, but in the end, it's the same thing n/o/vel/b//jn. .c//om. The environment of the star belt and its base mutation resources are far superior to what's inside Giant Ring Star. Mutated creatures are hardly seen down below, but on these floating islands, they are relatively easy to find." Tianxun took another sip of her liquid before continuing, "And now that you're a resident of Paradise Island, hunting in Giant Ring Star, which is under the jurisdiction of the Yin family, could be improper if you're discovered by someone from the Yin family." As she spoke, Tianxun used a communicator to project a map filled with various floating islands. With a few gestures, she selected one island and enlarged its image. "Here's what we'll do. This Ocean Heaven Island is one of the islands I use for vacations. It has a villa I used to stay in. I'll give it to you and your sister as a residence. It has some base mutation resources and mutated creatures too. The surrounding islands have plenty of base variant creatures, which you can hunt. Besides, it's close to Paradise Island, so when I'm practicing the 28 fists, if I have any problems, it'll be convenient to consult you," Tianxun said, her smile implying something more. Chapter 266, Chapter 266, Cosimo. Lin Shen didn't say much, as he hadn't really expected Tianxun to actually let him leave. Being able to leave Paradise Island was already a very advantageous situation for Lin Shen. At least when they used the watch to teleport away, it would be difficult for Tianxun to discover immediately. Tianxun didn't say anything more either, and after breakfast, had someone take Lin Shen and Lin Miao to Ocean Heaven Island. Compared to Paradise Island, Ocean Heaven Island is naturally much smaller, but still sufficiently large. The island even boasts an inland sea, and Tianxun's vacation home is built right on the sandy beach. The sea here doesn't have tidal movements. When there's no wind, the water acts like a mirror, reflecting the sky as if heaven and earth merged into one. It has to be said that Tianxuan knows how to enjoy life. The environment here is simply too beautiful. Because the inland sea occupies most of the island, there's barely any land area left, just a ring of mountains at the edges. Therefore, the resources of base variant creatures on Ocean Heaven Island are all in the c.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. Lin Miao and Lin Shen are both landlubbers, completely unfamiliar with water, so going underwater to hunt base variant creatures would clearly be challenging. Although Lin Shen possesses the floating on water skill, it only allows him to walk on water and doesn't enable him to dive for turtles. Lin Miao is quite pleased with the environment. The seaside villas are built like little princess castles, perfectly in line with her aesthetic tastes. Lin Shen isn't very particular about where he stays. Once settled in, he plans to go hunt base variant creatures. Of course, hunting base variant creatures isn't the main goal. Lin Shen mainly wants to see just how powerful the 28 fists really are. He initially didn't plan to go into the sea, but then he thought that if Tianxuan was secretly spying on him, being underwater would avoid her surveillance. Although Lin Shen can't swim, he can hold his breath. He could simply walk on the seabed, no need to swim. Just as Lin Shen was preparing to go underwater, he suddenly saw a flying vehicle descend, stopping on the sand above. Lin Shen thought it was Tianxuan, but the vehicle wasn't one of Tianxuan's, and the person who came out wasn't Tianxuan either. Human. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised. The one who came out of the flying vehicle was indeed a genuine human. However, he was dressed in glowing armor, with golden long hair and turquoise eyes, very much resembling the celestial clan leader except for the lack of wings. "Are you Lin Shen?" The newcomer sized up Lin Shen with a rather condescending air. "And who might you be?" Lin Shen wasn't too fond of his attitude. "Cosimo of the Medici family." The man said his name proudly, as though it symbolized honor itself. Lin Shen had to admit that he had indeed heard of this family. The Medici family is also a super family, but they had already shifted their focus into the universe. Not many of them remained on their home planet, but they were still a very powerful force there. "Do you want something from me?" Lin Shen was puzzled. How could Cosimo know that he was on Giant Ring Star? "Are you the Lin Shen who offended the Wan family?" Cosimo asked again. "What on earth do you want?" Lin Shen frowned. "It seems it really is you. I heard that a human named Lin Shen joined Paradise Island and thought it was just a coincidence of names, but it turns out to be you." Cosimo looked at Lin Shen and said, "Since you're here, follow me from now on." "Why should I follow you?" Lin Shen was already very annoyed. This person was simply making no sense. "You probably don't realize your current situation," said Cosimo indifferently. "Escaping from your home planet only offers temporary refuge. If High Mansion's proposal fails to pass in the Supreme Hall, you might have to wander the universe for a lifetime. Currently, High Mansion has secured less than half of the required votes, and with the influence of my Medici family, we can decide the voting rights of at least 20 seats. So what?" Lin Shen looked at Cosimo and said. "Of course, if you wish to wander the universe, it's your choice, but my Medici family has some influence on those planets you can visit. For instance, here on Giant Ring Star, if I want you to live, you can live well. If I want you dead, you won't see tomorrow's light." Cosimo always spoke in a condescending tone. "After saying so much, what exactly do you want me to do?" Lin Shen had already guessed why Cosimo had come to him and was not angry, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Was it Lord Tianxuan who personally brought you to join Paradise Island?" Cosimo seemed to think that Lin Shen was already his subordinate, asking commandingly. "Yes," Lin Shen nodded in reply. "Did you retrieve the Archangel's sword from Hell Island?" Cosimo obviously knew something. "Correct," Lin Shen admitted directly. "Very good, from now on you will follow me," said Cosimo, preparing to head towards the seaside villa. "What are you going to do?" Lin Shen reached out to stop Cosimo. "The environment on Ocean Heaven Island is quite nice, I will reside here from now on," Cosimo said as if it were a given. "Did I invite you to stay here?" Lin Shen's expression darkened. "It seems the lesson from the Wan family hasn't made you see reality clearly." "Then, let me teach you again," said Cosimo and suddenly moved, appearing in front of Lin Shen like a phantom, a large hand reaching for Lin Shen's head. The person who had previously taken the place of Lord Tianxun to retrieve the Archangel's sword from Hell Island was from the Mediki family, but unfortunately, they failed. Cosimo thought that Tianxun had given Ocean Heaven Island to Lin Shen simply because he had retrieved the Archangel's sword. Such a person wouldn't matter to Tianxun. Moreover, since it was an internal affair of their own humankind, Tianxun, given his temperament, would be even less likely to intervene. Besides, the Mediki family had long been affiliated with the celestial race, and in recent years, their relationship with Tianxun had become quite good, otherwise, Cosimo would not have come to a newly developed planet like Giant Ring Star. The Mediki family had expended so much manpower and resources to help Tianxun develop Giant Ring Star. The resources of Giant Ring Star itself were secondary, the main goal was to maintain a relationship with Tianxun. The Mediki family even hoped that Cosimo could attain Tianxun's favor, taking their cooperative relationship to the next level. In the eyes of the Mediki family, Tianxun, a once-in-a-century talent, was bound to achieve great things within the celestial race in the future, and investing in her would surely yield immense returns. However, the celestial race is different from the Diman tribe, as the celestials rarely intermarry with other races, so the difficulty is much greater. Fortunately, Tianxun is somewhat different from the typical members of the celestial race. Perhaps because she is not a pure-blood celestial but a very rare mixed-blood celestial, she does not have the same aversion to interbreeding with other races as pure celestials do. She even has a rebellious streak and deliberately associates with other races, which is why the Mediki family entertains such thoughts. Tianxun is exceptionally talented, but because of her mixed heritage, she has always been marginalized and suppressed within her clan. Otherwise, it would not have been the Mediki family's turn to cooperate with her. Chapter 267, Chapter 267 Out of Proportion. Lin Shen had been on guard against Cosimo, and almost at the same moment Cosimo made his move, Lin Shen's carapace had already enveloped his entire body. Cosimo's movements were extraordinarily fast, likely at the ascension level. Lin Shen had intended to avoid the strike first by using stepping on the immortal court, but then he caught sight of a familiar aircraft appearing in the sky. Almost instantaneously, Lin Shen abandoned the idea of dodging and threw a punch towards Cosimo's palm. With the enhancement of the boundless strength contract, Lin Shen's strength had almost reached 60, not inferior to a typical ascender. Even without using his innate skill, ordinary ascenders couldn't deal with him. But the moment his fist collided with Cosimo's palm, Lin Shen felt an enormous force attack him, a force he could not contend with. Lin Shen hadn't used his full strength and immediately used the momentum to fly backwards. It looked as if he had been slapped hundreds of meters away by Cosimo's palm, crashing directly into the sea. Unfortunately, Lin Shen didn't know the technique of using force to neutralize force, and the power from Cosimo was too great. His entire arm felt almost as if it had been shattered, causing him to grimace in pain. Cosimo, that guy, must be a high-level ascender. If I knew the Ximen swordsman's technique of using force to counteract force, I wouldn't have suffered this loss, Lin Shen assessed internally, thankful for his extraordinary recovery ability, as his injuries quickly healed. Lin Shen also knew that the Ximen swordsman's technique of using and counteracting force, aside from one's practiced skills, must also be supported by the base change talent, otherwise it wouldn't be so freakish, just practicing it wouldn't have been enough. Cosimo had punched Lin Shen and sent him flying but felt something was amiss. Before he could figure out what was wrong, he saw an aircraft descend and land not far from him. Seeing that aircraft, Cosimo immediately knew Lin Shen had intentionally let himself be hit, cursing internally, what a sly and cunning rogue. The door of the aircraft opened, and Tianxuan walked out. Star-Lord. Cosimo started to say something but was stopped by a gesture from Tianxuan. Only the planetary ruler holds the title of Star-Lord, and Tianxuan wasn't truly a Star-Lord yet. As Giant Ring Star was still being pioneered, she only had control over the Star Belt. Cosimo had used the title Star-Lord directly to show his respect for her. Tianxuan's gaze turned towards the sea, where she saw Lin Shen staggering up from the water, his clothes completely soaked and a trace of fresh blood at the corner of his mouth. Seeing Lin Shen in such a state turned Cosimo's face green with frustration. He knew that his palm strike must have hurt Lin Shen, but still, the carapace should have remained intact irrespective of the injury. Lin Shen being shaken up to the point of losing his carapace was sheer acting, obviously to make Tianxuan witness his miserable condition. This deceitful creature. Cosimo now only regretted that his palm strike hadn't been lethal, that he hadn't used his full power to kill Lin Shen. If he knew the fresh blood at the corner of Lin Shen's mouth wasn't caused by his strike but from Lin Shen biting his own tongue, he might have been even angrier. Lin Shen staggered out, then plunked down on the beach, struggling several times without being able to stand up. "You're acting. Keep acting." Cosimo coldly watched Lin Shen, not believing Lin Shen could do much to him. No matter what, the Medici family was a partner of Tianxuan, and she was unlikely to cross the Medici family over such a cur who had fled the human mother planet. "Lin Shen, what happened here?" Tianxuan asked knowingly. "Star-Lord." Cosimo opened his mouth to speak again, but a look from Tianxuan stopped him, and he swallowed his words back down. "Star-Lord, I really don't know what happened. This man came here to seize the island you gave me. I refused, and he tried to kill me, cough cough." Lin Shen spoke while feigning coughing up blood. Unfortunately, he had only bitten his tongue slightly, and no blood came out, so no matter how much he coughed, nothing came. "Cosimo, is that so?" Tianxuan turned to Cosimo and asked. "Star-Lord, he's lying. As a member of the same race, I came just to see him and talk about our hometown. I didn't mean anything by it, I just wanted to look after him on account of our shared heritage. But he was insolent, and I only taught him a lesson," Cosimo said. "Star-Lord, please see clearly, cough cough, on this ring island you bestowed upon me, I was beaten to this state, cough cough, please, Star-Lord, do justice for me, cough cough." Lin Shen coughed desperately, not caring whether he could cough up blood or not, the atmosphere had to be set right. Cosimo wanted to say something but was stopped by Tianxuan. Tianxuan said indifferently, "Cosimo, no matter your reasons, this is not your ring island, and the injured person is not you. Star-Lord. He is my guest, and the ring island was my gift to him. Are you slapping his face, or are you slapping my face?" When Cosimo still tried to justify himself, Tianxuan's expression cooled. Cosimo's face changed drastically, and he quickly gave a respectful gesture, "Please don't misunderstand, Star-Lord. The Medici family has always been loyal to you, and would never dare to offend you in any way, it truly was a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding or not, you injured him. You owe him an apology," Tianxuan said with a cold look at Cosimo. Cosimo's face turned extremely sour, apologizing to Lin Shen was something he just couldn't bring himself to accept. "What? Is my guest, Tianxuan's guest, not even worth an apology from you, the Medici family?" There was no longer any expression on Tianxuan's face. Seeing that Tianxuan seemed genuinely angry, Cosimo dared not say anything further. He turned to Lin Shen and said, "Lin Shen, my apologies, it was all a misunderstanding earlier. I didn't mean it. Just say whatever compensation you want. Is that how the Medici family teaches you to apologize? The celestial race doesn't have such manners." Before Lin Shen could say anything, Tianxuan's icy voice rang out again. Feeling the chill in Tianxuan's eyes, Cosimo no longer dared to treat the matter lightly. He bowed deeply to Lin Shen with clenched teeth. I'm sorry, it was my fault. You may go, and don't ever set foot on Ocean Heaven Island again. Tianxuan waved his hand, signaling Cosimo to leave, as if he couldn't bear to look at him any longer, almost with disgust. Without daring to say another word, Cosimo bowed and left, boarding his flying machine. As he was leaving, he gave Lin Shen a look that clearly held no goodwill. Now that he's gone, why are you still putting on an act? Tianxuan looked at Lin Shen, who was still coughing and sitting in the sand, and sneered. Did you come here to talk to me about the 28 fists? Lin Shen had no choice but to stand up and brush the sand off his body. What, after all I've done for you, not even a word of thanks? Tianxuan looked at him with a half-smile. You did help me, that's true, but this grudge has landed on my head now. Lin Shen didn't know if Tianxuan was taking the opportunity to suppress the Medici family or if he intentionally made Cosimo bear a grudge against him, forcing him to follow Tianxuan with no other paths available. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. No matter the situation, Lin Shen felt he didn't need to thank Tianxuan. Are you afraid? Tianxuan, far from being angry at having his thoughts revealed, actually laughed. Indeed, I am a bit scared. You know I had to flee because I couldn't make it on the human mother planet. I've only just arrived at Giant Ring Star not long ago, and now I've offended the Medici family, whose power is not weaker than the Wan family. I really fear that I will not have a place to stand here in the future, Lin Shen said. As long as you follow me wholeheartedly, you have nothing to fear, Tianxuan said lightly. Chapter 268, Chapter 268 Angel Rebirth. What exactly does wholehearted dedication mean? Lin Shen was much reassured by Tianxuan's words, as they at least indicated that Tianxuan intended to recruit him and his sister rather than silence them with death. Aren't you trying to pursue me? I'll give you a chance, but it's up to you whether you dare take it or not, said Tianxuan with a smile. What chance? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. He didn't believe in such thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. Kill Cosimo, and I'll seriously consider giving you a chance, Tianxuan said, surprising Lin Shen immensely. But isn't the Medici family your ally? Lin Shen was puzzled. Doing such a thing, wasn't it like cutting off one's own limb? The Medici family indeed is my ally, but unfortunately, in the past few years, they've become too inflated and lost sight of their place. You saw it just now, an ascender from the Medici family, when I commanded him to apologize, had to be told so many times. A dog needs to have the consciousness of being a dog that doesn't listen to its master deserves a lesson, Tianxuan said indifferently. Lin Shen roughly understood what Tianxuan meant. The Medici family had been in an alliance with Tianxuan but had become too self-important. Tianxuan wanted to teach them a lesson and yet expected them to continue serving her, so she couldn't carry out the deed herself. It just so happened that Lin Shen had a conflict with Cosimo, and Tianxuan was fanning the flames. Given the current inflated attitude of the Medici family, Cosimo probably would not let Lin Shen off. As long as Lin Shen could make good use of this opportunity, he could legitimately eliminate Cosimo. Lin Shen got Tianxuan's drift but did not agree to her proposal. Firstly, he didn't know how strong Cosimo actually was, but he estimated that Cosimo was of a high level, and Lin Shen might not be capable of killing him. Secondly, he was afraid that Tianxuan was merely using him, and after using him, she might hand him over to the Medici family to vent their anger, making him the sucker. It seems you're not wholeheartedly willing to follow me, Tianxuan saw right through Lin Shen's thoughts and said with a cold face. I too want to kill Cosimo, but unfortunately, I'm just a mutator and not even an ascender, so how could I possibly kill Cosimo who is at least a 5th turn ascender? Lin Shen said tactfully. 9th turn ascension, only 1 turn away from completion, Tianxuan said calmly, if I ask you to kill him, I obviously wouldn't send you off to die for nothing. It depends on whether you dare or not. If you don't, I won't make it difficult for you, but then our previous bet is nullified, and whether you live or die will no longer concern me. What bet? Lin Shen didn't catch on at once. I promised you an opportunity to pursue me if you couldn't master the 28 fists, and now, I indeed can't, so you've won. That's why I'm giving you this chance, and if you don't dare take it, you can't blame me, said Tianxuan with a smile. Only then did Lin Shen realize what Tianxuan was referring to with the bet. It wasn't that he was forgetful, but that he had never thought Tianxuan would take that bet seriously, much less that she would admit she had lost. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. You have to let me know how exactly I'm supposed to kill Cosimo, right? Lin Shen thought it over and decided that even if he didn't agree to Tianxuan's proposal to kill Cosimo, Cosimo probably wouldn't let him go anyway. He would be facing the Mediki family all the same, so he might as well hear what plan Tianxuan had. What is your base mutation rate now? Asked Tianxuan. 17%, Lin Shen answered truthfully. I will give you high-grade base mutation liquid essence to achieve 100% base mutation rate within 2 days, and then I'll give you an ascension egg to reach ascension level. After that, I'll teach you how to kill Cosimo. With the 28 fists in your possession, your chances of success are very high. Is 28 fists really that powerful? Lin Shen didn't think that 28 fists was all that impressive. It just seemed like a technique that could transfer strength into long-range fist power. To say that merely using 28 fists, a first turn could kill a 9th turn, Lin Shen was somewhat skeptical. That's because you have no idea just how strong 28 fists really is, Tianxuan said with a somewhat resentful look at Lin Shen. She truly couldn't understand why Lin Shen could manage to learn 28 fists, yet she couldn't. In the past, my friend could defeat almost any Nirvana invincible with just the 28 fists. Do you know why it's called 28 fists? Tianxuan asked. Lin Shen shook his head, indicating he didn't know. He had never even heard the name 28 fists before. When my friend faced an enemy, no matter who it was, it typically took just 2 punches to end the fight. Why 2 punches? Shouldn't a true powerhouse be able to kill with 1 blow? Lin Shen asked, curious. 1 punch to discourage, the second to kill. A 1-blow kill could be due to just reaching that level of strength, or it could be luck. To take your life with 2 punches is to tell you, your life can be taken at any time. And what does the 8 stand for? By the time he threw the second punch, the enemy was 80% likely to be dead. Well, that still leaves a 20% chance of survival. Yes, that 20% chance for survival was already given to you at the first punch, Tianxuan said with a smile. My friend's boxing technique didn't have a name. The name 28 fists was just something others started calling it, and over time it stuck. So that's the story behind 28 fists, Lin Shen murmured, even more puzzled, but I don't feel that 28 fists is that fierce. It only allows me to project fist power through the air. That's because you've only just begun, and you haven't been able to truly unleash the power of 28 fists. Don't worry, you can practice gradually. 3 days should be enough for you to grasp the threshold. To kill Cosimo, getting started is sufficient, Tianxuan said. Lin Shen still hesitated. It wasn't that he was hesitant about killing Cosimo, but rather about whether or not to use the ascension egg given by Tianxuan for his ascension. He was still waiting for Wei Wufu to send him primeval eggs. Using primeval eggs for ascension would allow him to possess 2 life bases. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//om. If he used the ascension egg given by Tianxuan, he would naturally lose those benefits. If you're afraid, let's call the whole thing off, Tianxuan said, already somewhat displeased seeing Lin Shen's hesitation. I've already decided on the ascension egg to use for my ascension, and it isn't convenient to change to another. Can we wait a bit longer, until my friend delivers the ascension egg, and then I'll make my move on Cosimo after ascending. Lin Shen felt compelled to say. There's no need to wait. Whatever ascension egg you were planning on using before, it likely won't be better than the one I'm offering you. It's from an ascended creature that only exists on the home planet of our celestial race. Upon using it for your ascension, your life base will receive a special base talent, and this base talent is an important part of your ability to kill from the first turn to the 9th turn. Without that base talent, even if you knew 28 fists, accomplishing a first turn kill on the 9th turn would be very difficult. Tianxun directly rejected Lin Shen's request. What sort of base talent is so powerful? Lin Shen was genuinely curious now. Angel Rebirth. Every time your strength is depleted, Angel Rebirth can revive your body to its peak condition, as if reborn anew. This ability is extremely important for you, as 28 fists consumes a lot of your bodily energy. After one punch, you're nearly incapable of fighting again. Only with Angel Rebirth can you continuously perform 28 fists. The two together make an unbeatable combination, and are the essential foundation for killing from first turn to 9th turn, Tianxun explained slowly. Chapter 269, Chapter 269 Base Mutation Pool. Lin Shen felt tempted, but upon further thought, he realized that the energy provided to him by his super base pattern in actual combat was already nearly sufficient. Moreover, it allowed him to constantly draw upon the world's force to replenish his body's expenditure, without having to wait until his strength was exhausted. It was more convenient than Angel Rebirth, and he truly did not need another Angel Rebirth skill. Of course, having that ability would be better, but it was not worth exchanging his life base for it. I still hope to ascend with the ascension egg I've prepared. After some consideration, Lin Shen refused Tianxun's suggestion. You need to think this through. I don't have time to wait for your ascension. Within 3 days, you must kill Cosimo. You have only this one chance. If you fail to kill Cosimo, you might not be able to protect yourself in the future. Thinking Lin Shen was backing down, Tianxun turned to leave. Who says I can't kill Cosimo without ascending? Lin Shen's sudden question stopped Tianxun from leaving. Who do you think you are? A mutator killing a 9th turn ascender? DESI wasn't this presumptuous even at his crystal base level. Tianxun found it somewhat laughable. Looking at Lin Shen, she said, you might have killed a few trash ascenders on humanity's mother planet, and now you think killing ascenders isn't that hard. But those who have reached the 9th turn of ascension are not there by chance. They are not beings a mutator can contend with. Don't kid yourself. Angel Rebirth combined with 28 fists is your only chance, and even that is just a chance. Whether you succeed or not will depend on how you execute it. I don't know who DESI is, and I know it's hard to kill a 9th turn ascender, but giving me a chance wouldn't be a loss for you, right? If I kill Cosimo, you achieve your goal. If I am killed by Cosimo, you have an excuse to deal with him. Whether I succeed or fail, you still win. It's just a matter of how much you win by. Lin Shen's words gave Tianxun a slight pause. She looked at Lin Shen as if he were mad. I'm now a bit curious about this ascension egg you've prepared. What is it that makes it worth risking your life for? No, it shouldn't be called taking a risk, but rather a surefire death, Tianxun said as she looked at Lin Shen. There are still 3 days, it might be enough time. You could save a mutated ascension egg that's so rare and precious. However, you still need to provide the base mutation liquid. If my friend can make it to the giant ring star within 3 days, I might still have a chance to ascend, Lin Shen said. All right, if you can slay Cosimo with your mutator status, you can skip that step. I'd make you my little lover on the spot, Tianxun said with a seductive smile, opening the door to the co-pilot's seat. Come on, you must use that high-grade base mutation liquid essence at my place. You also need to familiarize yourself with Cosimo's information and my plan. Lin Shen boarded the flyer and once again arrived at Tianxun's palace-like building. This time, the flyer that landed inside the building descended again. The ground turned out to be an elevator leading deep underground. Sitting inside the flyer and looking through the skylight as the elevator continued to descend, Lin Shen estimated that he must now be tens of thousands of meters underground by the time the elevator stopped. Tian Xun pushed the door open and walked out of the flyer, and Lin Shen also got out on the other side, only to see that outside the elevator was a cavern, half natural and half man-made. In the cavern, there was a black pool filled with an extremely viscous black liquid that emitted heat and bubbles, resembling molten asphalt. Is this the base mutation liquid essence? Lin Shen looked at the black liquid in the pool, asking with some uncertainty. Yes, this is a secret technique of the celestial race, referred to within the clan as the base mutation pool. The material used in this pool consists entirely of crystal base level mutated base mutation liquid, specially treated to remove the impurities and retain the essence, with other ingredients added to significantly improve absorption and transformation efficiency. 2 days is enough for your base mutation rate to increase to 100%. How do I use it? Do I just drink it? Lin Shen looked at the pool of what seemed like tar and found it hard to imagine how he could possibly drink it down. There's no need for that kind of hassle. Strip naked and jump in, simply soaking inside is enough, as this is the very essence of essences. Even skin contact is sufficient. If you were to drink it, a mutator's body might not be able to withstand it. Tian Xun looked at Lin Shen and said, "You don't have much time. What are you hesitating for? Get in the pool already. Could you step outside for a moment, please?" Lin Shen hadn't trained his skin to the extent that he could strip naked in front of an unfamiliar woman. "I need to watch over you in case you have an accident and your body can't handle it, so I can pull you out. Besides, time is pressing. After you enter the base mutation pool, I have to brief you on Cosimo and other matters," Tian Xun said, smilingly looking at Lin Shen, clearly without any intention of leaving. "At the very least, could you please turn around? Can you face away from me until I get into the pool?" Lin Shen said with a wry smile. "I'm a woman and I don't mind, what are you fussing about, acting all shy?" Tian Xun said, but she still turned around, giving her back to Lin Shen. Lin Shen squatted by the pool and dipped his finger into the base mutation pool to test it. The temperature wasn't as high as he had imagined, it was warm, but not enough to harm his body. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Just touching it with his finger let Lin Shen feel strands of strange energy conducting into his body, similar to the sensation after drinking base mutation liquid but even purer. The evolution theory started to operate automatically. Without further hesitation, Lin Shen stripped off his clothes and jumped directly into the base mutation pool. Soaking his whole body in the viscous black liquid, an enormous amount of pure energy penetrated into his body, and the evolution theory immediately began to operate wildly. Tian Xun didn't turn her head to look at Lin Shen but instead sat down on a nearby stone platform, her back still facing Lin Shen, and said, "Cosimo is quite a stunning figure among your humans. The evolution skill he practices is known as Divine Emperor skill, created by one of our celestial race's exceptionally strong individuals. It begins at an extremely high level, with entry starting directly from the crystal base without any preliminary parts." Lin Shen knew why there was no preliminary part, as most children of the celestial race were born at the crystal base level and therefore didn't need such a part. Their starting point was already at the crystal base. After obtaining the Divine Emperor skill, the Mediki family spent many years researching, experimenting, and trying to complete it. Still, no one could master it until the emergence of Cosimo, who surprisingly managed to do so, which is quite a miracle indeed. Tian Xun continued, "To my knowledge, Cosimo's unique abilities include Celestial Descent, Crown of the King, and Imperial Kill Fist. Celestial Descent is a skill that can enhance his attributes for a short duration, nearly doubling them for about 10 seconds, and can be used once every 24 universal hours. Crown of the King is a skill that increases the strength of his carapace. After using Crown of the King, it would be difficult for strength of the same level to break through his carapace. This lasts for about a minute and can also be used once every 24 universal hours. Imperial Kill Fist enhances strength to a certain degree, but that's not important. Even if his strength isn't increased, you still won't survive his attack. What you should watch out for is that Imperial Kill Fist inflicts tearing damage. With the strength of your body and carapace, I'm afraid just one punch from him could tear your body and carapace apart. Chapter 270, Chapter 270, A Bit Hard to Kill. Lin Shen felt a surge of surprise. Cosimo's innate abilities were indeed outrageously strong. If it weren't for having other plans, Lin Shen would not have even considered challenging Cosimo. These aren't even the deadliest. Cosimo's life base is a divine emperor's scepter, with the ability called God-given imperial authority, which can form a halo area. Within this halo, the 4 attribute scores of everyone but himself will be significantly weakened. Even for a nirvana being, without the corresponding ability to counteract, their 4 attributes would be weakened by the God-given imperial authority's halo, just not as severely. You are only a mutator, with the highest attribute scores barely reaching 41. Inside the God-given imperial authority's halo area, I fear not even half would remain. Do you still think that with your base mutation body, you can slay the 9th turn Cosimo? Tian Xun looked at Lin Shen with a smile that was more mocking than genuine. She chose to tell Lin Shen all this now to get him to dismiss such ludicrous thoughts, to have him use her ascension egg for ascension. That way, by relying on angel rebirth and 28 fists, along with her intricate layout and design, there might be a chance of success. Lin Shen in the pool was silently astounded. Cosimo was absurdly strong indeed. With each ascension, an ascender's attribute scores increase by 10% based on their original scores, without repeating the increase in subsequent reincarnations. That is to say, if Cosimo's base score was 80, then after the 9th turn it would mean an 80% increase in his attributes, bringing his true scores close to 150. If you add the enhancement of celestial descent, in those 10 seconds, Cosimo's combat power could be terrifying to an unimaginable degree. Moreover, taking into account the weakening effect of God-given imperial authority, killing such a Cosimo is beyond hope for even the strongest mutator. His 3 base change talents are also very strong. Celestial Descent, Lin Shen's super base change, and Wei Wufu's Phoenix Mystique talent have something of the same cleverly achieved purpose. Celestial Descent directly doubles the 4 attributes without any cost, but its duration is relatively short. Lin Shen's super base change also strengthens all 4 attributes, but at the cost of consuming a large amount of energy. If he has enough energy, super base change can double the attributes or even more. However, usually, the energy that Lin Shen has is insufficient to support a doubling of attributes through super base change. Even the world's force absorbed by the super base pattern cannot reach that level, unless the environment at the time is extremely particular, allowing for a massive absorption of world's force. Only then is it possible to double the attributes. Wei Wufu's Phoenix Mystique is an innate skill gained when advancing to Crystal Base, similarly enhancing the 4 attributes. It can also double the attributes and is very enduring, unlike the short duration of Celestial Descent, and is not as unstable as Lin Shen's super base pattern, although it also requires a certain amount of energy, just not as much as the super base pattern. N/O/vel/b//n.c//om. However, Phoenix Mystique has its drawbacks too. Once it is used, one must continue fighting to the end, no matter how strong the opponent. Any retreat or cowardice will cause Phoenix Mystique to backlash against its user, which can be lethal. Wei Wufu managed to kill the 3rd turn Zhu Kailing largely thanks to Phoenix Mystique. The beauty of Celestial Descent is that it doesn't require any cost, it only has a short duration, but that's enough to end a battle at a crucial moment. When combined with the Crown of the King and Imperial Kill Fist, it is theoretically impossible for a mutator to kill a fully skilled Cosimo. Of course, Lin Shen believes he has a chance to kill Cosimo not merely on his own strength. Since his arrival on this planet, the sacrificial halo has often signaled an increase in sacrifices. It's estimated that as the celestial race's pioneer core continues to pioneer, the continual death in battle results as sacrifices for the sacrificial halo. According to the calendar of Giant Ring Star, I've only been here for 3 or 4 days, yet the attributes bestowed by the sacrificial halo have already exceeded 100 points. At this rate, within 3 days, the attributes endowed by the sacrificial halo should reach at least 150 points or even more. Adding to my own original attributes, my strength could break through 200. Unfortunately, the attributes increased by the sacrificial halo do not stack with the enhancement effect of super base change, which can only strengthen the attributes I originally possess. I had thought that with such an enhancement in attributes, it shouldn't be difficult to kill the 9th turn Ascender Cosimo. After all, with nearly the same attributes, I easily blasted away Wan Shualayu, a 7th turn, who is only 20% stronger than a 7th turn. The chances should still be quite high. But hearing what Tianxun said, it seems that killing Cosimo with such attributes may not be so easy. After all, Wan Shualayu didn't have an abnormal attribute enhancement skill like Celestial Descent, nor the desperate ability to forcefully burst seeds. The attribute enhancement provided by the sacrificial halo's offerings means the higher the attributes, the more offerings are required. To add a single point of attribute in the beginning, a common steel level offering might suffice, but later on, even 10 crystal base offerings might not be enough to add 1 point of attribute. If a few ascenders died, or a nirvana level offering perished, then the attributes of the sacrificial halo could see a significant increase. Originally, it took me so long to accumulate the sacrificial halo's power, and only after the battle at Sky Star Slope did I accumulate over 150 points. In just 3 or 4 days on Giant Ring Star, the attributes of the sacrificial halo have already broken 100, which shows how brutal the pioneering on Giant Ring Star is. Unless the attributes of the sacrificial halo can significantly increase in the next 3 days, killing Cosimo will indeed not be easy. If I don't succeed in one strike, then I'll only be able to teleport away from Giant Ring Star to seek refuge, Lin Shen calculated silently in his heart. Have you thought it through? Are you still insistent on slaying a 9th turn Ascender as a mutator? Seeing that Lin Shen had been silent for a long time, Tianxun turned around, looked at Lin Shen with a smile, and asked. You are the Lord of Giant Ring Star, you should be aware of the current pioneering situation on Giant Ring Star, right? Lin Shen paused before asking. I can only be considered 1/3 of a Star Lord, I manage the Star Belt area. The land is being pioneered by the An family, while the sea is being pioneered by the Qi family. I do know a bit about their pioneering situations. What do you want to ask this for? Tianxun asked, puzzled. Just curious, how many people have died during the pioneering? Lin Shen asked casually. Tianxun misunderstood the implication and responded indifferently, we wouldn't send Cosimo for pioneering, it's just some cannon fodder from other races. If it were that easy to use this as an excuse, why go through such a hassle and take such a big detour to get you involved? Lin Shen knew that Tianxun had misunderstood him, but he didn't explain and continued to ask, what level are those cannon fodder from other races? How many are there? How many die each day? Most of them are mutators, it's hard to say exactly how many there are. When a batch dies, another batch is replenished. Each family probably has about 100,000 mutators now. There are some ascenders too, but not in large numbers. As for how many die, that depends on what is encountered in the pioneering area. If they disturb an unknown nirvana creature, they could all be wiped out at once. If they encounter a large number of ascended creatures, quite a few will also die. Tianxun didn't understand what Lin Shen was getting at with these questions. Isn't that all just luck? Lin Shen was somewhat speechless. If those cannon fodder were unlucky enough to disturb nirvana creatures, resulting in an annihilation, then Lin Shen's sacrificial halo would immediately take off. If the Pioneer Corps doesn't encounter any dangers within these 3 days, then it's hard to say how much the sacrificial halo's attributes could increase. Chapter 271, Chapter 271, The Tianxuan Project. Lin Shen, no matter how he calculated, found it wouldn't be easy to kill Cosimo under normal circumstances unless he could first eliminate his innate skill. Of course, this was also very difficult, as Cosimo wouldn't recklessly use celestial descent unless it was a matter of life and death. After using celestial descent, he probably wouldn't give anyone else a chance. Tianxuan stopped suggesting that Lin Shen use her ascension egg to ascend. However, she believed that Lin Shen had no other choice but to follow her plan in the end. Besides Cosimo's own strength, the teleporter he possesses is another issue. He can teleport away from Giant Ring Star at any time, so to kill him, you'll also need to deal with this problem, Tianxuan continued. How should we resolve this? Lin Shen only then remembered that not only he had a watch teleporter on Giant Ring Star to escape with at any moment. Therefore, you can only kill him in a special place. There are a few places within the star belt where the teleporter cannot be activated, such as Hell Island, where you went before. Only then did Lin Shen learn that teleportation was impossible on Hell Island. Thinking back, he felt somewhat frightened. Thankfully, there was indeed no significant danger on Hell Island. This was also the first time Lin Shen knew that the use of teleporters could be restricted. From now on, he had to plan an extra step ahead. You want me to kill Cosimo on Hell Island? Lin Shen frowned. Of course not. If you two start fighting on Hell Island, it's most likely that you'll all be killed by the Hell Gatekeeper. Besides, Cosimo won't go to Hell Island since it would be a dangerous action for him too. Tianxuan paused before continuing, the place I've arranged for you isn't far from Ocean Heaven Island. It's a floating island ring named Razor Fang Island. There are many base mutation level Razor Fang beasts on that island, which resemble a hybrid of wild boars and porcupines with a high mutation rate. There are also a few ascension level Razor Fang beasts. After several explorations, no advanced life forms or other anomalies have been discovered on Razor Fang Island. But, there are two restrictions there, one is that you cannot fly, and the other is the inability to use teleporters. You gave me Ocean Heaven Island, had you already calculated everything from the start? The news of me joining, was that also deliberately let out by you for Cosimo to know? Lin Shen suddenly realized many things. I didn't release any news. However, the news that I brought a human to my place, anyone determined enough would not be unaware of it, said Tianxuan with a smile. Would Cosimo go to a place like Razor Fang Island? Lin Shen felt if it were him, he would not trouble himself by going to such a place. You don't understand Cosimo, nor do you understand the Mediki family, they can't tolerate you. Of course, this is assuming Cosimo is completely confident that he can kill you without risk. For a 9th turn ascending being to kill someone at first turn, the concerns are much less. Of course, if you were still a mutator, then he would have no concerns at all. Razor Fang Island would be the perfect place to kill you, where you wouldn't even have the chance to teleport and escape. Tianxuan believed Lin Shen no longer entertained the idea of killing Cosimo as a mutator. Lin Shen was now not considering whether or not to kill Cosimo as a mutator, but whether to continue with the plan at all. On Razor Fang Island, Cosimo couldn't escape, but neither could he. This kind of fight with no backup plan was something Lin Shen greatly disliked. Moreover, to kill Cosimo, let alone his current strength, even if he ascended, it would still be very difficult. The key point was the lack of a retreat. Such fights were suitable for Wei Wufu, not for someone like him who bore the crucial responsibility of branching out and propagating. Lin Shen thought to himself, how could he terminate this plan without angering Tianxuan? I was careless, Lin Shen sighed in his heart, but could think of no good solution. Only now did he realize how much he had relied on the sacrificial halo. Without it, he would never have considered Tianxuan's proposal, much less agreed to it. It's inevitable that people become complacent at times, No wonder the Mediki family got ahead of themselves. Lin Shen decided in his heart that in the future, he must exclude the sacrificial halo in his deliberations. Otherwise, if this continued, he was bound to suffer losses sooner or later. Seemingly grasping Lin Shen's thoughts, Tianxun continued, "You don't need to worry too much. I have made thorough preparations for your battle. The enhancer secretly produced by the celestial race can greatly strengthen your body in a short period, boosting both your strength and speed significantly. The side effect of this enhancer is that it will leave your body extremely weak afterward, but with angel rebirth, you can ignore that side effect. I have also prepared a special set of celestial battle armor for you. This armor is capable of withstanding a full-powered attack from Cosimo." Tianxun continued, "In addition, I have prepared a weapon for you. With your strength, even without celestial descent, you could not break through the reinforced carapace of the crown of the king. With this weapon, you will have a chance to kill Cosimo. Didn't you say 28 fists are the key to killing Cosimo? Why the need for a weapon now?" Lin Shen was somewhat puzzled. "Yes, 28 fists are the key to killing Cosimo, but your level is too low right now, and you have only just begun to learn the basics of it. You have yet to grasp the true essence of the skill. So, a backup is necessary. The weapon I've prepared for you is a pair of gauntlets, which can enhance your fist power," Tianxun explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Shen understood that such weapons existed. Why does Cosimo have to be killed within 3 days? Isn't it possible to do it later? Lin Shen felt that there was indeed a chance to kill Cosimo after hearing Tianxun's plan. The issue was, this plan was predicated on Lin Shen using her Ascension Egg for Ascension to attain angel rebirth. Because in 4 days, a Nirvana being from the Mediki family will arrive at the giant ring star. After staying here for a while, he will leave with Cosimo. Would you rather kill Cosimo under the watch of a Nirvana being or chase after them? Tianxun said with a smile. Having heard this, Lin Shen was even more inclined to call off the operation. A Nirvana-level powerhouse was about to arrive. If he killed Cosimo first, it would be like thrusting his neck onto their blade. Would Tianxun truly protect him then? Lin Shen did not want his fate in someone else's hands. Lin Shen was already planning to find a time to flee from the giant ring star, or he could go to the Realm King planet, set the time to the maximum, and hide for a while. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Scared? Tianxun seemed to discern Lin Shen's intentions, speaking indifferently. Quite scared, actually. That's a Nirvana-level powerhouse. Killing me is barely more troublesome than squashing an ant, Lin Shen said with earnestness on his face. Tianxun burst out laughing. You're quite candid about your fear of death. Aren't you just afraid of being the scapegoat? I'll give you protection, Tianxun said as he stood up and began to unbutton the top button of his shirt. Chapter 272, Chapter 272, Soul Gem. Lin Shen saw Tianxun as nothing but a mosaic of human shape, and the seductive gesture didn't elicit any special feeling in him. Tianxun originally intended to tease Lin Shen, but seeing him with no reaction at all, as if his gaze upon her was no different from staring at the air, she felt somewhat uncomfortable for reasons unknown. She was supposed to undo just the first button, but she undid too, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin and a deep, unfathomable cleavage. Regrettably, this beautiful scene was not for Lin Shen to enjoy, it was all mosaics to him. Tianxun saw no change in Lin Shen's gaze, as if the most beautiful mountain scenery were no more than pork to him, stirring in her a nearly murderous impulse. Holding down the rage in her heart, Tianxun's fingers slid over her sensuous collarbone. In between her collarbones, on the snow-white skin, an odd crystal seemed to have grown, as though congealed from fresh blood. Lin Shen couldn't see the strange crystal on Tianxun's body and had no idea what she was doing, blankly watching her. Tianxun, now devoid of any smile on her face, looked extremely cold as she reached out and yanked the blood-red crystal out of her own flesh. Although it clearly grew within her flesh, when she extracted it, her skin remained intact without any blemishes. "I am half spirit clan by blood, and this is my soul gem," Tianxun said, fingering the blood-colored crystal, deliberately letting it spin in front of her chest against her pale skin, creating a stark contrast of blood and white. But sadly, Lin Shen's gaze remained as clear as the spring water on a snowy mountain, free from any impurity. "I just left my home planet, so I don't know much about the races in the universe," Lin Shen said, a bit helplessly, his knowledge of the universe coming merely from Tianxin and Wei Wufu, which really wasn't much. With the countless races in the universe, he genuinely hadn't heard of the Spirit Clan. "Not knowing is fine, just ask someone and you will naturally find out," Tianxun, holding the soul gem, said like making a wish. "With my soul gem I make a promise, if Lin Shen can kill Cosimo within 3 days, I will ensure his safety. Should my heart betray this vow, my spirit shall shatter." As Tianxun spoke, a blood light pulsed within the soul gem like a heartbeat, its light growing ever stronger, coalescing into a core of light. Tianxun tossed the soul gem towards Lin Shen, who raised a hand and caught it. It was just a stone, yet the moment it came into contact with Lin Shen, he felt as if he could hear its heartbeat, Tianxun's promise echoing repeatedly within the soul gem, as though whispered by ancient gods. "Keep the soul gem. You can inquire about what happens if a promise made with a spirit clan's soul gem is broken," Tianxun said as she rebuttoned her shirt, her face expressionless. Lin Shen didn't need to ask to guess that if Tianxun went to such extents, the soul gem must have a significant restraining power on her. Now Lin Shen pretty much believed in Tianxun's sincerity, but even if she would not use him as a scapegoat, the question of how to kill Cosimo remained a difficult one. Lin Shen had planned to use this reason to terminate the cooperation with Tianxun, but with Tianxun's move, he had no chance to even refuse. "First, let's see how much the offerings increase in the next 2 days, if it's really not enough, I'm afraid we'll have to use Tianxun's mutated ascension egg for flight." Lin Shen thought that even at the cost of a life base, he couldn't risk his life, and if it came to it, he would have to follow Tianxun's plan. "I'll do my best," Lin Shen sighed. "Good, then let's now study the 28 fists. I may not be able to master the 28 fists, but I do understand them somewhat. You have just started learning the 28 fists and haven't yet tapped into their full potential. Allow me to share with you what I have observed of the 28 fists, it might help you in grasping them." Tianxun began to recount her experiences with the 28 fists. Sea Corn Base. A man dressed in a hoodie and cargo pants walked on the streets of Sea Corn Base. He bowed his head, hands buried in his trouser pockets, and walked slowly, as if he were strolling through the streets. Yet his head never lifted, his gaze always fixed on the road beneath his feet, ambling forward without any sign of interest in the path ahead. On the road ahead, a little girl cautiously rode an iron-horned horse, careful in her movements. The girl rode slowly, clearly a novice at handling the iron-horned horse, and although she had mastered the basics, her lack of confidence made her exceedingly cautious. At the intersection, the girl checked for a green light before proceeding. But just then, a large black bull came charging from the left, ignoring the red light and colliding with the iron-horned horse. Luckily, since the iron-horned horse was moving slowly and the girl tried her best to swerve away, the collision wasn't full on. The iron-horned horse's head was struck, causing it to tumble to the ground, with the girl falling alongside. Because the black bull had run into the iron-horned horse, its rider was also thrown off. "Are you blind? How could you ride like that? If you can't ride, don't come out and endanger others," the middle-aged woman shouted at the girl, having clambered to her feet. "I only went because I saw a green light," the girl said softly. "So, a green light means you just go? Don't you know to watch for others? What are eyes for, just for airing out?" The woman berated the girl, wagging her finger in her face. "It was clearly you who ran the red light. How can you blame the girl?" An onlooker, a young man, could no longer stand by and stepped forward to speak. So what if I ran a red light? Does that mean she can be blind? Clearly, she was deliberately blocking the way, trying to scam a payout. You're in cahoots, aren't you? Trying to con money? Well, let me tell you, you won't get a penny out of me, the woman shouted, jumping up and down in fury. Several passers-by attempted to reason with her but were met with a tirade of insults that left them speechless. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. The woman was mid-tirade when she suddenly noticed a tall figure had approached her. Another one? Great, all of you are in this together, right? Bullying a helpless woman alone, is that it? I'll have you know I'm not afraid. Go on, hit me. I refuse to believe that Corn Base has no one who can handle trash like you. She yelled at the towering figure. Without warning, the tall figure stretched out a large hand and pressed it against her head. The woman's eyes widened in shock, mouth opening to say something, but before she could utter another word, she felt an overwhelming force bearing down on her. Bang! The woman's head was forced to the ground and burst open, spilling blood in all directions. Suddenly, all sounds went silent. The mysterious figure withdrew his hand and stood, sparing no glance to the body on the ground, and continued walking. Everyone watched him leave in silence, no one daring to speak. Soon, enforcers from Corn Base arrived on the scene, and one of the mutators moved to intercept the stranger but was stopped by a companion. Don't engage, I think I've heard of this guy. We can't handle him. Go, get the master of the mansion. The mutator said, eyeing the stranger. However, they soon realized that the stranger was actually heading toward High Mansion. Chapter 273, Chapter 273 Miadu's Star. Hai Daxiu received the news and came to the gate immediately. She had also heard about this stranger, but had not expected that he would actually come to Corn Base, and it seemed he was heading for High Mansion. Have you come to find me? Seeing the stranger stop in front of the gate, Hai Daxiu sized him up and asked. Where is Lin Shen? The stranger asked. Do you have a grudge against him? Hai Daxiu asked with a frown. He took something of mine, the stranger replied. He's not at High Mansion, he's gone to an alien world. Hai Daxiu did not conceal the fact, as all the major families of the Supreme Hall were already aware that Lin Shen had gone to an alien world. It was because Lin Shen and Lin Miao were no longer on the mother planet that the Wan family did not send a large number of ascenders back. Which planet? The stranger asked again. I see no reason to tell you, Hai Daxiu said, looking at the stranger and speaking slowly. Surprisingly, after hearing Hai Daxiu's words, the stranger said nothing, turned around, and left. You think you can leave without providing an explanation after killing someone at Corn Base? An ascender by Hai Daxiu's side immediately summoned a spirit-based sword and sent it flying towards the stranger like a flash of lightning, aiming at the stranger's back. It was as if the stranger had eyes on his back. He casually reached back and grabbed the spirit-based sword. With just a gentle squeeze, the sword shattered into countless pieces in his hand, clinking and clattering to the ground. The ascender's face turned pale as he now felt relieved that he had not released his own life base and had only used a spirit-based sword. A second-turn spirit-based sword, with no innate powers used, just shattered in a bare hand grip. The strength displayed was truly terrifying. The stranger slowly turned around without looking at the ascender but instead fixed his gaze on Hai Daxiu and said slowly, his life for a piece of information. The ascender was enraged and tried to speak but was stopped by Hai Daxiu raising her hand. Do you want Lin Shen dead? Hai Daxiu asked directly. I only want to take back what belongs to me, the stranger said. He is with the celestial race, that's all I can say, Hai Daxiu pondered. The stranger stared at Hai Daxiu for a while, then turned away. Although he seemed to walk away slowly, he vanished at the end of the long street in the blink of an eye. Mansion Master. The ascender still wanted to say something. Hai Daxiu looked at him coldly and said, if you want to die, go ahead and find him. I won't stop you. The ascender was taken aback. Could it be that not even you, Mansion Master, are his match? You talk too much, Hai Daxiu said and then ignored him, turning back and walking into the mansion. The stranger headed south, returning to the vicinity of Darkbird Base, passing Flower Path and the Gorge, and arriving at Gourd Mountain. Without Darkbird to guide him, he could actually see Gourd Mountain and went straight up to the summit, arriving at the cave Lin Shen had visited before. The stranger surveyed the cave, walked to a corner inside, and extended his hand, thrusting it directly into the rock. The rock, immensely hard, was like tofu beneath his palm, easily penetrated. With a casual flick, the ground's rock shattered, revealing a seemingly bottomless hole. The stranger did not hesitate to leap down, plummeting through the dark cavern, eventually disappearing from sight. Miadu's star. Tian Xin's mood was terrible today. She just parked her flying vehicle by the roadside to grab a bite, and when she came back, she found her flying vehicle path blocked by another vehicle, which didn't leave any contact information on top. What was more infuriating was that as she checked the flying vehicle for contact information, the vehicle emitted a sound, the sound of being locked. This proved that the owner of the spacecraft was nearby, definitely saw him, and this was a provocation. If this were not one of the celestial race's primary stars, Miadu's star, and if the Star Lord here didn't have a grudge against his family, Tian Xin, with his personality, would have smashed the spacecraft right away. Bang! The thing Tian Xin wanted to do but didn't, someone did it for him. A strange person dressed in a hoodie, with a hat covering most of his face, slapped his hand on the obstructive spacecraft, directly smashing down the top of the vehicle. Tian Xin watched the strange person in a daze as he kicked the flattened spacecraft to an empty spot nearby. Friend, who asked you to meddle? Tian Xin glanced at the celestial striding out of the nearby shop, looking furious, and sneered at the strange person. I dislike meddlers the most, especially when they meddle in my business. Having said that, Tian Xin leaped up, feet landing on the spacecraft that was quickly becoming trash, turning it into real junk as pieces scattered all over the place. Get on! Tian Xin turned and returned to his own spacecraft. As he started it up, he opened the co-pilot's door and shouted to the strange person. The strange person gave him a look and without a word, sat down beside him. Tian Xin flew the spacecraft into the sky, and by the time the Celestial came flapping his wings in pursuit, he could only curse at the spacecraft disappearing into the distance. What's a human like you doing on Miadu's star? Tian Xin asked while piloting the spacecraft. Looking for someone, the strange person replied. The address? He's with the celestial race. Of course, I know he's with the celestial race, otherwise why would you come to Miadu's star? That's nonsense. I'm asking for his exact address. Don't know, I just know he's with the celestial race. You mean to say the person you're looking for might not even be on Miadu's star, you just know he's on the territory of the celestial race? Yes. Then you're looking for a needle in a haystack. The celestial race governs tens of thousands of subordinate stars. You think you can find someone just with your 2 legs and a mouth? You'd be lucky to find him. Tian Xin thought for a moment and then said, what's the name of the person you're looking for, and what race is he? Lin Shen, a human, the strange person answered. Lin Shen? Which Lin Shen? Could it be that guy nicknamed Playboy? Tian Xin's eyes widened as he turned to look at the strange person, nearly crashing into an oncoming spacecraft. Yes. Why are you looking for him on Miadu's star instead of going to the human mother planet? Could it be that Lin Shen has come to the celestial race? Tian Xin's eyes lit up as he spoke. Yes, the strange person nodded. Are you his friend or foe? Tian Xin asked again. He took something of mine. I want to take it back, the strange person said. That's something that bastard would do. Follow me, I'll lead you to him. He took something from me as well, and I've been looking for him too. Tian Xin misunderstood the strange person's intention, thinking they'd both been robbed by Lin Shen, and suddenly felt a kinship of shared enmity, gritting his teeth as he spoke. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. How will we find him? The strange person asked calmly. I can't vouch for anywhere else, but I have some friends in the celestial race's territory. Leave it to me, Tian Xin said, suddenly feeling much better and even a bit excited. On Realm King Planet, he was no match for Lin Shen, who had thoroughly outwitted him. He hadn't expected Lin Shen to come to the celestial race. Now that he had, things would be easier. As soon as he found Lin Shen, Tian Xin swore to strip him of everything he had, not even leaving him a pair of underwear. Lin Shen, you wait for me. Don't let me find you, because even if you call me dad, I won't let you off. Tian Xin was already fantasizing about how he would cruelly humiliate Lin Shen after finding him. Chapter 274, Chapter 274, Lin Shen's Advantage. Tian Xun had personally witnessed the use of the 28 fists, and according to her, after it was deployed, the first punch seemed rather ordinary, with nothing special about it. However, the second punch carried an aura of annihilation, as if everything could be destroyed by it, not just the physical body, but it seemed even souls could be shattered along with it. Tian Xun had personally seen a friend of mine use the 28 fists to blast a nirvana being to death. She was only watching from a distance, but she trembled greatly, her soul nearly damaged. Tian Xun recounted her detailed experience of watching the 28 fists, so that Lin Shen could gain a better understanding of them. After listening, Lin Shen felt very strange because the 28 fists he had mastered did not seem as powerful as Tian Xun described. For example, Tian Xun said that just by watching from a distance, her soul was nearly damaged, yet Lin Shen did not feel that the 28 fists had the capacity to intimidate the soul. Tian Xun firmly believed that the 28 fists were a type of boxing technique that united the essence, energy, and spirit into one. They could not only injure from a distance but also greatly enhance strength and even had the ability to damage the soul. She thought that Lin Shen had only grasped the form and had not yet truly understood the true essence of the 28 fists, that's why he felt they were nothing special. Tian Xun has personally seen the 28 fists, and with her level and insight, she should not be mistaken. However, apart from the long-range attack effect, I did not feel any increase in strength or the ability to harm the soul. Lin Shen carefully reflected on his use of the 28 fists, indeed finding none of those two effects. Tian Xun left the underground secret chamber, telling Lin Shen to comprehend the 28 fists by himself. Once his base mutation rate reached 100%, he only needed to press the switch on the wall, and Tian Xun would come to fetch him. Lin Shen's watch displayed a notification of base mutation rate +1 every now and then. At this rate, it seemed he wouldn't even need half a day for his base mutation rate to reach 100%. After thinking for a long time and still unable to figure out what was so special about the 28 fists, Lin Shen could only give up for the moment. After soaking in the base mutation essence later, he would practice in real combat to see if he could achieve the effects described by Tian Xun. Though he had not grasped the essence of the 28 fists, Lin Shen thought of something else. The 28 fists could attack from a distance, an ability the Ascenders did not possess. The long-range attacks of Ascenders relied on the flying ability of their life base. Razor Fang Island prohibited flying, and neither Ascenders nor life bases could take to the air. While Lin Shen could not fly, he could jump, and jumping wasn't within the prohibitions of Razor Fang Island. Coupled with the Stairway to Heaven ability, he could remain in the air for extended periods. This meant that he could fly on Razor Fang Island and launch long-range attacks, while Cosimo would be devoid of flight and long-range offensive abilities, left only to take hits passively. With this realization, Lin Shen found that he might actually have some advantages. However, such advantages were not enough to guarantee a decisive victory. After all, if Cosimo couldn't win, he could simply run, and once he left the range of Razor Fang Island, he would be able to fly again. Lin Shen needed to kill him, not just gain the upper hand. Although it's not enough to turn the tide, having this assurance allows me to take the initiative to some extent. Lin Shen gained a little more confidence in killing Cosimo, feeling that it was still possible. In this period, there had been few additional offerings, only a scattered few. It seems the Pioneer Corps had not taken any large-scale action, or that they had not encountered any dangers. This was Lin Shen's biggest concern. Without a decisive attribute, it would be too hard to kill Cosimo. All of the 28 fists were illusory. Lin Shen did not believe that in his own hands, they would have the same might as when his friend used them. Lin Shen even suspected that the strength of 28 fists may not necessarily be due to the technique itself, but rather because the person, my friend, was strong.n/o/b/in.c/om. Since he was idle anyway, Lin Shen first sorted through the useful abilities he possessed. A cup ointment sealing was his biggest trump card now. If his strength wasn't enough to kill Cosimo, he would have to rely on a cup ointment sealing when the time came. 7 steps of conflict seemed useless at the moment, but Lin Shen had an idea that might make it incredibly useful. If, in the end, Lin Shen still couldn't kill Cosimo, he planned to have Tianxun shoot him. That shot might be the key to turning defeat into victory. To everyone else, it would appear that Tianxun was shooting at him. But for Lin Shen, as long as the pet capsule shot by Tianxun entered his 7 steps range, he could gain a speed faster than the pet capsule. Lin Shen had already tested this before because he was somewhat worried that the fire seed ability of 7 steps of conflict might backfire, so he had experimented a few times. The explanation for 7 steps of conflict is that guns are faster beyond 7 steps, but I am faster within 7 steps. Indeed, it is faster within 7 steps, but what if someone shoots from beyond 7 steps? Wouldn't that mean they'd be faster than him? Then wouldn't it mean that if someone shot at him from beyond 7 steps, he would definitely not be able to dodge it? Because of this, Lin Shen experimented many times and found it wasn't the case. If someone shot from beyond 7 steps, as long as the bullet entered his 7 steps range, he could still increase his speed. After concluding this, Lin Shen was completely reassured. With this fire seed ability, firearms would have a hard time hitting him. Based on this principle, as long as Tianxun shot at him with a Nirvana-level pet gun and the pet capsule entered his 7 steps range, his speed could soar to the level of Nirvana. Using that Nirvana-level speed to directly seal Cosimo's acupoints would be a sure win. I must make good use of it. This is my trump card for certain victory. But how should I talk to Tianxun about it? I definitely can't let her know about the ability of 7 steps of conflict. I need to find a way. Lin Shen was considering how to bring this up with Tianxun. Beyond these 2 skills, crashing on Razor Fang Island also proved somewhat useful, whereas floating on water skill wasn't of much use. As he was thinking, he suddenly saw death powder emerge from his clothes that he had taken off. Has it digested everything? Lin Shen was overjoyed, as a significant portion of his skills were tied to death powder. Without it, half of the techniques he learned would be wasted. Death powder's belly had returned to normal. It flew next to Lin Shen and then plunged headfirst into the base mutation pool. Is this guy a reincarnation of a glutton? Why does it want to swallow everything good? Lin Shen hastily pulled death powder out of the pool. This thing had already begun devouring the base mutation liquid essence in the pool. Who knew if it could gulp down the entire pool of essence, which would leave him unable to explain things to Tianxun. He immediately reverted death powder back to a capsule form to prevent any further mischief. Upon checking its attributes, Lin Shen was surprised to find that death powder had gained an additional skill. Super Base Prison King's Eye, this is the base talent of the Blood Prison King. Lin Shen was ecstatic. He never expected that death powder could transform the base talent into its own ability. Chapter 275, Chapter 275, Prison King's Eye. Wow, that works too. After Lin Shen closely examined the Super Base Prison King's Eye of Death Powder, he was overjoyed. Super Base Prison King's Eye transforms strength into the gaze of the Prison King at an efficiency rate of 120%. The gaze can bind opponents with an effective range of 1000 meters. Previously, the Blood Prison King's gaze didn't even reach 1000 meters, and the conversion efficiency was certainly not at 120%. This ability had clearly been enhanced on Death Powder. In the future, once Death Powder ascends, with each reincarnation, the effect of the Prison King's Eye would continue to grow stronger. The only pity was that Death Powder's current strength attribute was still quite low, so it could bind some lower-level creatures, but when facing powerful, high-level creatures, the binding effect of the Prison King's gaze would not be as strong. However, even if it was weak, it could still have some impact. It's like being bound with a rope. No matter how unreliable the rope is, it will still have some effect. In the instant where life and death are fought for, a tiny mishap could lead to a different outcome, so the Prison King's gaze was still useful. It's just that its influence was relatively weak and not of much use except in critical moments. Lin Shen was still very happy as this was a rare long-distance skill, and what's more, it had an effective range of a kilometer. Lin Shen had Death Powder show off the Prison King's Eye, and above its head, a bloody eye opened unexpectedly, giving the originally eyeless creature a somewhat weird appearance. The eye, like a flashlight, emitted blood-colored light that didn't cover a very wide area. This was also within Lin Shen's expectations. The Blood Prison King had countless eyes in his palms, so after using the Prison King's Eye, the range was quite extensive. Death Powder had only grown this single eye, so it made sense that its range was small. Using it to bind a single organism wasn't a problem, and it was considered sufficient. Small eyes concentrate light, no wonder the effect has become stronger, Lin Shen said as he placed Death Powder back into the Angel Revolver.N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. No sooner had Lin Shen dealt with one glutton, than the awakened fatty, not knowing when, crawled out of his backpack, stretching his neck to peck at the base mutation pool like drinking water, gulping down the base mutation liquid essence into his stomach. Lin Shen hurried over to hold him back. Since we're under someone else's roof, let's not get too wild for now. Seeing Fatty reluctantly looking at the base mutation liquid in the pool, still eager to try, Lin Shen had no choice but to feed him the remaining mutant base mutation fluid from his own bag, which calmed him down at last. After eating his fill, Fatty went back into the backpack to sleep. Aside from sleeping, it's just eating, damn it, they're all like living ancestors, Lin Shen grumbled as he returned to the base mutation pool, feeling somewhat drained. The base mutation rate reached 100% sooner than Lin Shen had anticipated. Lin Shen got out of the base mutation pool, got dressed, and pressed the button. After waiting for a while, he didn't see the elevator come down. He guessed that Tianxun might not have expected him to come out so quickly and might have gone out, not having time to return. With time being of the essence, Lin Shen didn't want to waste any, so he started pondering over practicing the 28 fists. To his frustration, Tianxun hadn't returned the notebook with the drawings of the 28 fists, and he couldn't remember all of it, so he could only practice the moves he did remember. Practicing these moves one by one, he eventually released Spatial Fist Power. Lin Shen directed the Spatial Fist Power into the depths of the underground cavern and found the fist power of the 28 fists to be very unique. Theoretically, no matter what kind of power it is, there will certainly be some loss during the process of passing through space. However, the 28 fists seemed to be completely without consumption, after the fist power was released, regardless of whether it was 1 meter or 100 meters. The destructive power of the fist power remained entirely the same, as if there were no loss at all. It shouldn't be possible for there to be no consumption, right? Lin Shen tried a few more punches, and the result was still the same, indeed there was no consumption. This is really freaking incredible, the 28 fists really have something special. Lin Shen suddenly got excited. Although he hadn't discovered those advantages Tianxun had mentioned, this characteristic of the 28 fists made Lin Shen think of another possibility. When I use the overlapping waves skill, it is because of the great loss that the momentum can only be slowly accumulated, which is really not very efficient. If the 28 fists can achieve no loss and also allow for long-distance attacks, wouldn't it be stronger to add the effects of the overlapping wave skill to the 28 fists? Lin Shen decided to act on the idea right away, as he was someone who liked new and exciting, wildly imaginative ideas. However, adding the overlapping wave skill to the 28 fists was obviously not a simple task. The overlapping wave skill itself required unique techniques and stances to lift wave after wave of force, and these were elements that could not be changed. It's like archery, you must have both a bow and arrows to be able to shoot, you can't possibly shoot with empty hands. Those techniques and stances are the bow and arrows of the overlapping wave skill, they must be present in order to activate it. The 28 fists also had its own moves and stances, but they didn't seem to be so strict. Even without some moves and stances, the spatial fist power could still be launched. So Lin Shen began his path of elimination, trying to identify those movements that could work together with the overlapping wave skill, and also reducing the stances of the overlapping wave skill as much as possible, hoping to merge the two into one. As he practiced, Lin Shen suddenly realized he didn't need to go through such trouble. Why not just combine stepping on the immortal court with the 28 fists? Stepping on the immortal court is a movement technique, and 28 fists is a punching skill. Merging movement and punching skills together forms a complete combat skill, and the conflict shouldn't be that big. After actually beginning to try, he realized the combination of the two was not easy to achieve, and Lin Shen could only start by finding the non-conflicting points and from there, identify the parts that could merge. Anyway, Lin Shen wasn't a perfectionist, and those movements and skills that were not necessary, he simply discarded. He just needed these characteristics to be sufficient, as for being perfect or not, that could wait for later. Time ticked away second by second, and Lin Shen immersed himself wholeheartedly in this fascinating creation. He had already fused stepping on the immortal court and the 28 fists together, but because too many parts of both had been deleted and modified, the resulting skill appeared particularly crude, even to the point of being full of flaws. Though it was very rudimentary, this skill indeed possessed simultaneously the characteristics of stepping on the immortal court and the 28 fists, an ethereal and enigmatic movement, continuously accumulating force, externalized strength, and the feature of no consumption. The 28 fists, which were said to possess supreme explosive power by Tianxun, became completely unrecognizable in Lin Shen's hands. No, that's not right, it shouldn't be this way. Lin Shen suddenly realized the problem, why it always felt like the two just didn't integrate well, leaving a somewhat unsatisfactory feeling. His 28 fists were indeed practiced incorrectly, the ones he had been using all along were controlled in their power, whereas the true form of the 28 fists was a kind of explosive fist power. Because he was inside a cave and afraid of damaging things, Lin Shen practiced very cautiously, not daring to fully release his power. Stepping on the immortal court's movement technique was also very unrestrained, and using it in such a restrained way also lost that kind of essence. Once Lin Shen understood this, he knew why he had been feeling so awkward the whole time. Chapter 276, Chapter 276 Merge as One. The space in the cave was limited, so Lin Shen could only first study how to combine the two, and wait for Tianxun to return before finding a sufficiently spacious place for actual combat practice. Tianxun had indeed gone out, invited by An 117 and Qi 118 to a meeting. An 117 had discovered a very special region on a mountain within the giant ring star and suspected the existence of mutated nirvana creatures. He wanted to invite Tianxun and Qi 118 to explore the mountain together. However, the mountain came with many restrictions, and they were not willing to take the risk yet. After discussion, they decided to jointly dispatch a pioneer corps from all three parties, to first clear up the numerous restrictions on the mountain and the status of the creatures there. It wouldn't be too late for them to ascend the mountain once the time was mature. The three parties each sent some mutators and ascenders to form a pioneer corps with a total of 30,000 people, divided into 10 teams, to commence their exploration of the mountain. The reason An 117 invited them in advance was to avoid having his own pioneer corps depleted too greatly, as there were still vast regions that required manpower for development, and they could not afford to exhaust all their resources in one place. In the years of developing the giant ring star, they had already consumed a considerable amount of human resources, and it was becoming difficult to keep up with the demand for replenishment. When Tianxun received Lin Shen's message, she was in the middle of a meeting about this issue and couldn't rush back right away. Once there were results, Tianxun hurried back to Paradise Island at the first opportunity. He sent out a message so quickly, could something have happened? Tianxun frowned slightly, unsure about what had transpired. She didn't believe that Cosimo had the audacity to break into her residence to kill Lin Shen, but aside from that, she could not comprehend why Lin Shen would send out a message so early. When she entered the cave, she discovered that Lin Shen had already come out of the base mutation pool, neatly dressed and squatting on the ground, drawing and studying something. "How did you come out so soon?" Seeing that Lin Shen was unharmed, Tianxun asked with a bit of displeasure. "My base mutation rate has already reached completion," Lin Shen stood up and said. Tianxun glanced at the things Lin Shen had drawn on the ground, which looked like stick figures, and couldn't help but curl her lip in disdain. Such artistic skills from Lin Shen were truly less than flattering. So soon. Lin Shen's absorption speed was unexpectedly fast, which astonished Tianxun. "You've earned yourself some extra time. I'm going to fetch the ascension egg now, so you can ascend here. Let's wait a bit longer, first find a place, I need to practice the 28 fists. Can you return my little notebook first? I can't remember some of the movements," Lin Shen said. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Fine, Tianxun didn't mind, thinking that Lin Shen was waiting for his companion to deliver the ascension egg. After all, there wasn't much time left, and in the end, Lin Shen would have to choose her ascension egg. The palace-like structure had an indoor martial arts field, and it was of very high specifications, a place where Tianxun usually trained and conducted research. "You practice, I'll guide you," Tianxun said with confidence, standing to the side, preparing to give pointers to Lin Shen. Although she couldn't master the 28 fists, her insight and realm far exceeded Lin Shen's, so guiding him should be no problem. Lin Shen nodded, flicked through his notebook, reviewed the movements he couldn't remember, and pondered for quite some time before he began to practice the combat technique he had just figured out. "What are you practicing?" After watching for a while, Tianxun felt something was off. This was no 28 fists, it should be called the 37 fists, or rather, just randomly hitting regardless of the specifics. Lin Shen's technique was full of flaws and completely lacked the dominance of the 28 fists. 28 fists, hey! Lin Shen said with a smile. "To practice such a domineering technique like the 28 fists and make it look like a woman's dance, can't you put a bit more vigor into it? And your movements are incorrect too, what's with this mess?" Tianxun remarked. "Don't rush me, I feel like there are some parts of the 28 fists that aren't quite smooth to use, so I made some slight changes, I'm not yet proficient with them." Lin Shen's reply left Tianxun speechless. "Who do you think you are? Thinking you can change the 28 fists, you'd be good just to learn them properly." Tianxun felt like Lin Shen must have a screw loose. "A character like my friend created the 28 fists, it's not something people can just change as they please." Lin Shen's ideas were nothing short of fantastical. But Lin Shen didn't see it that way. The 28 fists might be formidable in the hands of my friend, but that didn't guarantee others would be impressive using them. What mattered more was suiting himself. "It's like shooting baskets, a standard shooting pose is indeed very elegant and can even improve the shooting percentage. Yet, there are some people with very peculiar shooting forms, but their accuracy is high. Making them use a standard pose instead might actually lower their success rate. Lin Shen didn't care whether the 28 fists were top-notch techniques, as long as he found them useful, he'd just take them out and use them, not worrying about their intended use. Got it, Lin Shen answered, but he had no intentions of repenting. He continued his practice as before. He realized that using the moves from stepping on the immortal cord and the 28 fists alone would never fill those gaps. After all, the two were completely unrelated techniques forced together, the moves themselves were inherently mismatched, so it would be strange if there were no flaws. Lin Shen simply gave up on merging those moves and kept only the parts that were compatible. With the core unchanged, he began to research postures that would fit. Lin Shen's philosophy was simple: don't worry about how I should shoot, I'll do it in whatever way feels comfortable, as long as it achieves the goal. The stepping on the immortal cord and the 28 fists had been so altered by Lin Shen that they were unrecognizable, or one could say they had broken free from their original constraints, forming a new system. In Lin Shen's view, his research was very successful. Yet, in Tianxun's eyes, what on earth was Lin Shen doing? It was becoming more and more ridiculous, to the point where there was no trace of the original 28 fists left. No, that's wrong, too soft, be forceful, focused, domineering. Tianxun started by correcting Lin Shen, but, seeing that Lin Shen wasn't taking any of it in, stubbornly refusing to turn back until he hit a dead end, he eventually stopped talking and just watched coldly from the sidelines. Lin Shen kept researching and making errors repeatedly, trying to find the most suitable posture for the current core to bring out its real power. Mistakes were bound to happen at the start, necessitating starting over again and again. Tianxun could no longer bear to watch, so he simply went back to rest, leaving Lin Shen to practice by himself. When Lin Shen hit a dead end and realized his mistake, then Tianxun would return to guide him not too late, since Lin Shen had fought for this time himself. While Lin Shen was practicing, Cosimo's expression was extremely unpleasant. Cosimo didn't know that Lin Shen was practicing boxing techniques inside Tianxun's palace, he only knew that Lin Shen had entered Tianxun's palace and hadn't come out since, even staying the night. This was different from staying in a guest room, it was where Tianxun himself lived. The Medici family had paid so much just for the chance to become family with Tianxun, and in Cosimo's heart, Tianxun was likened to his own prize catch, one he couldn't tolerate others touching. Lin Shen, you're as good as dead, Cosimo seethed with rage, his grip crushing the cup in his hand. His expression was that of a man who discovered his sugar mommy had found herself a new toy. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Surfing Fist. In the martial arts training area, Lin Shen unleashed a punch that roared like thunderous waves. The terrifying force of his fist struck the training pillar, causing it to hum with vibration. After throwing the punch, Lin Shen felt as if his body had been drained, his legs so weak they trembled involuntarily. Finally achieved it. Yet, with my full power, I couldn't even leave a mark on the training pillar. What in the world is this pillar made of? Lin Shen collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at the pillar. After all, his strength was now close to 60, and that punch must have been nearing the power of 100. Combining the full force of stepping on the immortal court with the 28 fists had a terrifyingly augmentative effect on strength. This enhancement primarily came from the 28 fists, which indeed required one to give their all without reservation, to put themselves in mortal peril to then emerge stronger, to unleash the true power of the 28 fists. Therefore, without angel rebirth, the 28 fists could indeed only be used once, also failing to produce the effect of the overlapping waves skill. Lin Shen rested for a moment, then stood up again, his body now encased in a carapace, with its mysterious hieroglyphic text beginning to shimmer with a brilliant light. Lin Shen wanted to see if, with the enhancement of the super base pattern, he could truly realize his conception. Lin Shen moved as swift as a startled swan, taking a step forward and throwing another punch. Step after step, punch after punch. Each punch was like a massive wave hitting the shore or lightning in a clear sky, fierce and unparalleled, and yet their power continuously compounded into a terrifying force. The punch and the step were in synchrony, each attack and movement were carried out with full force, getting faster and stronger. The energy drained from the base mutation was replenished by the force of the world drawn in by the super base pattern, allowing Lin Shen to push forward with another strike. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. He had only moved a few steps when his footwork and punching lost sync, immediately throwing off the momentum. The unending strength nearly shattered his carapace. Nov. L. B //JNN. There are still some problems. The integration isn't perfect yet. Lin Shen could only continue to make modifications, again and again, until he could unify his footwork and punching perfectly. Now, Lin Shen's thoughts were crystal clear, each of his strikes was equivalent to the skills of an average mutator, and the power of each strike was cumulative. Put simply, his every basic attack held power equivalent to someone else using a skill. At present, Lin Shen's greatest limitation was not his body, but the speed at which the super base pattern absorbed the world's force. The faster and more power the super base pattern absorbed from the world's force, the stronger his destructive power. Unfortunately, in an ordinary environment, the speed at which the super base pattern absorbed the world's force was insufficient, which limited Lin Shen's performance. In these conditions, every punch Lin Shen threw could reach a fist power close to 100, and if the environment were special, the fist power could be even stronger. This was still just the state of using the super base pattern alone. If he also used super base change to enhance his strength, the fist power of each punch would reach an extremely terrifying level. But if super base change was used simultaneously, the supply of the world's force absorbed by the super base pattern would be inadequate, making it impossible to maintain the super base change state continuously. There would be, at best, a chance for a single strike. This was a very troublesome problem. Using super base change required constant massive energy expenditure. And the skill he was currently practicing was designed to exhaust all energy in one go, so after a single strike, the super base change would inevitably collapse. This was almost an unsolvable challenge, unless the super base pattern could replenish energy so rapidly that it was never-ending, without any interruption. Otherwise, it would be difficult to use this technique continuously under the state of super base change. To solve this problem, angel rebirth is indeed a relatively ideal solution. However, choosing angel rebirth means having to give up the double life base. After my ascension, the effect of the super base pattern still has room for improvement after multiple reincarnations, and sooner or later, it will be able to infinitely draw the world's force. Now, choosing angel rebirth, the functions of the two will overlap in the future. Lin Shen thought it over and concluded that he couldn't choose angel rebirth in the long run. Fortunately, his skills created from merging stepping on the immortal court with 28 fists were already strong enough that even without using the super base change, he was already very powerful. The fist power released with each punch could stack, and the effect was very high. The average ascender would probably not be able to withstand even a few of his punches. If it weren't for facing top-tier ascenders like Cosimo, Lin Shen's abilities were now more than sufficient. Lin Shen continued to refine the new skill he had developed, naming it Surfing Fist. A very commonplace and straightforward name, it was composed by taking one word from each stepping on the immortal court, overlapping waves skill, and 28 fists. But a name has never been about being common or uncommon, it's all about what meaning the user can impart to it. Now, even the creators of Stepping on the Immortal Court and 28 Fists would probably not recognize their creations in Surfing Fist, seeing only some similarities. Surfing Fist is a skill that grows stronger and faster with battle, but this also means that the consumption is constantly increasing. Let's see what the limit of Surfing Fist can reach. Lin Shen activated the super base pattern, took a step, and simultaneously hammered out a punch at the training pillar. Punch after punch, step after step, he barely managed 4 steps and delivered 4 punches before the super base pattern's drawing of the world's force could no longer keep up with the consumption. As soon as the energy was cut off, Lin Shen's movements slowed down, and the fist power could no longer keep up. The 4 stacked punches of Surfing Fist left a shallow imprint on the training pillar that was almost invisible unless looked at closely. I could only consecutively deliver 4 punches, which is still a bit weak. Lin Shen sighed. Tianxun had slept for a while and upon waking, seeing that it was about time, decided to check whether Lin Shen had given up or not. Upon arriving at the training ground and seeing Lin Shen resting next to the training pillar, Tianxun thought he had given up. Walking over to say something, she suddenly spotted the shallow mark on the pillar. She usually used the training pillar herself and knew every single mark on it. What kind they were, Tianxun was clear on all of it. This additional mark must have been left by Lin Shen, but she found it hard to believe that he could have made a mark on it. This was her training pillar, although the material was not nirvana material, it was still made of top-tier ascension material, forged with special techniques. An average ascender wouldn't be able to leave a mark on it. Only some top-tier ascenders with immense strength could possibly leave a mark on it. How could Lin Shen, a mutator, possibly leave a mark on it? Is this mark left by you? Tianxun pointed at the mark and asked Lin Shen. I'm sorry, I hope I didn't damage it. Lin Shen thought the mark he left might have upset Tianxun. How did you leave this mark? Do it again, let me see. Tianxun still found it hard to believe. Chapter 278, Chapter 278 Stubborn Lone Wolf. Lin Shen didn't waste words, he stood up and directly used his base mutation strength, wrapping his entire body in a black crystal carapace. Mysterious hieroglyphics shimmered with light. Lin Shen stood back a bit, then moved swiftly towards the training pillar, 1 step per punch, 1 punch per step, 4 steps and 4 punches, almost in one breath. The fist power overlapped and interwove together, forming a tsunami-like force that heavily bombarded the training pillar. Hum! The training pillar emitted a huge humming sound, and a shallow fist imprint appeared on it. Tianxun stared blankly at the fist imprint on the training pillar. This was not the 28 fists she remembered, but the might of this punch made her feel somewhat incredible, as if it was no weaker than the 28 fists she had in mind, though it was of a different style. Is this your version of 28 fists? Tianxun asked, looking strangely at Lin Shen sitting on the ground, catching his breath. I made some changes. I probably didn't capture the essence of the 28 fists, so I didn't dare to use its name. I named it Surfing Fist. What do you think? Lin Shen retracted his base mutated carapace and said while panting. Surfing Fist, that's quite descriptive. You're utilizing the method of the overlapping wave skill with the 28 fists. Though it doesn't have the dominance of the 28 fists, it has a persistent and unending force. If your body and strength recovery can keep up, and you can throw a few more punches, this technique could be considered defying the heavens. However, your Surfing Fist also has a weakness because your current level is too low, and your speed too slow. Someone fast enough could break your accumulating fist power between punches, preventing you from stacking enough force. And the stacked fist power, from the first punch, has already decided its direction and landing point, making it easier to dodge. Tianxun's realm was far beyond Lin Shen's, and she could immediately see the advantages and flaws of the Surfing Fist. Even so, Tianxun had a newfound respect for Lin Shen. Although different from what she wanted, it was nonetheless astounding. Lin Shen was of course aware of the disadvantages Tianxun mentioned, but there was nothing he could do about it. Everything was due to his inadequate energy absorption, limiting his performance, otherwise, the Surfing Fist would not stop there. With such a fist, combined with that pet gun you mentioned, is there a chance to kill Cosimo? Lin Shen asked. If Cosimo stands still and lets you execute 4 successive Surfing Fists without using celestial descent, God-given imperial authority, or crown of the king, the chances are quite high. Tianxun paused then added, if he uses the crown of the king, you still have a slim chance. If he uses celestial descent, then you basically have no chance at all. Of course, that's if he stands still and you clash head-on, which in reality he would never do. The strengths and weaknesses of your surfing fist are equally obvious. Since there's a chance, then I want to give it a try. Lin Shen calculated in his heart, and with the attributes from the sacrificial halo, his chances were quite high, considering he also had the advantage of long-range attacks. Are you really not going to ascend? This time, Tianxun did not object as strongly as before. The surfing fist had indeed changed her view of Lin Shen. If you trust me, give me a chance, Lin Shen said, looking at Tianxun. Can you be there to watch when I fight Cosimo? If you lose, I won't intervene to save you, Tianxun stated plainly. I don't need you to rescue me, just fire a pet capsule from a Nirvana-level pet gun, Lin Shen proposed his condition. No, I will not offer you any assistance. Let go of that hope and choose ascension. With your surfing fist technique, combined with angel rebirth, and the properties and various assists of the ascension level, your chances of killing Cosimo are very high. No, I'm not asking you to shoot Cosimo. If you see that I'm about to fail, then use that pet gun on me. I don't want to die at Cosimo's hands, and this can also dispel any suspicions Cosimo and the Mediki family might have about you, Lin Shen said, surprising Tianxun. Are you sure? Tianxun stared blankly at Lin Shen. You've invested so much in me, if I can't complete the mission, let me at least die with some value. Please, Star Lord, honor my request. Lin Shen bowed deeply, a picture of determined sacrifice for his confidant. All right, if you die, I will take care of your elder sister and won't let anyone harm her, Tianxun said, slightly moved. Lin Shen's willingness to go to such lengths made her grow fonder of him. Tianxun could never have imagined that this seemingly thoughtful act was actually Lin Shen's greatest trump card. Since you've made up your mind, let's practice surfing fist together, Tianxun suggested, taking to the field to spar with Lin Shen herself. She could tell that Lin Shen's surfing fist was at its early stages, riddled with faults and openings. She intended to use her own experience and insights to help Lin Shen address these weaknesses as much as possible. Lin Shen wasted no time in using the surfing fist to spar with Tianxun. Every strike from Tianxun left him somewhat uncomfortable, for her blows targeted the deficiencies of the surfing fist. Lin Shen continued adapting during the fight. As the spar progressed, Lin Shen suddenly realized he didn't have to be confined to using just punches and kicks. He could perfectly incorporate his whole being into the flow of the fight, rather than separating fists and feet. His momentum was unending, each wave stronger than the last. He didn't necessarily have to use fists. A fist was simply the most direct form of expression. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. His fist could be his actual fist, any part of his body, or his entire being. The only pity was that Lin Shen had only trained in movement techniques and fist skills, and couldn't turn his whole body into a weapon like Wei Wufu could. However, having realized this principle, Lin Shen's surfing fist immediately became much more agile. The rigidity that had previously resulted from striving for perfection also became smoother. Observing Lin Shen's transformation, Tianxun nodded silently. This guy's talent really is somewhat interesting. Although not peerless, it certainly has unexpected elements. His mastery of 28 fists does not seem to be by chance. Under Tianxun's guidance, Lin Shen's surfing fist might not have reached full maturity but had achieved a basic proficiency. At least he wouldn't have issues in a real fight. Tianxun secretly calculated that with the combination of Lin Shen's surfing fist, her prepared potions, and fist wraps, if she could execute a clever strategy and trick Cosimo into revealing his celestial descent right away, there was a real chance of success. A crystal base defeating a 9th turn ascension. If it really happens, it'd be worthy of being recorded in the annals of the universe. Tianxun felt a faint sense of anticipation, wondering what it might mean if Lin Shen really succeeded. This pair of fist wraps is called Stubborn Lone Will, an accidental creation by a master Nirvana-level weaponsmith. While they may not be divine weapons, their strength is comparable to a 10th turn life base. The most dazzling feature is their ability to enhance fist-related skills. Although your fist power is not an innate skill, it can still be amplified by Stubborn Lone Will. Make good use of it. Tianxun handed a strange set of fist wraps to Lin Shen. Chapter 279, Chapter 279, Razor Fang Island. Tianxun piloted the flying vehicle and dropped Lin Shen back at Ocean Heaven Island. Lin Shen wandered around the island for half a day, hunting a few base variant creatures, before finally mounting the evil dragon and leaving for the nearby Razor Fang Island. Cosimo had been keeping an eye on Lin Shen's movements and hesitated about whether to make a move when he learned that Lin Shen had left Ocean Heaven Island. When he found out that Tianxun was heading back inside Giant Ring Star to meet with people from the Yin and Qi families, Cosimo could no longer restrain his murderous intent. Tianxun wanted to deal with him quickly, and Cosimo faced the same issue. With the Nirvana being from the Mediki family arriving soon, he would have to leave Giant Ring Star shortly. If he did not act now, he would lose the chance. No longer hesitating, Cosimo directly boarded his flying vehicle and rushed toward Lin Shen's location. Lin Shen arrived on Razor Fang Island, riding the evil dragon. The evil dragon flew over the island without being subject to any no-fly restrictions. Lin Shen had already learned from Tianxun that the no-fly restrictions on Razor Fang Island did not apply to physical flying but specifically targeted those who relied on pure ability to fly. For instance, creatures with wings and flying vehicles were unaffected on Razor Fang Island. However, the flying abilities of ascenders and those with life base were indeed restricted on the island. Even Nirvana beings couldn't fly there unless they were a species with wings like Tianxun. As the evil dragon flew in the sky, Lin Shen spotted numerous razor fang beasts, bearing a resemblance to porcupines.n/o/b/n.c/om. They had fanged mouths and bodies covered in spines, resembling hedgehogs, and their size compared to elephants. Lin Shen had the evil dragon land on the island and used his right hand to kill several razor fang beasts. On his right hand, he wore a pair of fingerless gauntlets made of black crystal. These were extremely close in color to Lin Shen's carapace. The gauntlets were very thin, clinging tightly to the skin once put on, but it did not hinder the flexibility of his palms. On the black gauntlets, there was a special pattern made of white crystal inlays. It was unclear what the pattern was, looking quite strange, as though it was some kind of symbol, but its meaning was unknown. Tianxun said these gauntlets were named Stubborn Lone Will, and Lin Shen wasn't sure if that was their real name or if Tianxun was subtly hinting at him not to act alone. Lin Shen had also asked Tianxun whether others knowing he wore these gauntlets to kill Cosimo would have any impact on him. But Tianxun told Lin Shen to use them boldly without worrying about that issue. Lin Shen himself was quite confident. He had his advantages, and with so much information provided by Tianxun, it was like playing a card game where Cosimo, the landlord, had to play openly against him. With all the preparations, even though Lin Shen's cards were slightly weaker, he still had a chance. The only frustration was that in the past 2 or 3 days, the sacrificial halo hadn't accumulated many offerings, and the attribute stored within it had only reached a little over 140 points, not yet 150. Considering the numbers, Lin Shen figured that with his own attribute, the boost from the surfing fist, the stubborn lone will gauntlets, and the potion provided by Tianxun, his chances were quite significant. It mainly depended on how he played his cards. Played well, he could win. Played poorly, the chance of losing was also significant. While Lin Shen was on Razor Fang Island killing Razor Fang beasts, the Pioneer Corps was exploring Giant God Mountain. Giant God Mountain was immensely vast, making the famous mountains on the human mother planet look like mere dirt mounds in comparison. The shape of this mountain is truly unique, with the massif resembling a lotus flower peak upon peak rising higher and higher, yet the main peak is somewhat lower than the surrounding ones. For the past few days, the Pioneer Corps has been exploring the periphery, advancing at a snail's pace. They haven't reached the area of the main peak yet. This damn place, why is it so strange? The weather is cold one moment and hot the next, it's practically killing me, complained a mutator with a pig's head, grumbling as he scouted ahead. I've heard there are Nirvana-level creatures within the mountain, which is why the environment here is so affected, another mutator with a wolf's face commented. Nirvana creatures. The pig-headed mutator was shocked. Aren't we just marching to our deaths then? You're overestimating yourself. Nirvana creatures normally wouldn't bother with small fries like us. As long as we don't bungle into them, Nirvana creatures won't go out of their way to kill us, whispered the wolf-faced mutator. Places with Nirvana creatures tend to have a higher chance of encountering lower-level mutant creatures. I've heard that some of the other teams have already hunted some mutants. If we're lucky and kill a few mutant creatures, we might get enough points to request a transfer out of the Pioneer Corps. Let's hope we're that lucky. The pig-headed mutator's eyes lit up at the prospect of encountering many mutant creatures. As Lin Shen was hunting razor fang beasts, he noticed that the offerings had increased rapidly today. In just a short while, the sacrificial halo had gained 2 more attribute points. Suddenly, a flying craft appeared in the sky, heading straight for Lin Shen and landed nearby. They've come so quickly, it seems Cosimo is indeed eager to kill me. Lin Shen thought Cosimo wouldn't have arrived so soon. In fact, Cosimo had shown up not long after Lin Shen had arrived at Razor Fang Island. Lin Shen immediately utilized his base mutation power, enveloping his entire body in a protective carapace. Cosimo was much stronger than he was, and there was no room for carelessness. Anything that could be prepared in advance had to be prepared. The door of the flying craft opened, and the person who emerged was indeed Cosimo, with no surprise or unexpected twist. Lin Shen, we meet again. Cosimo gave a smile that didn't reach his eyes, creating a somewhat uncomfortable atmosphere. If possible, I'd rather not meet you, Lin Shen sighed. That's not up to you, said Cosimo icily. What did Tianxun do with you these last few days? Cosimo didn't kill Lin Shen outright because he wanted to know what Lin Shen had been doing in the palace of Tianxun to find out if Tianxun had taken him under her wing and if she had cuckolded him. In his heart, Cosimo already considered Tianxun his own, though in reality, she had never given him an opportunity. What else could I be doing? It's always the same things. The Star Lord is quite clingy, my back and waist are still aching, Lin Shen said while rubbing his lower back, with a smug look and a sideways glance at Cosimo. Cosimo, we're from the same place, show me some respect in the future. In consideration of our hometown bond, I might put in a good word for you with the Star Lord. Lin Shen purposefully taunted Cosimo, hoping he would lose his rationality and directly resort to celestial descent. Cosimo was indeed enraged by Lin Shen, with a glint of cold fury in his eyes. Regrettably for Lin Shen, the provoked Cosimo didn't lose his sanity, his resolve to kill Lin Shen only grew firmer. A fellow townsman, you say? I'll send you back to your hometown right now. Cosimo reached out and a multitude of golden particles sprayed from his hand, coalescing into a golden scepter that shone with a radiant light ripple, instantly making Lin Shen feel as if his body had become heavier. Chapter 280, Chapter 280 Aerial Combat. Lin Shen felt his body become much heavier, and glanced down at his watch, only to see his attributes plummeting rapidly. Apart from his strength attribute, all his other attributes had dropped to 21 points, with only the strength attribute at 39 points. Damn it, Cosimo's God-given imperial authority ability is somewhat perverted, reducing so much. Lin Shen saw Cosimo being so careful, coming up and using life base with God-given imperial authority right from the start, and knew that a tough battle was inevitable, and it was unlikely that he would succeed in a sneak attack. Almost without hesitation, Lin Shen took out a vial of elixir and gulped it down, immediately feeling a surge of energy fill his body, quickly raising all his attributes. The elixir provided by Tianxun was extraordinary. One bottle had revived his attributes and even added a few points. Strength had broken through 60, reaching 62 points, and other attributes had also climbed to around 42 or 43 points. It was just a pity that the strengthening effect of such elixirs was limited in time, and they also had side effects. Lin Shen turned and ran, summoning the evil dragon at the same time. Thinking of running now, it's already too late. Cosimo moved like a phantom, his speed unbelievably fast, and he appeared behind Lin Shen in an instant, swinging his scepter straight towards Lin Shen's head. Lin Shen had already activated the super base pattern and employed the movement technique of surfing fist, which greatly increased his speed, and with an uncanny step rhythm, he dodged Cosimo's strike. But the speed disparity was too great, and Lin Shen couldn't truly shake off Cosimo. Like a spectre, Cosimo closely pursued Lin Shen, with the scepter still chasing him, about to crush his skull. Lin Shen knew it was impossible to get away from Cosimo. With the enhancement of the surfing fist movement technique, his speed was still far from 100, while Cosimo's was close to 150. The gap was just too big. Lin Shen turned around and threw a punch, directly facing Cosimo's scepter. In Cosimo's eyes, Lin Shen's action was undoubtedly suicidal. A mere mutator dared to face him head-on, what else could it be but a death wish? Boom! Lin Shen's punch struck the scepter. His body was shaken back repeatedly, but Cosimo's blow was ultimately blocked by him. Cosimo was obviously surprised. He didn't expect Lin Shen to block his strike, even though it was a hit without any skill usage. But he had over 100 strength, and Lin Shen, a mutator, had been weakened by God-given imperial authority. How could he possibly receive that hit? Cosimo's gaze inevitably turned to the gauntlets on Lin Shen's hands. In his view, the gauntlets were undoubtedly the reason for this feat. A mutator's skill, no matter how strong, could at most double the attribute, which was already a top-tier innate skill, but it couldn't possibly have this effect. If it wasn't the effect of an innate skill, then the only possibility was those gauntlets. A weapon that allowed a mutator to withstand a hit from him piqued Cosimo's interest, but he was not in a hurry. Once he killed Lin Shen, the gauntlets would be his. Being able to withstand a hit from Cosimo was indeed the merit of the stubborn lone will. Because Cosimo was too fast, Lin Shen only had time to throw one punch, and he couldn't stack the surfing effects at all. Fortunately, the stubborn lone will gauntlets were indeed powerful, having withstood Cosimo's strike. However, Cosimo's strength was too mighty. Even with the enhancement of surfing fist and stubborn lone will, Lin Shen felt as if his fist and arm were about to shatter. Lin Shen suddenly envied Ximen's swordsman. If he had his power-dissipating skills, it wouldn't be so strenuous. Thankfully, Lin Shen possessed the super base recast skill, which meant such damage couldn't do much to him. Leaping into the air, Lin Shen knew he couldn't continue to fight Cosimo head-on, or he would never force out Cosimo's celestial descent. Instead, he himself would be pushed to use all his abilities. Cosimo thought Lin Shen was trying to escape with the help of the evil dragon and immediately took out a dagger and threw it. His target was not Lin Shen, but the evil dragon. Killing the evil dragon would leave Lin Shen with no flying ability, making it almost impossible for him to escape from Razor Fang Island. What he didn't expect was that Lin Shen did not direct the evil dragon to charge towards him. Instead, the evil dragon soared directly into the high skies, completely catching Cosimo off guard, and causing his thrown dagger to miss the dragon's vital point. It merely pierced through one side of the evil dragon's body and continued flying upwards. The evil dragon continued to rush towards the high heavens. With its strong recovery ability, this strike was not fatal since it didn't hit any vital spots. In midair, the evil dragon caught hold of the dagger. Since the spirit base couldn't fly, the dagger, powered by Cosimo's throw, was no longer controllable after it lost its force. Seeing Lin Shen leap into the sky, Cosimo also sprang up with even greater speed and height. In his eyes, Lin Shen's jump into the air was suicide. In an instant, he caught up with Lin Shen, but to Cosimo's astonishment, Lin Shen once again changed direction in midair, leaping to the other side and leaving Cosimo's charge to miss its mark. Now, without the ability to fly, he couldn't pursue Lin Shen. He couldn't reach him with his arms and could only watch helplessly as Lin Shen moved further away. Lin Shen, in midair, immediately returned fire with 3 punches. The surfing fist's consecutive layers intertwined together, blasting towards the airborne Cosimo. Lin Shen hadn't expected Cosimo to catch up. For a moment, he considered unleashing the sacrificial halo to take advantage of the opportunity to determine victory or defeat in one strike, possibly catching Cosimo by surprise, maybe even before he had the chance to use celestial descent or the crown of the king. But Lin Shen abandoned this idea because he noticed the sacrificial offerings for the sacrificial halo were rapidly increasing. Sacrifice +1. Sacrifice +1. Sacrifice +1. The prompts continuously flashed in his mind, piling on top of each other, making it impossible to know just how many offerings had been added, as the attributes grew wildly as well. Here's my chance! Lin Shen thought excitedly, dropping the idea of settling life and death immediately. He chose to use the surfing triple strike, bombarding the airborne Cosimo. Cosimo couldn't see the fist power, but he could feel and hear the fluctuations and sound created by the punch tearing through the air. Without hesitation, Cosimo swept out with his scepter in his hand. Boom! Under the force of the triple strike, Cosimo was shaken and sent flying backward, his scepter almost slipping from his grasp. How can a mutator have such incredible strength? Cosimo was both shocked and angry, but unfortunately, suspended in midair without the ability to fly, it was impossible for him to stabilize himself. Lin Shen touched his left foot to his right instep and charged out into the air once more, throwing another series of surfing triple punches. With the enhancement of the super base pattern, he could at most deliver a surfing quadra punch, but that would consume too much of his strength. Thus, Lin Shen did not use the quadra punch, just the triple fist, enabling him to continuously throw triple fists. Cosimo, unable to move in midair, had no choice but to withstand the surfing triple strikes head-on. Lin Shen's skillful positional play kept sending him flying, preventing him from landing. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Chapter 281, Chapter 281 Celestial Descent. Tianxun was secretly watching the battle through the equipment she had previously installed on Razor Fang Island. She knew that Lin Shen must possess a special innate skill, for without the items she had given him, it would have been impossible for him to defeat Cosimo without ascension. Yet, watching Lin Shen dart and weave through the sky as if on flat ground, making it difficult for Cosimo to land, still caught Tianxun by surprise. What kind of innate skill is this? It's quite interesting. I never thought that Razor Fang Island, chosen by me, would be so suited to Lin Shen's innate skill. It has truly become his home court. A mutator up against an ascender, and he even has the aerial advantage. Who would believe that? Tianxun now somewhat understood why Lin Shen insisted on not undergoing ascension. He indeed had his own reasons. Mutators have far less stamina than ascenders. In such a fight, Lin Shen shouldn't be able to last too long. What other abilities does he have? Relying solely on this ability to kill Cosimo seemed unlikely, and Tianxun was now very interested to know what other special abilities Lin Shen had. Tianxun thought that Lin Shen wouldn't last much longer, and Cosimo also believed Lin Shen couldn't hold out for long, which is why he bided his time. He planned to wait until Lin Shen was exhausted before making his move. Spatial fist power, along with efficient stacking ability and aerial borrowing techniques, made Cosimo realize that Lin Shen was not an ordinary mutator. No wonder Tianxun took a special interest in him. He truly does have remarkable qualities. It's just a shame that he's only practiced evolution theory, otherwise he could become a serious problem in the future. But he has no future, he's a dead man today. Cosimo wasn't in a hurry. Tianxun had gone inside Giant Ring Star and wouldn't be able to return any time soon. However, things turned out somewhat unexpected for Cosimo. Lin Shen continuously launched his surfing triple punch in the air, each time sending Cosimo flying higher, preventing him from descending. Strangely enough, despite the ferocity of the fist power, Lin Shen kept unleashing it without the slightest sign of fatigue, as if it were inexhaustible. Damn it, he has a skill for quick recovery of strength. How can this guy's skills be so weird? Cosimo immediately realized the problem. Tianxun had thought of it even earlier. Lin Shen must have a skill for quickly recovering strength, otherwise, continuously unleashing the triple fist would have long since worn him out. Quite a pleasant surprise, thought Tianxun, feeling more and more that aside from his rather ordinary practice of the evolution skill, his repertoire of skills was quite peculiar and unconventional. The ability to step on air, it seemed, would not be very useful after ascension, but Tianxun knew that this skill still had its uses, even being very significant at the nirvana level. In many habitats of nirvana creatures where flying is prohibited, ordinary flight abilities can easily be suppressed. Lin Shen's air-stepping ability might not be of much use at the ascender stage, but later on, at the nirvana level, it would be greatly beneficial. This made Tianxun suspect that Lin Shen had a high-level mentor guiding him, otherwise, why would he choose a talent that, in the eyes of others, was weak early on and seemingly useless? Cosimo, being pummeled by punch after punch from Lin Shen, was already furious. The intensity of each hit from the triple fist was enough to kill an average ascender, causing Cosimo great discomfort. Although it didn't injure him, each blow made it difficult for him to return to the ground, and it was especially frustrating since he could do nothing but take the hits without retaliating. With a thought, Cosimo took out a pet handgun and fired continuously at Lin Shen, spawning several ascension pets in an instant. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Lin Shen was only able to maintain distance and aerial advantage due to his air stepping, but his speed was not very fast. As several flying pets charged at Lin Shen, even if he managed to deal with the flying pets, Cosimo would have the chance to land and would no longer be in such a passive position. The only thing frustrating Cosimo was that none of his pets had wings. He had never thought that flying ascension pets without wings would be a disadvantage, so he hadn't made a dedicated effort to acquire a winged ascension pet. If he had a winged ascension pet now, he would be able to ride it while chasing down Lin Shen. Cosimo, after launching his ascension pets, suddenly found that Lin Shen's speed had also increased, becoming even faster than the launching speed of the ascension pets. He easily dodged the pets' collision. He didn't bother with those pets and continued to chase after Cosimo, bombarding him with triple fists. Damn it, this guy is too cunning, hiding an acceleration skill. Cosimo watched as his ascension pets fell to the ground, posing no threat to Lin Shen, filled with both shock and rage. Now he somewhat regretted following Lin Shen into the air. Although Lin Shen hadn't truly injured him, the feeling was too uncomfortable, completely frustrating. How many skills does he actually have? Tianxun was equally surprised. The skills displayed by Lin Shen included the ability to walk on air, rapid recovery of strength, acceleration, and quick wound healing. Generally speaking, a mutator should have at most 3 innate skills, which made Tianxun realize that something might be wrong with Lin Shen's innate skills. Could it be that among his skills, some are not innate skills but are acquired skills like the surfing fist? Tianxun pondered in her heart. Cosimo knew he couldn't wait for the moment when Lin Shen's strength would be exhausted. The carapace on his head lit up, resembling a crown, with light cascading down, bathing his carapace as if in the glow of dawn. When Lin Shen launched another triple fist at him, Cosimo didn't use his scepter to smash through the fist power, instead, he punched directly at the triple fist power coming from below. The triple fist power, resembling a terrifying wave, was forcefully torn apart by Cosimo's punch. The shockwave reached him, but it was dissipated by the glow on the carapace, unable to push his body up again. Cosimo's body quickly descended toward the ground, and it wouldn't be long before he landed. Suddenly, Lin Shen crossed through the air, appearing below Cosimo, and from below, launched another triple fist. Seeking death. Cosimo, not alarmed but pleased, slammed an imperial kill fist downward, tearing apart Lin Shen's triple fist. The powerful shockwave was also unable to push his body upward. Lin Shen twisted his body and circled to Cosimo's back, delivering another surfing triple strike, this time from an oblique angle above, targeting the back of Cosimo's head. Cosimo snorted coldly, counterattacking with another imperial kill fist. The power of his fist tore through the triple fist power, creating a terrifying shockwave that sent Lin Shen's body flying out. Suddenly, Cosimo felt as if his body was bound by something, and felt a tightness around his neck, as if something had wrapped around it. Hung up like a hanging, he was slung into the sky. After being flung up, Cosimo noticed that Lin Shen now held a red crystal rope in his hand. This guy really has a lot of strange things. Cosimo, both shocked and angry, knew the crown of the king had a limited duration, and he had to quickly return to the ground. Lin Shen, I'm going to kill you. Watching as Lin Shen charged at him again, Cosimo could no longer bear it, his intent to kill Lin Shen reaching its peak. In the next instant, Cosimo's body radiated a golden glow, as if an indistinct golden spirit overlaid his body. Cosimo, who had been forbidden to fly, suddenly took flight, turning into a dreadful stream of golden light, reaching Lin Shen in an instant. It's over. Celestial descent also has the effect of breaking restrictions. Seeing this scene, Tianxuan's face changed dramatically. She had not known that celestial descent had such a function. Chapter 282, Chapter 282, Little Lover. This is no fault of Tianxuan, as even within the celestial race, only a minority practice the Divine Emperor skill. Nor do all those celestials who have mastered the Divine Emperor skill possess the innate skill of celestial descent, which is also a rarity among rarities. She had never fought against someone with the power of celestial descent and had only seen other celestials use it, but there were no restrictions like flight bans at that time, so she didn't know that celestial descent had this kind of effect. The information she found had never mentioned such a thing. In the eyes of ordinary people, Cosimo's speed was unbelievably fast, but to Tianxuan, even such speed was terribly slow, like a snail crawling. If she wanted to make a move, it was still not too late to rush to Razor Fang Island and, just as Lin Shen had suggested, shoot him dead with the pet gun first. Tianxuan did indeed arrive outside Razor Fang Island, but she did not draw her pet gun. Although Lin Shen had failed and hadn't defeated Cosimo, his performance had nevertheless touched Tianxuan. Tianxuan believed that Lin Shen, alive, was more valuable and should not be allowed to die this way. Watching as Cosimo, imbued with the terrifying strength of celestial descent, aimed a punch at Lin Shen, Tianxuan was about to intervene when she suddenly saw a terrifying aura surge out of Lin Shen as well, with a bloody halo blossoming around him. What is that power? Tianxuan was somewhat astonished, stopping outside Razor Fang Island, without charging onto the island. Because she sensed that the power fluctuations from Lin Shen were no weaker than those of Cosimo with celestial descent. In the short duration of the fight, the number of offerings in the sacrificial halo had increased unknowingly, and the attribute points had soared wildly. In such a brief time, they were almost reaching 300 points. Originally, Lin Shen had wanted to delay for a while longer. At this rate, persisting a bit more to break 300 points would have been a matter of minutes. Unfortunately, Cosimo did not give him such an opportunity. Celestial descent broke through the flight ban, and the golden spirit body provided Cosimo with a powerful attribute enhancement, doubling all his attributes. His attributes were already close to 150, so after doubling, they soared to nearly 300. Cosimo's strike was meant to be decisive. The speed and strength granted by celestial descent were far beyond what mutators could compare with. In the face of absolute strength and speed, all tricks were useless. This imperial kill fist was enough to blast Lin Shen into pieces. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. However, When Cosimo charged towards Lin Shen and swung his fist, he couldn't believe his eyes as Lin Shen dodged with a speed not inferior to his, sidestepping the punch. And as Lin Shen sidestepped, he also managed to throw a punch of his own. Having been toyed with by Lin Shen for so long, Cosimo, whose mind was filled with a murderous rage, could not have imagined that Lin Shen could match his speed. His killer punch was all out, intended to annihilate Lin Shen without any reservation. Cosimo couldn't stop his forward momentum, and it was unclear whether it was his face that collided with Lin Shen's fist or Lin Shen's fist that collided with his face. Under the dual augmentation of the crown of the king and celestial descent, the ninth turn ascension carapace was shattered by Lin Shen's fist. Cosimo's shocked and horrified face was revealed beneath the carapace. In his incredulous eyes, Lin Shen's fist distorted and deformed his face, eventually smashing half of it to pulp. Cosimo's body, like a cannonball, was blasted away, flying out of the boundary of Razor Fang Island in an instant. He flew far in the star ring, crashing onto a floating ring island the size of a soccer field, breaking off a corner of it. His entire body sank into the rocks before finally coming to a halt. How is that possible? Tianxun stared blankly at Cosimo, whose body was embedded in the rocks, with only half of his head remaining, finding it somewhat hard to believe for a moment. That was Cosimo of the ninth turn ascension, who also had the double enhancement of celestial descent and crown of the king, yet he was killed by a mutator with a head-on punch. How did he do that? Tianxun looked towards Lin Shen on Razor Fang Island, her expression incredibly strange. After that punch, Lin Shen didn't feel his strength being drained from his body. Instead, the offerings to the sacrificial halo were quickly increasing, accumulating over 20 points in a short while, and they were still increasing rapidly. Lin Shen saw Tianxun outside of Razor Fang Island, directly rode the evil dragon over to her, bowed slightly, and said, "Star Lord, I have not failed you. You now go back to Ocean Heaven Island immediately, take your elder sister to the Paradise Palace where I live. Today, you have not been here, nor have you seen Cosimo." Tianxun suddenly said these few sentences. "Star Lord." Lin Shen was slightly startled. By saying this, it meant that she intended to take the blame for this incident, which was not what had been agreed upon before. "Do as I say," Tianxun said with a smile. She had made up her mind that she would protect Lin Shen no matter what, even if it meant turning against the Mediki family. Without the Mediki family, there would still be Mijikai. The Maishuki family wanted to cooperate with her, although they were not as powerful as the Mediki family. But talents like Lin Shen, she might encounter only once in a lifetime. A mutator killing someone of the ninth turn ascension was very rare in the history of the universe. This man, Lin Shen, she, Tianxun, had decided to claim as her own. Lin Shen probably also understood Tianxun's thoughts, so he said no more, directly rushed back to Ocean Heaven Island, fetched his elder sister, and went to the Paradise Palace where Tianxun lived. Once Lin Shen left, Tianxun moved as if she teleported to Cosimo's corpse, waved her hand casually, and Cosimo's body immediately turned into ash and disappeared. Tianxun then cleared all the equipment on Razor Fang Island, and with the exception of the one set of images in her own hands, no one else in the world knew of the battle between Lin Shen and Cosimo, or the terrifying fist power of the mutator. When Lin Shen arrived at the gates of Paradise Palace with his elder sister, the already returned Tianxun personally welcomed them into her palace, even affectionately holding Lin Miao's hand, repeatedly calling her sister, which made everyone on Paradise Island who saw this scene almost drop their eyeballs. Tianxun personally arranged for Lin Shen and Lin Miao to stay in her palace, and then called Lin Shen alone into the dome hall of the palace. "Star Lord." Lin Shen began to ask what Tianxun planned to do next. Tianxun walked up to Lin Shen, her long delicate fingers pressed to his lips, and said with a smiling face, "I said if you, as a mutator, could kill Cosimo, then you would be my lover from now on. When we're alone, I hope to no longer hear the two words Star Lord. Then how should I address you?" Lin Shen, taken aback by Tianxuan's straightforwardness, found himself somewhat out of his element. "You may call me whatever you wish," Tianxuan said with smiling eyes, giving Lin Shen a reassuring look. "Tianxuan," Lin Shen ventured. "My lover, you can be bolder, more intimate," Tianxuan encouraged Lin Shen further. "Tianxuan, darling." Encouraged by Tianxuan, Lin Shen felt his courage swell. Chapter 283, Chapter 283, Tianxuan's resolute decision. After the Nirvana being from the Medikey family, DG, arrived at the giant ring star, he immediately learned about Cosimo's disappearance from the family members. This gave DG a very bad premonition, and he sought an audience with Tianxuan at once. "Star Lord, why haven't I seen Cosimo?" DG stared at Tianxuan and asked. "Are you questioning me?" Tianxuan, seated in the place of honor, looked coldly at DG and said. "Do not misunderstand, Star Lord, I am just worried about Cosimo." DG pressed down his anger and said. "You need not worry about him anymore, I've already turned him to dust," Tianxuan said, as if speaking of a trivial matter. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. "You killed Cosimo." DG's eyes widened, hardly believing his own ears. "Can I not kill him?" Tianxuan looked coldly at DG, still speaking nonchalantly. "Tianxuan, you know what Cosimo means to our Medikey family. He is our hope and future. Why did you have to kill him? You must give our Medikey family an explanation." DG's anger could no longer be concealed as he slammed the table and rose, staring intently at Tianxuan. Smack! Tianxuan slapped DG across the face. DG didn't even have time to react, he staggered, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Meanwhile, Tianxuan sat in the seat of honor, as if he had never moved at all. "Is this explanation enough for you? If not, let Jiao Ke come personally. I really want to see what kind of explanation your Medikey family is after," Tianxuan said coolly. DG's complexion turned hideously dark, flushed with the color of liver, yet he still insisted strongly, "Our Medikey family has been loyally devoted to you, risking life and limb in your service. At a single word from you, through mountains of swords and seas of flames, regardless of the excruciating price, no matter how many have died, our Medikey family has never failed you. Now, the hope and future of the Medikey family has been executed by your own hand. Don't you owe us an explanation?" "Fine, you want an explanation, do you? Starting today, the Medikey family no longer has anything to do with me, Tianxuan. You are free to seek vengeance for Cosimo at any time. Are you satisfied with this explanation?" Tianxuan said coldly. Yet it was this simple sentence that caused a drastic change in DG's expression. The celestial race is a race that places tremendous value on lineage. Without the bloodline of the celestial race, one cannot enter its upper echelons. The strength of the Medikey family was not enough to garner the attention of the true celestial elite, that's why they chose to support the half-blood Tianxuan. It wasn't that they did not want to choose a stronger pure-blood celestial, but rather that those individuals simply did not regard the Medikey family at all. If Tianxuan were to break with the Medikey family, within the protective and highly united celestial race, it's likely no high-ranking officials would use the Medikey family again. Tianxuan was their foothold within the celestial race. Should Tianxuan completely abandon the Medikey family, despite their considerable strength, they would find it difficult to maintain a position within the celestial race. The Medikey family's 100 years of operations within the celestial race could vanish in a puff of smoke, and finding a new place to stand in the universe is by no means an easy task. Originally, Dichi thought that Tianxuan's current situation was not very good, and since the Medikey family was one of her most important strategic partners, she presumably wouldn't abandon the Medikey family easily. However, looking at Tianxuan's intent, it seemed she really intended to give up on the Medikey family, a consequence he could not bear. "Lord Tianxuan, you've misunderstood. The Medikey family is absolutely loyal to you, without a second heart, and will certainly not betray you. Dichi quickly stood up to apologize, his attitude no longer as confrontational as before. Have I been too indulgent with your Mediki family these past few years, to the point where you've forgotten who the real master is? Tianxuan said coldly to Dichi, go back and tell Chiao Ke that I only need loyal warriors and partners, not dogs that seek to climb onto their master's head. Lord Tianxuan. Dichi wanted to say more, but he was immediately cut off by Tianxuan, get lost. Dichi didn't dare say anything more, took his leave respectfully from the reception hall, and immediately went to find his family members on Giant Ring Star to ask what exactly Cosimo had done recently. Soon Dichi learned about Cosimo's visit to Lin Shen and the fact that Lin Shen had moved into Paradise Palace. Dichi roughly guessed the whole story. The Mediki family had always hoped to form a matrimonial alliance with Tianxuan, to truly integrate the Mediki family into the celestial race, which was why they had Cosimo, the most outstanding young member of the Mediki family, get close to Tianxuan. But now it seemed that Tianxuan had never thought of forming such an alliance with the Mediki family. In Dichi's view, Lin Shen was nothing more than a pretext used by Tianxuan to kill Cosimo and to warn the Mediki family. Tianxuan didn't even regard Cosimo highly, let alone Lin Shen, and he couldn't imagine that Lin Shen, a mutator, could kill Cosimo, who had achieved the 9th turn ascension. Dichi felt a chill in his heart and immediately left Giant Ring Star to rush back to the Mediki family. He had to inform family head Chiao Ke of this matter as quickly as possible. If Tianxuan really gave up on the Mediki family because of this incident, the situation for the Mediki family would become extremely difficult. A half-breed mongrel, he has gone too far. Upon hearing Dichi's report, Chiao Ke crushed the object he had been toying with for many years in his hand. Family head, shall we break with Tianxuan? Dichi asked in concern. Chiao Ke sighed deeply, it's not yet the right time. We still need to rely on Tianxuan to establish ourselves within the celestial court. I was too impatient. I originally thought that given Tianxuan's current difficult situation, without our support, she would hardly be able to stand in the celestial court. I didn't expect her to be so resolute, preferring to give up her seat within the celestial court rather than give us a chance. It is my fault, I overestimated Tianxuan. After all, she is a woman. She's too emotional. I didn't anticipate she would take this step. It was I who harmed Cosimo that child and caused Tianxuan to develop a grudge against our Mediki family, and our situation will become very difficult in the future. I will go and apologize to Tianxuan, Dichi said through gritted teeth. No, that's not enough. I'll make the trip myself. Only in this way can we truly eliminate the grudge between us and Tianxuan, Chiao Ke said. How can that be? You are the head of our Mediki family. Everyone else can bow their heads, but not you. We would rather all die fighting than see you disgraced. Dichi was alarmed. There's nothing unacceptable about it. To endure for a time brings peace, to step back opens up a wide vista. Dichi, you must remember, the moment our Mediki family stepped out from our home world, our only goal was to carve out our own territory and become kings. To achieve this goal, everything can be sacrificed, myself included. Chiao Ke looked up at the starry sky with arms outstretched as if to embrace the entire universe. The Mediki family is not yet strong enough, we still need to endure. I have made one mistake, and I absolutely cannot afford to make a second. Cosimo is dead, but great Cosimo is still there, the Mediki family still has hope. We need to pave the way for the younger generations, even if we have to build bridges with our own dignity and flesh and blood, to help them ascend. If this road is not yet complete by the time I fall, my brother, I ask that you too become a bridge to aid them in reaching the pinnacle of the universe. If one generation doesn't succeed, then 2 generations, if 2 generations don't succeed, then 10, if 10 don't, then 100. I believe that one day, the name of the Mediki family will shine throughout the universe. Chapter 284, Chapter 284, The Dragon of the Sword Alliance. The grudge between Lin Shen and Wan family was only known to some of the larger clans. Most people were not aware of this dispute. Their most significant concern was the challenge that Qingjie posed to humanity. For so long, Qingjie had battled with many humans and still had yet to suffer a single defeat. Qingjie had gone from waiting in one place to accept challenges to actively seeking out humans to duel. The humans on Realm King Planet, upon encountering Qingjie, would almost instinctively turn and flee, which was a great humiliation to those who witnessed it. Many people had already begun calling for top human fighters like Wei Wufu and Ouyang Yatu to defeat Qingjie. It was just unfortunate that after the battle at Sea Corn Base, both Ouyang Yatu and Bai Shenfei had been grounded by their families and had no chance of returning to the Realm King Planet. Wei Wufu's attention wasn't on the Realm King Planet either, he was preparing to journey to Giant Ring Star. The Wei family, already small in number, could not allow Wei Wufu to travel to such a dangerous place without restraint, leaving the human mother planet. Wei Chongqing demanded that Wei Wufu undergo ascension before he could leave the human mother planet, so Wei Wufu simply didn't have the time to worry about Qingjie's challenges. Zhou Qinglong still had not given up on defeating Qingjie, but his last failed attempt at besiegement had greatly damaged his reputation and honor. Even within the Sword Alliance, many young people no longer looked up to Zhou Qinglong. They considered him a disgrace to the Sword Alliance, and the so-called Dragon of the Sword Alliance turned out to be no more than that. Even the senior members of the Sword Alliance had begun to hesitate whether they should continue to consider Zhou Qinglong as a key figure to nurture. When Zhou Qinglong and Zhou Qingmeng went to the canteen for a meal, they had just sat down when they heard someone nearby speaking in a sarcastic and snide manner. Our Sword Alliance really stands out these days. Who in the world doesn't know about our Sword Alliance now? We have a certain someone to thank for that, n/o/vel/b/in. .c//om. Yeah, the Dragon of the Sword Alliance, nothing more than a worm. Who doesn't know about our Sword Alliance's dragon now? Truly an imposing figure indeed. Haha. You. Zhou Qingmeng was furiously about to confront them, but Zhou Qinglong held her back by the hand. Zhou Qinglong shook his head slightly, signaling to Zhou Qingmeng not to lose her temper. The people on the other side continued with their sneering, their voices much louder than normal, clearly intending for Zhou Qinglong to hear. Zhou Qinglong wasn't angry, he packed up the food instead and left the canteen with Zhou Qingmeng. If it had been just himself, Zhou Qinglong could easily ignore them and continue eating. It didn't matter what they said. But with Zhou Qingmeng by his side, he couldn't allow her to be subjected to their gossip, which was why he chose to take away their meal and leave. Brother, those guys are clearly trying to tarnish your reputation so that the higher UPS in our Sword Alliance will give up on you. How can you let them spout nonsense like that? Zhou Qingmeng said indignantly as they walked away. I indeed failed, and that is a fact, Zhou Qinglong said with a smile. Failure is a common occurrence in life, while success is an event with a very low probability. Qingmeng, facing one's own failure is a necessary lesson in life. Failure isn't scary, what's frightening is allowing failure to affect your judgment and destroy your will. Don't let others influence you, just do your own thing. After calming Zhou Qingmeng, Zhou Qinglong headed to the training ground alone to practice his blade technique. He slashed out one cut after another, each strike accurate and true, without a hint of trickery or deviation. His blade technique was pure, fluid in its changes, and yet it retained a sense of valor. Qingjie possesses innate skills that bolster strength and speed, but that's not the crux of the issue. The enhancement to strength and speed from his innate skills is only about 50%, and I can achieve the same. However, his skills are honed through relentless practice. During combat, he wastes no movement, reducing the expenditure of energy and, combined with his own exceptional endurance, to defeat him, I must not utilize energy more than he does. Then there's the technique of the overlapping waves skill, which I also need to figure out how to counter, but this is not a problem either. Most importantly, his talent for a style of boxing has the innate skill that if his fist hits the target, it causes the energy within the target's body to explode, resulting in a self-detonation. This innate skill of his means I can't make contact with his fists. The moment I do, my own strength might be ignited, turning into a weapon that injures myself. To resolve this, unless I can defeat him despite making contact with his fists, or have absolute control over the energy within my body so that his innate skill cannot trigger an explosion. As Zhou Qinglong was practicing, he was also contemplating how to overcome Qingjie. After several battles, his understanding of Qingjie was deeper than anyone else's. He had trained his skill to the point where there were no superfluous movements, and he had also discovered a way to break through the overlapping waves skill, but he was still unable to counter that explosive punch. Mutator carapaces and base mutation weapons inherently contain energy. Qingjie's explosive punch upon contact with the carapace and base mutation weapons can detonate them. This innate ability is virtually the bane of all mutators. Zhou Qinglong, having trained to this point, still didn't have the confidence to defeat Qingjie without making contact with his fists. Controlling the energy within the carapace and weapons to prevent ignition is also very challenging. Without a corresponding innate skill it's difficult to achieve. Zhou Qinglong kept pondering a solution but hadn't come up with one yet. He believed there was a way, he just hadn't found it. When the Realm King cultivation device was activated again, Zhou Qinglong entered the Realm King planet once more. One reason was to hunt mutant creatures, and the other was to seek inspiration during combat in hopes of finding a way to counter Qingjie's explosive fist. The scenery before him changed, and Zhou Qinglong found himself transported to a beach by the sea. This was a place rich in mutant resources, but because of Qingjie's emergence, the ultra-burning core had dominated most of the beach, and human mutators had become scarce in the area. Zhou Qinglong looked around and saw no sign of ultra-burn warriors. Then, surveying the surroundings, he discovered that this was not the beach that often appeared in the sky vault projections. While he was observing, he suddenly saw a figure approaching from afar. Although the distance was too great to make out the details, the distinctly bright red battle clothes and the big red bull mount aroused Zhou Qinglong's suspicions that this might be a legion commander of the ultra-burning corps. However, Zhou Qinglong soon realized that it was not an ultra-burn warrior but a human dressed in an ultra-burn battle suit and helmet, riding a big red bull. Could that be the Great Red Bull Knight? Zhou Qinglong immediately thought of someone, but he wasn't sure if it was indeed him because there were now more than one person with a big red bull mount and battle clothes, and helmet. Whether or not it was the Great Red Bull Knight, Zhou Qinglong wanted to wait for him to come closer to greet him. But who knew that the knight would stop by the distant shore before getting close, turning his head to look at the sea. Zhou Qinglong also turned his gaze to the sea, noticing a large number of bubbles and a huge shadow emerging from the water's surface. A mutant sea serpent. When the shadow rose above the water, Zhou Qinglong finally made out the creature. A crystal base-level mutant sea serpent, with absurdly powerful self-healing abilities and strength and toughness enhancement skills, is a highly challenging mutant creature to deal with. Even if Zhou Qinglong wanted to kill it, he could only attempt to lure it out of the sea as he lacked the ability to kill it while in the water. Seeing the mutant sea serpent bearing down on the knight with the waves, Zhou Qinglong immediately ran over to provide support. But because the distance was too vast, before he made it there, he could only watch from afar as the big red bull knight punched towards the mutant sea serpent. Chapter 285, Chapter 285, The Trust That Was Not Betrayed. The knight was still some distance away from the mutant sea serpent, and in Zhou Qinglong's opinion, the knight had thrown his punch too early. But the next second, Zhou Qinglong heard a terrifying sonic boom, and then saw the mutant sea serpent, still a dozen meters away from the knight, as if it had been pierced by an invisible fist. A huge hole appeared in its body. Its massive body was blasted into the air and crashed heavily into the sea, causing waves several meters high. What kind of fist technique is that? Zhou Qinglong stopped in his tracks, staring dumbfounded at the astonishing scene. The great Red Bull Knight's immense strength was certainly awe-inspiring, but it was the spatial fist power that annihilated the mutant sea serpent which truly made him feel the power was beyond belief. Such fist power, isn't it the natural nemesis of Qing Jia's explosive punch? Zhou Qinglong suddenly overflowed with joy and hurried towards the great Red Bull Knight. Because Tianxun had told them not to leave Paradise Island recently, Lin Shen was terribly bored. One night, unable to hold back, he teleported to Realm King Planet to clear his mind. Since his base mutation rate was already complete and he no longer needed base mutation fluid, Lin Shen had not planned to hunt base variant creatures and was just wandering around. Who would have known that the mutant sea serpent would be so ill-fated, attempting to rush onto the beach to devour him, so he casually delivered a surfing fist. When the mutant sea serpent crashed into the sea, the huge hole from the punch began to heal rapidly. No longer daring to attack Lin Shen, it turned around and fled back into the depths of the sea. "I am Zhou Qinglong, may I inquire how to address you?" Zhou Qinglong approached Lin Shen and greeted him with a fist and palm salute. "Others call me the Great Red Bull Knight." Lin Shen deliberately altered his voice as he spoke, not wanting others to know that he could still enter Realm King Planet while being in an alien world. "It really is you." Zhou Qinglong's heart leaped with joy, and he quickly said, "Do you know about Qing Jia's challenge to humans? If it's possible, could I ask for your help to defeat him?" "Of course, but I have other matters to attend to, and I can only stay here for 2 more hours at most. Can you find him within this time?" Lin Shen had only intended to come here to relax, so he had set aside just 4 hours in total and it was almost time to return. 2 hours, I'm afraid that won't be enough, Zhou Qinglong said with a wry smile. Although he didn't know where Qing Jia was at the moment, it would take about 2 hours just to get to the plains. There definitely wasn't enough time. "Why don't you defeat him yourself?" Lin Shen had a rather favorable impression of Zhou Qinglong. This person was one for practical action, not minding personal gains or losses. "I haven't yet figured out a way to defeat him," Zhou Qinglong said helplessly. "Where's the difficulty?" Lin Shen asked further. Zhou Qinglong shared his analysis of Qing Jia with Lin Shen. After listening, Lin Shen pondered for a moment and then said, "You just can't break through that explosive punch, and that's why you can't defeat Qing Jia." "Correct," Zhou Qinglong sighed. "That kind of punch is too much of a restraint on mutators. Well, let me teach you a move. If you can master it, you shouldn't find it hard to defeat Qing Jia," Lin Shen offered after thinking it over. At the Azura training camp, Instructor Mu had once analyzed Qing Jia's situation for them, and it was indeed difficult for mutators to defeat Qing Jia. However, Zhou Qinglong himself already possessed the strength to battle Qing Jia and was able to break Qing Jia's overlapping waves skill. What he lacked was just a way to break the explosive punch, which made things a bit simpler. The onlookers, having heard Lin Shen say this, all felt that the Great Red Bull Knight was being too arrogant. Just now, because Zhou Qinglong was too far from Lin Shen, he saw the scene of Lin Shen blasting the mutant sea serpent into the air with a punch from afar, but the onlookers did not see it. Although Zhou Qinglong was a loser, his analysis was largely agreed upon by most people. The Great Red Bull Knight not going himself was one thing, but to claim that by teaching Zhou Qinglong a single move, he could defeat Qing Jia was a bit far-fetched. Many people felt that the Great Red Bull Knight didn't dare to challenge Qing Jia himself, and that's why he was stringing Zhou Qinglong along. Really? Zhou Qinglong thought that Lin Shen could teach him the spatial fist power, and was overjoyed at the thought. Of course, Lin Shen wasn't about to teach him the surfing fist. After dismounting from Big Red Bull, he took out a notebook and began to write and draw in it, and within a short period of time, he had filled it with lots of content. Tearing off a few pages, Lin Shen handed them to Zhou Qinglong and rode away on Big Red Bull. "Try it and see. If you can master it, it should be of some use. That so-called Great Red Bull Knight is just a charlatan, always with tricks and never showing his face. I think he's just afraid he can't beat Qing Jia and would lose face, so he's fooling Zhou Qinglong. Zhou Qinglong has gone mad from losing, to actually believe him. Zhou Qinglong and so many others attacked Qingjie together and still lost so badly. What kind of technique could be so powerful that a single move would allow Zhou Qinglong to defeat Qingjie? Let's disperse. It's all a big bluff. Most people didn't believe such a thing was possible, while only a very few thought, what if a miracle happens? When Zhou Qinglong wanted to say goodbye, Lin Shen had already ridden far away on Big Red Bull. He looked down at the content drawn and written on the paper. He saw text and drawings of stick figures in various positions, which seemed to be a movement technique. Zhou Qinglong immediately realized that the Great Red Bull Knight was teaching him a movement technique that could dodge Qingjie's punches. But Zhou Qinglong also found it hard to imagine what kind of movement technique could completely avoid Qingjie's punches. Although it seemed incredible, Zhou Qinglong didn't want to give up on the sliver of hope, and decided to study the movement technique the Great Red Bull Knight had left behind. The movement technique Lin Shen left behind was neither stepping on the immortal court nor an upgraded version of the surfing fist, but rather the method Red Heart A had used to break that one-finger skill. Lin Shen was fascinated by the mystic finger skill, so he practiced it when he was training. However, the method Red Heart A used to counteract it might not be a perfect fit for Lin Shen. No matter how much he trained, he couldn't master it well and it was incompatible with his own surfing fist technique, so he gave up on it. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Even though Lin Shen hadn't mastered Red Heart A's method, it was a very powerful movement technique in itself. Only by mastering it could the infinite variations of that finger skill be countered. It was a technique meant for dodging, and if it could avoid such a mystic finger skill, it likely wasn't too difficult to dodge Qingjie's punches. Of course, whether Zhou Qinglong could master it, and to what extent, remained to be seen. Lin Shen wasn't stingy with a technique, perhaps influenced by Wei Wufu. Naturally, it was mainly because Lin Shen found Zhou Qinglong rather likable, so it was of no consequence to him. After studying it for a while, Zhou Qinglong felt that this seemingly simple movement technique actually contained endless variations and mysteries. Zhou Qinglong knew many eyes were on him. The Great Red Bull Knight entrusting him with such a mystic movement technique was a sign of trust. This exquisite movement technique must be the Great Red Bull Knight's own life-saving secret, and he could not allow others to see it without the Great Red Bull Knight's permission. If the Great Red Bull Knight's enemies saw it, it would bring harm to him. The Great Red Bull Knight trusted him by giving him the movement technique, and he could not fail that trust. Chapter 286, Chapter 286 Tri-Life Base. After leaving the Realm King planet, Lin Shen still couldn't sleep. The nights on Giant Ring Star were just too long. Lin Shen simply teleported again. However, this time he didn't head for the Realm King planet, but rather to the Ring Mountain planet. Wei Wufu's primeval egg hadn't been delivered yet, and he couldn't ascend, but he could start gathering ascension resources in the meantime. Arriving at the place he left last time, Lin Shen first checked on that mutated pterosaur egg. The egg was still there, and the mutated pterosaur was not inside the Ring Mountain. Lin Shen thought for a moment, deciding to wait until he could leave Paradise Palace before finding an opportunity to take the mutated pterosaur egg out. His elder sister needed to ascend, and pets like Jiweiss, Death Powder, and Frost Swordsman needed to ascend as well. He had to find more mutated ascension eggs. After descending from the mountain, Lin Shen visited other ring mountains and saw various dragon-type creatures, most of which were at ascension level. However, the number of mutated creatures was not that high, and the mutation rate was not as high as on Realm King planet. After running through more than a dozen ring mountains, Lin Shen finally saw another mutated creature. What is this thing? Inside a huge ring mountain, Lin Shen saw a dragon-type creature with 6 wings, a body several times larger than the evil dragons, with 3 dragon heads, and a body that seemed to be made of silver crystal. Lin Shen had seen many dragon-type creatures in various ring mountains. They were mostly green in color, with only that mutated pterosaur being black. He had never before seen a dragon-type creature like this one, shiny as silver crystal. Moreover, this creature was too imposing. The pressure from its massive body was not something regular ascended creatures could compare with. Its 3 pairs of dragon wings were also slightly different from those of a pterosaur, looking more like butterfly wings in their design. N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. The 3 dragon heads looked identical, but the colors of their eyes were different. The eyes of the central head were silver like silver crystal, while the left head's eyes were like green crystal, and the right head's eyes were gold in color. Lin Shen thought this guy was probably a mutated ascension, but he didn't know what tier of ascended creature it was. Just from its imposing appearance, he estimated it wasn't of a low tier. Regrettably, no ascension eggs were found within this ring mountain. This creature, even more imposing than the evil dragon, was something Lin Shen genuinely wanted to have as a mount. Riding it around would definitely be incredibly cool. Riding this thing to pick up girls, which girl could resist? As Lin Shen was contemplating this, suddenly, he saw the 3 heads of the 3-headed dragon all lift up, emitting a soul-shaking dragon roar. The next second, Lin Shen saw 3 different life bases flying out from the mouths of the 3 dragon heads. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. This gave Lin Shen quite a fright. He thought the 3-headed dragon had discovered him and wanted to attack. He quickly flew back, but he didn't see the 3 life bases flying outside of the ring mountain, so they probably weren't attacking him. That guy has 3 life bases. Lin Shen suddenly realized that the 3-headed dragon actually had 3 life bases. He had never seen an ascended creature with 3 life bases before. He had painstakingly used primeval eggs to advance, always on edge, and his base mutation talent was like drawing a lottery. At most, he would end up with a double life base. Yet, this thing actually had a tri-life base. It was simply outrageous. Lin Shen climbed back to the peak and sneakily peered into Ring Mountain. There, he saw the 3-headed dragon frolicking with its 3 life bases, having a whale of a time playing with its own life bases. Its 3 life bases were 3 shields. The green crystal shield was round, the silver crystal shield was iron-shaped, and the gold crystal shield somewhat resembled a riot shield. Within each shield, there was a dragon-shaped light shadow, likely the spirit of the life base. It really is a tri-life base, not one life base split into 3, Lin Shen confirmed when he saw the spirits inside the shields, convinced that the 3-headed dragon was undoubtedly a mutant. A thought struck Lin Shen. This creature has 3 life bases, an extremely rare treasure among treasures. It's a pity it hasn't bred an ascension egg. If I were to kill it, I would merely obtain 3 life bases, which is an incredible waste compared to its true value. If I were to use Death Powder's supreme soul harvesting skill, combined with Jai Weiss's suppressive effect on dragon-type creatures, I wonder if I could make this wild dragon-type creature acknowledge me as its master. Lin Shen felt it was worth a try, though he needed to enhance the intimidating power of the supreme soul harvesting against dragon-type creatures first. It would be best if Death Powder and Jai Weiss could ascend first, the effect would probably be better. To make them ascend, he currently lacks suitable ascension eggs, and since Lin Shen himself hadn't ascended, they wouldn't be able to be activated after their ascension. Lin Shen could only find a way to enhance Death Powder's supreme soul harvesting skill first. Sorry, little dragon babies, for the sake of this 3-headed dragon mount, you'll have to be sacrificed. Lin Shen took Death Powder to kill those ordinary dragon-type creatures. Killing creatures of the same type should be just as effective in deterring the 3-headed dragon, albeit perhaps slightly less. But it didn't matter. As long as he killed more types of dragon-type creatures, the deterrence would accumulate. For example, after killing 100 pterosaurs, killing more pterosaurs wouldn't increase the deterrent power, but Lin Shen could continue to kill triceratops, and 100 of them would also add to the deterrence against dragon-type creatures. With so many types of dragons on Ring Mountain planet, killing a few extra species would stack up the impact. Now with Surfing Fist, Stubborn Lone Will Gauntlets, and the added strength attribute from the boundless strength contract, Lin Shen could easily kill general ascended creatures without calling upon the power of the sacrificial halo. Moreover, by luring those dragon-type creatures out, the local environment would suppress them, making it easier to kill them. The sacrificial halo had now accumulated 138 attribute points, mostly from the offerings during that period of time, and hadn't grown much since. When fighting, Lin Shen never counted on the power of the sacrificial halo to avoid being over-reliant and suffering great losses in the future. If his own abilities were sufficient to kill, he would kill; if not, he would first enhance his own strength, without always relying on the enhancements provided by the sacrificial halo. Having found a ring mountain where pterosaurs gathered, Lin Shen lured one out, and with a punch, he burst the pterosaur into pieces, not even giving Death Powder a chance to strike. The boundless strength contract kept his strength growing, and Lin Shen now had 61 strength attribute points, 20 points more than a top-level crystal base, and all of these were foundational strength points, which would be amplified when using attribute enhancement skills. After killing a few pterosaurs, the time Lin Shen had set arrived, and he was transported back to his room. Why are you here? Lin Shen saw light in the room and immediately felt something was off. He turned his head and spotted Tian Xuan, wearing a white nightgown, lying on his side on his bed, resting her fair cheek in her hand, and looking at him with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Lin Shen had observed over the past 2 days that even within Paradise Palace, Tian Xuan would not leave her room when night fell. She had also reminded Lin Shen and Lin Miao not to leave their rooms after dark. Lin Shen had thus felt reassured to teleport to other planets, not expecting Tian Xuan to come to his room during the night. Why can't I be here? Aren't you my little lover? What's wrong with me being in my little lover's room? Tian Xuan stretched out a hand, grabbed Lin Shen's, and pulled him straight into her embrace. My little lover, don't you want to do the things that lovers should do? Chapter 287, Chapter 287, The Gift. Who doesn't like a sexy angel? Unfortunately for Lin Shen, from beginning to end, all he saw was a blur of mosaic, completely missing out on the allure. Tian Xuan was unaware that the effort she put into dressing up and what she thought was a seductive pose, which indeed was quite seductive, couldn't be seen by Lin Shen at all. The two of them lay side by side on the bed, with Tian Xuan embracing Lin Shen from behind, her wings also wrapping around his body. Although Lin Shen couldn't see Tian Xuan's appearance, the soft and bouncy sensation from his back was very real, and it still made his heart race and his mind wander. After the mosaic on Bai Shenfei vanished and she turned out to be so beautiful, now Tian Xuan has the mosaic. Could it be that fire seed specifically possesses beauties? I wonder what Tian Xuan actually looks like? Who would be more beautiful compared to Bai Shenfei? Lin Shen couldn't help fantasizing about his ideal woman, and the more he thought about it, the hotter he felt. What's something that lovers should do? Lin Shen's throat felt dry, and his voice turned somewhat hoarse. What do you think is something that lovers should do? Tian Xuan teased Lin Shen's fingers with hers, making her voice sound so sultry that it seemed to melt bones. It couldn't be that, could it? Lin Shen licked his lips, feeling drier by the second. Which that? Tian Xuan asked nonchalantly while still playing with Lin Shen's fingers. The one you're thinking of. Lin Shen remained with his back to Tian Xuan, showing no intention of turning around. He quite liked this feeling. If he turned around and saw a blur of mosaic, it would surely quench all his desires. You're not a good person, hey? How can you think of such naughty things? Tian Xuan's hands glided across Lin Shen's chest, her fingers tracing along his chest muscles, slowly sliding over them. Lin Shen closed his eyes, not because he couldn't bear the stimulation but because he didn't want to see the mosaic touching him randomly. What's a naughty thing? Lin Shen asked with his eyes closed. Naughty things are naturally bad things, Tian Xuan whispered into Lin Shen's ear, her breath tickling his heart. How bad? It all depends on how bad your heart is. Lin Shen felt a terrible itch in his ear and his heart began to sway uncontrollably. He instinctively turned to look at Tianxuan. But when he opened his eyes, he was greeted by a blur of mosaic, which felt like a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Do you really plan to just keep looking at me without doing something naughty? Tianxuan blinked and said. Faced with a blur of mosaic, Lin Shen found it hard to harbor any extraneous thoughts, so he turned back around and laid down again, speaking to Tianxuan with his back to her. If possible, I wish you could hold me like this and we could sleep together. I really like this feeling of being embraced. Is that all you want me to do, just hold you? Tianxuan couldn't help but frown slightly. She didn't come here just to hold Lin Shen while sleeping, but Lin Shen's suggestion was exactly what she desired. All right, then I'll just hold you like this, and we can chat. Tianxuan paused and then continued, what was the skill called that you used to kill Cosimo? Sacrifice to heaven. I can't normally use it, it requires special circumstances to trigger, Lin Shen replied, half truthfully, half deceptively. What kind of special circumstances? Tianxuan asked again. I can't really reveal that. Just know it's generally unusable and might not even be available when I'm desperate. It's pretty much the same as not having it at all. Lin Shen naturally couldn't tell Tianxuan that the more people who died around him, the stronger his skill became. Letting others know about Lin Shen's situation, who would dare to be his teammate then? Then Cosimo was really unlucky. Your sacrifice to heaven skill has so many restrictions, and it's almost useless, yet it just happened to be triggered by him. Tianxuan obviously didn't believe the nonsense Lin Shen was saying. Ahem, he was indeed quite unlucky. Lin Shen wanted to change the subject when he suddenly noticed an oil lamp on the table, the source of the light in the room. That's not a normal lamp, is it? Why can it illuminate the darkness? Lin Shen asked. That's not a lamp at all, but a spirit base, the life base of a 10th turn ascended lamp bearer. His life base has some influence on the darkness, so I'm using it as a light. Without this treasure, it'd be quite inconvenient to go out at night, said Tianxuan. Tianxuan paused and continued, the nights on Giant Ring Star are indeed a bit eerie. Inside the Giant Ring Star, devices like electric lights can still function most of the time, but inside the ring, most light sources are useless. Only special light sources like this lamp of life and death can illuminate the darkness of the ring. There was a red light bird I saw last night. What kind of creature is that? Lin Shen asked further. I don't know, it only appears occasionally in the darkness of the ring. No one has seen it during the day. However, some say that the red light bird is the true master of this ring. After speaking, Tianxuan didn't know where he had pulled out a box and presented it to Lin Shen. This gift is for you. Open it and see if you like it. What? Holding the box, Lin Shen could feel its weight. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. You'll know when you open it, Tianxuan replied, keeping Lin Shen in suspense. Lin Shen had no choice but to sit up and open the box. Inside he found a pet egg that resembled a white crystal. This is an ascension egg. Lin Shen examined it closely and easily determined it was an ascension egg, but he was unsure of its level and quality. This one is the mutated ascension egg I mentioned earlier that I wanted to give you. It comes from a variant Avenging Angel. Using it for ascension, there is a high chance of gaining the angel rebirth talent for your life base. Tianxuan wrapped his arms around Lin Shen's waist from behind and, with his cheek against Lin Shen's face, said with a smiling tone. This ascension egg is very good, but I had already settled on an ascension egg before. Lin Shen thought Tianxuan was persuading him to use this egg for ascension and declined once again. I'm giving this to you, whether you use it or how you use it, that's all up to you. If you really don't need it, maybe someone close to you will? Hasn't your big sister not ascended yet? Tianxuan spoke gently. Lin Shen was so moved he was nearly dropping little pearls. He had just become her lover and before any labor on his part, she'd given such a precious gift and even thought of his big sister. Where else could he find such an attentive lover? Angel Rebirth was indeed a very powerful life base ability, and it wouldn't be a bad choice for his big sister to use it for ascension. By the way, here are the stubborn lone will gauntlets back to you. Lin Shen felt guilty for taking too much from Tianxuan, it weighed on his conscience. How could I take back something I've given you? It's already yours, Tianxuan said, and then surprisingly pulled out another box from behind and placed it in front of Lin Shen. There's another gift for you. Open it and see. Chapter 288, Chapter 288, Angel Revolver Upgraded Version. You've given me so many gifts, and I have nothing to give you in return. How can I accept this? Lin Shen felt too embarrassed to accept gifts from Tianxuan. What's there to be embarrassed about? You're my little lover after all. It's only right and proper to give gifts to one's lover. Just take a look, and who knows? You might like it. Tianxuan said softly, cheek pressed against Lin Shen's. Even if I like it. I shouldn't, right? Wouldn't that be disregarding the thoughtfulness you put into it? Initially, Lin Shen planned to refuse, but after opening the gift and seeing its contents, he found he couldn't utter a word of rejection. Inside the box was a snow-white crystalline token, square-shaped and about the size of a business card, though slightly thicker. It also had a carving of a person's bust on it. That bust was none other than Lin Shen himself, captured so exquisitely that even he recognized his own likeness immediately. Do you like it? Tianxuan asked gently, embracing Lin Shen from behind. I do. What else could Lin Shen say? If Tianxuan had carved it himself, and Lin Shen said he didn't like it, wouldn't he be the sort who throws kindness back in people's faces? As long as you like it. Come with me, Tianxuan said suddenly, standing up from the bed, not even bothering to put on shoes, her bare, snow-white feet directly stepping on the floor. She took Lin Shen by one hand and the lamp of life and death in the other, and ran toward the door. Fortunately, Lin Shen hadn't taken off his shoes and was pulled by Tianxuan to the dome hall on the top floor. Holding the lamp, Tianxuan lit up the dome hall, where now a white flying vehicle was parked alongside Tianxuan's usual red one. From its design and model, it was identical to Tianxuan's red flying vehicle, the only difference being in color. Come closer, Tianxuan said with a smile. Lin Shen realized something and, as he approached the white flying vehicle, couldn't help looking at the jade plaque in his hand. The jade plaque lit up for a moment. Almost at the same time, the white flying vehicle also lit up. Under the illumination of the lamp of life and death, some lights on the flying vehicle could be seen, though they were not as bright as usual. Only then did Lin Shen understand that the jade plaque was actually the key to the flying vehicle. Why are you giving me this? I won't be able to use it often, Lin Shen said. Just get on and try it out, Tianxuan simply said with a smile. It's still dark outside now, and we can't go out. How am I supposed to try it? Lin Shen complained, but he still opened the door. After all, it was a thoughtful gesture, and he didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm. Once he opened the door, Lin Shen saw that on the driver's seat lay a complete set of battle clothes. The design and craftsmanship made it clear that it was no ordinary item. The clothes you usually wear may look nice, but they're not very practical in battle and they provide no protection. This is a battle suit I had customized at Sky Pinnacle Star. It doesn't hinder the use of base mutation carapace and it does offer some protection. Ordinary life-base weapons would find it difficult to destroy it in a short time. Yet, it is a suit after all, not a carapace capable of defending against all sorts of power attacks. It can only protect against sharp weapons, and its defense against heavy blows is just average. You won't think it's not good enough, will you? n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. With all the thought and care you've put into this, how could I ever complain? The only thing to complain about is myself, Lin Shen said as he climbed into the flying vehicle, closed the door, and changed into the battle suit inside. It had to be said, putting on this suit made him feel immediately more upscale, almost like he was part of a high-tech civilization, not like the simple and formless battle clothes and helmets of the Ultraburn tribe. The battle suit was even equipped with a pet gun, similar in style to the Angel revolver that Tian Xin carried. Just as Lin Shen was about to pull it out to give it a try, Tian Xun said, "This is an Ascension-level pet gun called the upgraded Angel revolver. It can load 10 pet capsules, with a firing rate of 88, which makes it one of the finest among Ascension pet guns. However, you haven't ascended yet, so you can't activate it for now. You'll have to wait until after your ascension to use it." Tian Xun also gave him an ascension egg, a flying machine, battle clothes, and a pet gun, all of them top-notch. It made Lin Shen feel somewhat embarrassed, as he didn't seem to have anything to give to Tian Xun in return. Fortunately, Lin Shen had thick enough skin. Although he felt embarrassed, he still took the gifts with a clear conscience. "Do you like them?" Tian Xun asked. "I do. How can I thank you?" Lin Shen sighed. "In a few days, I might go on an adventure to a mountain within the giant ring star. You can come with me," Tian Xun thought for a moment and then said. A few days ago, when exploring Giant God Mountain, the pioneer corps formed by 3 families suffered heavy losses. Out of 30,000 people, more than half died, including quite a few ascenders. However, despite the heavy price paid, they more or less figured out the situation of certain areas of the Giant God Mountain and even discovered a very magical region. Only mutators could enter that area, where a special kind of base mutation plant grew. The mutators from the Pioneer Corps picked the base mutation fruits there and, after eating them, their attribute levels actually increased. Although the increase wasn't much, at most just a little, usually, attributes have a maximum limit. Once the limit is reached, external forces can't affect it anymore. The fact that the fruit there could allow attributes to break through the upper limit was already very miraculous. The Tian, Qi, and An families had already agreed to send some mutators to pick the fruits. It all depended on the individual's abilities and cultivation. Whoever could pick more would keep more. The fruits were only useful to mutators, so Tian Xun naturally couldn't use them. Taking Lin Shen was also meant to let him eat some of the fruits. With Lin Shen's strength, in a place exclusive to mutators, it would be like bringing dimensionality down a notch. There was simply no risk at all. Lin Shen was unaware of Tian Xun's thoughts and thought that Tian Xun just wanted someone to accompany her. After thinking it over, he agreed. After bringing Lin Shen back to his room, Lin Shen initially thought Tian Xun would come in to sleep together, but to his surprise, Tian Xun kissed him on the forehead at the doorstep, said good night, closed the door, and left. "Come on, what was that about? What happened to sleeping together? What about getting up to some mischief?" Lin Shen felt somewhat dejected inside. Although he didn't want to do any mischief, he wanted to cuddle while sleeping. The fire seed was still with Tian Xun after all. "Never mind, it's not urgent right now. Considering Tian Xun's attitude towards me, finding an opportunity to cuddle and sleep shouldn't be hard." Lin Shen returned to his room and examined the Avenger Angel Ascension egg for a while. He couldn't see anything special about it, but Fatty suddenly jumped out, wanting to eat the Avenger Angel Ascension egg. Lin Shen pressed him directly into his backpack with one hand, fastened the backpack's buckle, and prevented him from sneaking out to eat it. "When it's daylight, I'll ask Big Sister if she wants to use this Avenger Angel egg to ascend," Lin Shen thought as he lay in bed, pondering how to repay these favors in the future. No one is nice to another person without a reason. Tian Xun was so good to him, probably seeing potential in him, it was an investment. Having accepted her kindness, Lin Shen was mentally prepared to repay her. This was a matter of principle in being human. Taking advantage of others while criticizing their motives, wishing to gain without working, unwilling to give something in return, Lin Shen couldn't respect those kinds of people and would certainly not become one of them. Chapter 289, Chapter 289, Old Acquaintance. Tian Xin had been inquiring about Lin Shen's whereabouts these past few days, but unfortunately, there had been no news. Because of the search for Lin Shen, the plan to visit his younger aunt Tianxun had been postponed for several days. Tai, are you sure Lin Shen came to the celestial race? I've checked all the routes from the human mother planet to the celestial race, but I didn't find any trace of Lin Shen. Tian Xin was also curious about the stranger's half-flesh and half-steel body. Since the stranger didn't say his name, Tian Xin had given him the nickname Tai just for fun, but since the man didn't object, the name had stuck. Certain. Tai answered seriously. I'll have someone continue the search, but I need to take a trip to my younger aunt's place first. I can't delay any further. Are you going to come with me to my younger aunt's place, or will you wait at home for me? After Tian Xin finished speaking, he immediately regretted it and quickly added, you should come with me to my younger aunt's place. In just these few days, Tai had been quite a troublemaker. Tian Xin really didn't feel at ease leaving him alone at home. You go on your own, I'm going to find Lin Shen. Tai stood up and walked away. I've asked so many friends, but none have found his whereabouts. Where will you look on your own? Tian Xin said. I have my methods. Tai had already reached the door and was about to leave. If I find Lin Shen first, how should I contact you? Tian Xin asked. Upon hearing this, Tai stopped in his tracks, thought for a moment, and then took out something and tossed it to Tian Xin. If you find Lin Shen, break it, and wait for me to come to you. How do I break it? Can I smash it? Does this thing actually work? Shouldn't you leave me a communication number? Tian Xin looked at the object in his hand, thinking that Tai was just talking nonsense. A porcelain cup, of all things, wasn't a signal device. What use was there in smashing it to pieces? Even if it were a signal device, sending a signal between different planets isn't easy, unless it's a communicator that comes with the teleporter itself. Tian Xin thought that Tai was fooling him with such a broken thing, but Tai had already left without a trace. He was going to throw the cup away, but decided to keep it after second thought. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. This Tai is quite interesting. Parting now, who knows if we'll meet again? Tian Xin murmured to himself. Though Tai had been getting into trouble these past few days, Tian Xin felt that people like Tai, who acted on their true feelings, were indeed rare. It was difficult for someone like him to survive in the universe. Anyone or anything he found objectionable would prompt him to take action directly, easily provoking those powerful individuals you shouldn't mess with. That's why Tian Xin thought it unlikely that they would meet again. Who knew when Tai might offend someone he shouldn't and die in an unknown place? Having collected his belongings, Tian Xin prepared to head for Giant Ring Star to find his younger aunt, Tianxun. Although his younger aunt and Tian Xin's father didn't share the same mother, Tian Xin had a good relationship with her, even his angel revolver was a gift from her. Thinking of the angel revolver, Tian Xin's thoughts turned to Lin Shen, whom he found utterly irritating. Luckily, his younger aunt had told him that once he ascended, she would give him an ascension-level angel revolver. After all, his own ascension was nearing. Later, he would be able to get an upgraded version of the angel revolver. In fact, had it not been for his search for the ancient realm king's treasure chest, he would have ascended already. It was purely because ascension would prevent him from entering Realm King planet that he had remained at base mutation level. To his surprise, there had been an unexpected benefit. Just yesterday, he received a message from his younger aunt instructing him to rush to Giant Ring Star. There, a fruit had been found on Giant Ring Star that could enhance a mutator's attribute, effective only for mutators. For Tian Xin, this was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise, which was why he was in such haste to get to Giant Ring Star, putting the search for Lin Shen on hold for now. Heading out to the teleportation station, he needed to go through several teleportations to reach Giant Ring Star. And teleporting to Giant Ring Star also required timing, he had to do it at dawn, or else there would be trouble. Tian Xin thought of giving Tian Sun a surprise, so he didn't notify her in advance and teleport to Giant Ring Star alone. It was Tian Xin's first visit to Giant Ring Star. He took in his surroundings and noticed people from various races had arrived, most being picked up by others. No one was there to pick him up, but Tian Xin knew Tian Sun lived on Paradise Island within the Star Belt. He could find his way there on his own. Most of these people teleport to Giant Ring Star were recruits for the Pioneer Corps. Seeing Tian Xin from the celestial race, they were somewhat wary, generally keeping their distance. Not wanting to waste words with them, the celestial simply spread his wings and flew off, heading toward the Star Belt. Having a rough idea of Paradise Island's location, he felt confident in the direction he was flying. After spending the better part of the day traveling, he arrived at the Star Belt. Taking out a map and comparing it, he discovered he wasn't far from Paradise Island. Just as Tian Xin was about to head in the direction of Paradise Island, he suddenly noticed a human on a floating ring island below hunting base variant creatures. Normally, Tian Xin wouldn't have cared, but out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the person's face and felt a sense of familiarity. He turned his head back around and took a closer look. All my efforts have paid off without even trying. Lin Shen, I never expected to find you here on Giant Ring Star. Tian Xin was overjoyed and flew straight toward the floating ring island. Lin Shen was on Razor Fang Island, hunting Razor Fang beasts, because Tian Sun had told him that the Medaki family probably wouldn't bother him anymore, so she had allowed him to leave Paradise Palace to hunt base variant creatures. Lin Shen wasn't particularly interested in hunting Razor Fang beasts, but Tian Sun had mentioned that there was a mutated ascension-level Razor Fang beast on Razor Fang Island that might be about to lay eggs, so he had come to try his luck. Now that his pets needed ascension eggs to ascend, he was in need of mutated ascension eggs. Getting even one more would be a boon. Unfortunately, he hadn't found the mutated Razor Fang beast, although he had killed several base mutation-level Razor Fang beasts. Just as he was considering where to look for the mutated Razor Fang beast, he saw a figure flying towards him from the sky. Lin Shen looked up and saw a celestial, and upon closer inspection, realized that this celestial was an old acquaintance. It's such a vast universe, and to think I'd encounter Tian Xin outside Realm King Planet. What a twist of fate! Lin Shen was also surprised, not expecting to see Tian Xin here. Tian Xin descended from the sky, landing directly in front of Lin Shen. Before that, he had sent a message to Tian Sun to come and pick him up. He wanted Lin Shen to understand what despair meant. Chapter 290, Chapter 290, Playing the Pig to Eat the Tiger. Old friend, I never expected to see you again, Tian Xin said, landing not far from Lin Shen with a smile on his face. Now Tian Xin was in no hurry. In fact, he felt like having a good chat with Lin Shen, to reminisce about the good old days they had spent together. This was the territory of his aunt Tian Sun, and once she arrived, Tian Xin planned to show Lin Shen what the power of a great family truly meant. I really didn't expect it either, Lin Shen said, smiling as well. He also wasn't in a rush, examining Tian Xin with his gaze. Noticing Lin Shen's look, Tian Xin thought with a sneer, "You bastard, still thinking of targeting this young master? Today, I'll have you spit out everything you owe me, with interest. How come you're here?" Tian Xin asked with a beaming smile, as if a senior leader was showing concern for a junior. "Couldn't make it at home, so I had to strike out on my own. What about you? Why are you here?" Lin Shen asked politely. After all, this was the benefactor who had contributed many good things to him, and who might contribute again today. With no merit, there is still hard work, he couldn't hurt his feelings. "That's what I thought. There's something wrong with your style. You're always causing trouble outside, and sooner or later you're going to cross someone you can't afford to offend. Now you've found trouble, haven't you? Tian Xin could hardly contain his glee at hearing Lin Shen was no longer able to get by at home. Ha, little trash, you think just because you can't make it at home, you can get by out here? Too naive. Today, Big Brother here will teach you how to behave. You're absolutely right. I'll be careful in the future, replied Lin Shen, and after a moment's thought, he asked, but what brings you here? Could it be that you can't make it at home either? How could that be possible? What kind of person am I, and who do I know? My friends are all over the universe. How could I be as miserable as you, not even being able to make it in my own home? Little Lin, I have to say, one must be kind-hearted. You have to work hard on your own, not always think about stealing from others. Sooner or later, it will lead to huge losses, Tian Xin said, smirking. So you're saying you have friends on Giant Ring Star too? Lin Shen had been talking nonsense with Tian Xin for half a day, just to find out if Tian Xin had any connection with the Celestials here. If he had no relation to Tian Xuan, Lin Shen could go ahead and open the mystery box to see what good things Tian Xin had brought him this time. If Tian Xin was related to Tian Xuan or was one of her subordinates, it wouldn't be so easy to act.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. After all, he and Tian Xuan were now on the same boat, so he couldn't just rob her subordinates' possessions. It wouldn't look good to spread that around. I really don't have friends on Giant Ring Star, Tian Xin thought to himself. I'm telling the truth, I really don't have any friends here, just an aunt, that's all. How can you say you have no friends? I'm your old friend, right? Lin Shen responded cheerfully, feeling the mystery box was already half open. I like the way you talk, we are indeed old friends, Tian Xin said, pleased as well, and both broke into joyful laughter looking at one another. Meeting an old friend, what gift have you brought? After laughing, they both looked at each other and spoke in unison. Little Tian Xin, you're the one who's off base here. You come to visit Big Brother, it's certainly you who should bring the gifts, Lin Shen said seriously. Little Lin, your words are also not quite right. In terms of age, I am the Big Brother, and you are a young one, Tian Xin retorted with a grimace. If that's how you want to play it, that's fine too. In light of our friendship, bring out something, and I'll find you a good position on Paradise Island. Just don't send me to the Pioneer Corps, Lin Shen continued, keen to find out if Tian Xin was indeed Tian Xuan's subordinate. Even though Tian Xin was a celestial and shared the Tian surname, the chances of a connection were slim given the abundance of celestials named Tian. Still, it was better to ascertain the facts. You have connections on Paradise Island. Tian Xin was slightly taken aback upon hearing this. Yeah, and they're not insignificant, Lin Shen nodded. Tian Xin sneered inwardly, thinking, how significant can your connections be, to be greater than my aunt's? Posing with that act, trying to scare me, hey. Tian Xin, seeing that Tian Xuan had yet to arrive, decided he needed to play the fool to find out exactly what connections Lin Shen had on Paradise Island before cutting them down. With that thought, Tian Xin feigned surprise, you have contacts in a place like Paradise Island? I've been worried about this lately, afraid I'll be assigned to the Pioneer Corps. I don't know what kind of connections you have, but getting me into Paradise Island as a soldier guard or something would be enough as long as it's not the Pioneer Corps. Such a small matter, absolutely no problem. But as you know, it's not that easy to get into Paradise Island, Lin Shen said with a smile. The matter of money is negotiable. I've brought plenty of good things with me, and if that's not enough, I can also figure out a way to have my family send some more. But you've got to tell me, what kind of connection is it? Tian Xin appeared very eager, his acting quite natural indeed. Lin Shen had originally intended to rob Tian Xin, but if he could get Tian Xin to give up his goods willingly, that would save him the effort. So, Lin Shen ventured, do you know who is the Star Lord of Giant Ring Star? Such a significant figure, I've never seen them. I've only heard that the most powerful figure on Giant Ring Star is a Nirvana-level powerhouse. I think her name is Tian Xuan, Tian Xin said, not understanding why Lin Shen suddenly mentioned the Star Lord. Correct, it's Tian Xuan. I have a bit of a connection with Tian Xuan, and your little issue is nothing in my book. Lin Shen disclosed Tian Xuan's name deliberately to observe Tian Xin's reaction. He had a feeling that Tian Xin and Tian Xuan, both from the Tian family and coincidentally on the same planet, might share some relation, which could pose a problem later if he robbed Tian Xin and then had to explain himself to Tian Xuan. Unfortunately for Lin Shen, Tian Xin's acting was explosively brilliant. Shocked at the news of Lin Shen's connection with the Star Lord, he blurted out, "You actually have a connection with the Star Lord." At that moment, Tian Xin was cursing Lin Shen in his heart, "You shameless wretch, pretending to have a connection with my aunt. What connection could you possibly have? A mere base mutation level lackey like you, my aunt probably wouldn't even deign to glance at you, not even worthy to meet her, and here you are trying to bluff me." But right now, Tian Xin's mood was very good. He was highly anticipating the moment Tian Xuan showed up, curious what expression this liar who claimed to have a connection with Tian Xuan would have then. "Haha, you never imagined I'd be Tian Xuan's nephew. Keep acting, let's see the show you put on." Tian Xin was struggling to contain his joy, and with a pained expression said, "Big brother, you really have to help me out. Please ask the Star Lord to give me a hand. Don't let me get sent to the Pioneer Corps." Seeing Tian Xin's reaction, Lin Shen thought the deal was sealed, confident now that the mystery box could be unlocked. Chapter 291, Chapter 291, Junior Uncle. An existence like the Star Lord, asking for her help will definitely cost a fortune. What do you have on you? Take it out and let me have a look. Maybe there's something the Star Lord would fancy, Lin Shen said. Lin Shen didn't really expect Tian Xin to obediently hand over his possessions, but to his surprise, this time Tian Xin was unusually compliant. "These are the only things I have on me. See if they will do." As he spoke, Tian Xin took off his backpack and started taking out the items one by one. This is the key to the flight device, but the device itself is still at home. This is a mutated crystal base egg, which is also a good item. And this one, a pet gun, with a firing rate of 41. Although it doesn't have the firing rate of the Angel revolver, it's still considered top-notch at the crystal base level. As Tian Xin introduced his items, he also asked Lin Shen, "Big brother, did you bring your Angel revolver?" "I did, it's on me, and indeed very handy," Lin Shen said with a smile. "As long as it's handy." Tian Xin nodded repeatedly with a smile, but inwardly he was fiercely determined, "I'll grab it back later and use it to kill you." "Is this all you've got?" Lin Shen glanced over the items Tian Xin had taken out. These used to be good items for him, but now, they weren't very impressive to him anymore. Sigh, life is tough. It's difficult enough for a person struggling alone outside to acquire so many good items, Tian Xin lamented with a lonely and unsatisfied expression on his face. "I think you've got good stuff you don't want to take out, right? Is it that you don't trust me?" Lin Shen's gaze swept over Tian Xin as he spoke with a hardened face. "That's really all I have," Tian Xin sneered inwardly, "this scumbag is getting greedier, still not satisfied with these items. Little Tian Xin, do you know what kind of person the Star Lord is? You think you can bribe the Star Lord with these trifles? Do you think that will do?" Lin Shen's tone became even more unfriendly. "I think it should be about right," Tian Xin retorted with a cold smile. "In life, you have to know when to hold on and when to let go. The more you give, the more you'll gain. Don't miss out on something bigger over something smaller, Lin Shen preached as he stepped toward Tianxin, I see you can't make up your mind. Who would have thought, we are old friends, and I am your good big brother. Let me help you out. Sure. Tianxin said coldly, maybe I'll be the one helping you n/o/vel/b//in. .c//om. He picked up the pet launcher, and his body was also wrapped in the base mutation carapace. During this time, he had grown quite a bit, and it was just the time to use Lin Shen for some practice. After all, his little niece should be arriving soon, so he wasn't worried about Lin Shen going against him. Both men didn't speak. Lin Shen directly whipped out the death powder and flicked it over like a whip. A halo appeared above Tianxin's head, making him look as holy as a true angel. Then he took something off his waist. After being triggered, that thing turned into a bow. With the flapping of his wings, Tianxin dodged Lin Shen's whip. He drew the bow and let an arrow fly straight at Lin Shen. Hey! Lin Shen was slightly taken aback. There were no arrows on Tianxin, but when he pulled the bow, a light arrow appeared out of thin air, shooting toward him at high speed. Lin Shen immediately realized there was something special about the bow, certainly not an ordinary item, but a treasure. Not only did the bow endow Tianxin with the ability to attack from a distance, but the speed of the light arrows it shot out was even faster than the upper limit of the crystal base level. This kid Tianxin, he always manages to come up with something surprising. Lin Shen was delighted, his heart set on the bow. Using his movement technique, Lin Shen dodged the light arrows shot by Tianxin. Tian flew in the air, constantly pulling the bowstring, firing arrows maniacally at Lin Shen, in a splendid mood. Look who's dumb now, you may jump around, but you can't fly faster than me, and I have ranged attacks. I'll play you to death, you scumbag, Tian boasted internally while shooting arrows. Dodging Tianxin's barrage of arrows, Lin Shen wondered to himself, Tianxin has gotten quite strong lately. His flying speed and strength have increased a lot from before. He wanted to see what other new tricks Tianxin had, so he didn't rush to counter and instead dodged the light arrows with his movement technique. After shooting for a while, Tianxin felt a significant drain on his strength and had failed to injure Lin Shen, so he stopped shooting the arrows. Lin Shen, kneel down and give me 3 kowtows. Then hand over everything you took from me, and I'll let you live, Tianxin called out from the air, staring straight at Lin Shen. Thanks, but I don't like walking on paths others have laid out for me, Lin Shen replied indifferently. If you won't take the chance to live, don't blame me for what happens next. Tianxin drew her bow once more, her halo bursting with light overhead, shining like a miniature sun. A radiant arrow of light appeared on the bowstring, its intense luminosity akin to a sunbeam. Lin Shen's expression turned serious. Tianxin's arrow was indeed out of the ordinary. In the instant that Tianxin released the bowstring, the arrow of light, as if capable of teleportation, appeared before Lin Shen, aiming straight for his heart. Such speed! Lin Shen was slightly taken aback, but fortunately, he had anticipated this and swung his fist directly. Boom! Fist met light arrow, and the arrow pierced into his bones, the immense force pushing Lin Shen backward, his legs carving 2 deep furrows in the ground. Haha, now you know how formidable I am, Tianxin laughed wildly, pulling her bowstring back again and shooting another dazzling light arrow at Lin Shen. Lin Shen's face turned cold, and he began to move using his super base pattern steps, switching to the hand with the gauntlet and meeting Tianxin's light arrow with his surfing triple punch. Boom! This light arrow was immediately shattered by Lin Shen's direct hit. Impossible! How can your strength be so great? Tianxin was startled. Lin Shen had already leaped up, pouncing through the air towards Tianxin. Tianxin was aware of Lin Shen's aerial support techniques and did not dare to be careless, quickly retreating to increase the distance. As long as he kept Lin Shen at bay, his ranged bow would ensure an unbeatable position. But Tian Xin was mistaken. Lin Shen launched a surfing triple strike directly at him, the horrific spatial fist power tearing through layers of air, accompanied by a screeching explosive noise, barreling towards Tian Xin. Tian Xin was taken aback, having never anticipated such an attack. It was too late to dodge, so he hastily swung his fist to counter. Boom! Tian Xin only felt a terrifying force slamming into him, smashing his own fist into his chest. The carapace immediately shattered, and he was blasted backward, crashing into the rock wall, creating a huge crater and embedding himself within it. I tried speaking nicely, but you insisted on making me act, didn't you? Lin Shen arrived before Tian Xin like a spectre, and without waiting for him to extricate himself from the wall, he whipped him across the face, cracking the carapace with a single stroke. Lin Shen continued to whip him, Tian Xin's screams of pain filling the air. This was only because Lin Shen had no intention of killing Tian Xin, he was not striking with lethal force. He just wanted Tian Xin to learn his lesson, so that next time he would hand over the item without fuss. Bastard! If you have the guts, kill me, otherwise, you will regret it. Ah! Ah! Tian Xin screamed and cursed as he spoke, the anger in his heart boiling over, secretly vowing that once Tian arrived, he would make Lin Shen pay back 1,000-fold, 100-fold. Stop! A familiar voice sounded, and Tian Xin, who had been beaten to a pulp with swollen eyelids leaving only a slit for vision, finally saw the figure he had been longing for. Little Tian, you have to avenge me, look what he has done to me. I don't want to live anymore. After Lin Shen stopped, Tian Xin crawled out and stumbled towards Tian Xun, falling at her feet and sobbing as he clung to her legs. Cough cough. Tian, there must be some misunderstanding here. Tian Xun said with an odd look at Tian Xin. What misunderstanding? He nearly killed me, and he stole my things. Tian Xin cried even harder, about to ask Tian to have Lin Shen carved up 1,000 times, when he suddenly heard something from Tian Xun and was struck dumb. Auntie, what did you just say? I didn't hear you clearly. Tian Xin lifted his swollen face like a pig's head, looking up at Tian Xun with a rather stiff expression, his demeanor very unnatural. Well, this is your uncle, Tian Xun repeated. Upon hearing the words uncle, Tian Xin felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire body paralyzed in shock. Chapter 292, Chapter 292 I disagree with this marriage proposal. Is this the young nephew you mentioned? Lin Shen asked, pointing at Tian Xin with a puzzled look on his face. Lin Shen had always thought that Tian Xun's young nephew would be a little child, so he was surprised to find that he was actually a grown adult celestial. Yes, this is my young nephew, Tian Xin. Tian Xun replied with a headache, never expecting that these two would start fighting upon meeting each other. Auntie, I do not agree to this marriage arrangement. Tian Xin shouted at the top of his lungs. What a joke, his dearest aunt, the one who understood and knew him best in the family, the most exceptionally talented, how could she be with such a lowlife? Tian Xin, stop making a scene. Your aunt's husband doesn't even know you, it wasn't on purpose. You two will have to get along well from now on. As he spoke, Tian Xun pulled Tian Xin aside and said, you should have let us know before coming, then this accident wouldn't have happened. Come on, I have prepared a gift for you, you will definitely like it. Regardless of whether Tian Xin was willing or not, Tian Xun just dragged him away, and even said to Lin Shen, we'll be eating later. Let's give Tian Xin a warm welcome. All right. Lin Shen agreed with a smile. After all, he hadn't suffered any loss, so naturally, he wouldn't mind having another big nephew. However, this meant that his plan to steal Tian Xin's bow would have to be shelved. Aunt, how can you find a human to be my uncle? And even if you were considering a human, it couldn't be someone so low-level, such a vile lowlife. Upon arriving at the Paradise Palace, Tian Xin immediately entered persuasive mode, unable to accept Lin Shen as his uncle-in-law no matter what. Just thinking he had to call Lin Shen, that scoundrel, uncle, made Tian Xin feel dizzy, nauseous, and wanting to throw up. Did you have a grudge against him before? Tian Xun asked, handing over a healing potion to Tian Xin. That's beside the point. You're a great nirvana, and he's just a measly human mutator, how could he be worthy of you? And, if you have to choose, at least find someone of the same rank, Tian Xin said indignantly. Tian Xun just looked at Tian Xin without saying a word, and soon, Tian Xin could no longer stand it and surrendered. All right, I admit, I have a bit of personal vendetta against him, but it's not because I have a personal grudge that I don't agree with this match. I sincerely think he's not worthy of you, and tell me in detail, how did you end up making an enemy of him? Tian Xun insisted, his tone suggestively unreceptive to Tian Xin's previous words. And, are you even listening to me? With your qualifications and abilities, it would be a piece of cake to find a great nirvana. Why lower your status for someone like that? Seeing that Tian Xun was silent again, Tian Xin had no choice but to recount the whole process of how he became an enemy of Lin Shen. Of course, while recounting the story, Tian Xin beautified his own image just a little and vilified Lin Shen's a bit more. So, you're saying that after fighting him so many times, you've never won? Even when his level was lower than yours, you still took the loss. Tian Xun knew exactly what to focus on. And, I already said that was because I was injured beforehand. If I hadn't been seriously wounded and my skills hadn't been used up, I would have taken care of him long ago. He is nothing but a despicable, shameless, cunning lowlife. Tian Xin immediately raised his voice once more. I see, you're not as smart as he is, Tian Xun said, as if having an epiphany. And, are you even listening to what I'm saying? When did our conversations become so difficult? It wasn't like this before. Tian Xin felt he was about to go mad. But isn't that what you've been implying? You can't beat him in a fight and you got outsmarted by him. Doesn't that mean you're not as capable or as smart as he is? Tian Xun said with a chuckle. Before I met him, if I hadn't been injured first, he would have died 800 times over by now. Tian Xin was on the verge of losing his composure. So before you battled him today, you weren't injured, right? Tian Xun looked at Tian Xin and spoke seriously. Tian Xin suddenly fell silent, and after a long while, muttered, I hadn't anticipated that his fist power could injure someone from a distance, that was a sneak attack. Be careful, you know that just because I'm not a pure-blood celestial, our family members may not say it out loud, but deep down, they never really considered me one of them. The only ones who truly treat me as family are you and Mom, even my father, your grandfather, looks down on me deep inside. Little aunt, who cares what they think, as long as we are family, that's enough, Tian Xin hurriedly said. Little aunt knows she hasn't spoiled you for nothing, so I really need your support right now, Tian Xun said gravely, to speak frankly without modesty, even though I'm not a pure-blood celestial, finding a great nirvana pure-blood celestial to be your uncle isn't difficult for me. Exactly, little aunt, I always thought you deserved someone better, Tian Xin chimed in immediately, adding his 2 cents. Then do you know why I didn't choose such a celestial and instead chose Lin Shen? Tian Xun countered. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. It must have been that kid sweet-talking and deceiving you, little aunt, you must not fall for his tricks, that kid is very cunning. Tian Xun laughed, do you think your little aunt is an idiot or blinded by love? That a man can deceive your little aunt just with a few words? Of course not, little aunt, you're not that kind of person, so why did you choose Lin Shen? Tian Xin was utterly baffled. Tian Xin was well aware that Tian Xun was neither an idiot nor blinded by love. If Tian Xun were such a person, she wouldn't have been able to occupy a seat in the celestial court as a half-blood. Keep in mind that before Tianxuan, there had been no half-blood celestials with a seat in the celestial court, which alone speaks volumes about Tianxuan's capabilities. Aside from Tianxuan, there were only 3 other seats occupied by their family in the celestial court. It's because I see great potential in Lin Shen, his future achievements might not stop at just great nirvana, Tianxuan said earnestly. Not just great nirvana, little ant, you're perhaps overestimating him too much. What makes him? Tianxin was inwardly shocked. To achieve the nirvana body, even among the celestial race, is an extremely remarkable feat. That Tianxuan believed Lin Shen's future achievements would surpass great nirvana surprised Tianxin immensely. He's merely a mutator, his journey is still far off, how can you be so sure he will reach that level? Little ant, you need to think this through, there are not a shortage of geniuses in our celestial race, on the contrary, there are too many. Yet many of these geniuses don't even make it past the nirvana level, he's a human mutator. Tianxin became serious, his opposition to Tianxuan and Lin Shen wasn't just based on a personal grudge against Lin Shen. He knew all too well that so-called geniuses were nothing until they grew into powerful figures. Present-day powerhouses were the real deal, those with the potential to become powerhouses in the future were mostly illusions. Unless they were like DESI, men fated by heaven to become strong, but how many DESIs were there in the universe? Believe in your little ant, his future achievements are truly boundless, Tianxuan said with a burning gaze. Chapter 293, Chapter 293 Angel Reincarnation Skill. Though Tianxin didn't truly believe that Lin Shen was so formidable, once Tianxuan had said so much, he felt it improper to say anything dissenting. Not saying anything didn't mean he sincerely accepted Lin Shen. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind showing Tianxuan Lin Shen's true colors. During the meal, Tianxin remained lukewarm throughout. Yet Lin Shen was extremely amiable, repeatedly calling him little nephew, causing Tianxin's eye to twitch uncontrollably. If it weren't for Tianxuan sitting right beside them, he would have jumped up and gone into battle with Lin Shen right then and there. Little nephew, this is a gift for you, said Tianxuan, taking out the Archangel's sword and giving it to Tianxin after the meal. The 10th turn Archangel's sword, Auntie, you are too kind to me, exclaimed Tianxin, taking the Archangel's sword with ecstatic joy. The 10th turn Archangel's sword was incredibly rare, even bordering on impossible to acquire. To possess the life base of the Archangel's sword, one had to cultivate the celestial race's angel reincarnation skill, evolution skill. And the angel reincarnation skill, this evolution skill, could only be cultivated by celestials of the celestial race, and it required exceptionally high talent. Only a few gifted celestials could even get started on the angel reincarnation skill. Tianxin had once tried to practice the angel reincarnation skill, but unfortunately, his talent wasn't sufficient to master it. In the end, he had to choose another evolution skill. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audiowave. Even Tianxuan, with her formidable talent, had not managed to master the angel reincarnation skill. Of course, the main reason Tianxuan hadn't managed to cultivate it was because she only had half the celestial bloodline. Celestials who could cultivate the angel reincarnation skill were usually key figures cultivated by powerful families, surrounded by strong protectors, and not allowed to venture into dangerous places, which meant such individuals were unlikely to die easily. Among these celestials, those who could condense the life base of the Archangel's sword were at most 1 or 2 out of 10. It also wasn't easy to elevate the Archangel's sword to the 10th turn, requiring innumerable resources. Because with each reincarnation, the Archangel's sword needed more than 10 times the resources needed for an ordinary life base, a celestial without the support of a family would find it very difficult to gather such an abundance of resources. Just how powerful was the 10th turn Archangel's sword? There had been instances in the past where a 10th turn Archangel's sword successfully slew a nirvana. Now that Tianxin owned the Archangel's sword, as long as his ascension was successful, he would immediately have a 10th turn spirit base, instantly maximizing his combat strength. Among the ascension level, he would be considered a top-tier combatant. Of course, using the 10th turn Archangel's sword as a spirit base without the pairing of the angel reincarnation skill wouldn't unleash its full power, slaying Nirvana would be impossible, but it would still be at the pinnacle of ascension level combat strength. Tian Xin caressed the Archangel's sword, unable to put it down. This Archangel's sword was obtained by risking life and limb from within Hell Island, added Tian Xuan. Her words instantly made the Archangel's sword in Tian Xin's hand feel less alluring. He wanted to throw back the Archangel's sword with style, but he couldn't bear to part with it, causing him a great deal of inner turmoil. "We are all family here, there's no need for such formality," Lin Shen timely quipped. After all, he wasn't the one disgusted. Tian Xin felt even worse, as if a fly were stuck in his throat, unable to swallow or spit it out. Tian Xuan, however, seemed very satisfied with Lin Shen's attitude and continued, "Later on, you two will go together to the forbidden area of Giant God Mountain to pick attribute fruits. He's my only dear nephew, and I want you to take good care of him." "Tian Xuan treasure, don't worry. I will take good care of little Tian Xin," Lin Shen said with a beaming smile. "You better take care of yourself." Tian Xin felt disgustingly nauseated and couldn't eat any more. She got up and said to Tian Xuan, "Little aunt, I'm a bit tired. I'm going to rest." "Go ahead, get some rest." Although there's been nothing threatening found in Giant God Mountain's restricted area for now, that place is indeed a bit bizarre, so you still need to be careful and can't be careless. After Tian Xin left, Tian Xuan gave Lin Shen a cold look and said, "You did it on purpose just to tick him off, but once you're in the restricted area, no matter what, you do need to look after him. He's really the only family I have left. Don't worry, I really don't have any ill intent towards him. If I had wanted to kill him before, he wouldn't be alive now," Lin Shen said with a laugh before adding, "Besides, now that I know he's your relative, I will do my best to take care of him." "That's good." Tian Xuan understood from what Tian Xin had told her that Lin Shen truly had had the chance to kill Tian Xin in the past. "Looks like the sky is about to darken, should we also get some rest?" Lin Shen ate slowly with deliberation, taking his time until dusk was about to settle before he finished his meal. "Yes, it's time to rest. I'm going to my room to sleep, and you should get to bed early too. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll be heading to Giant God Mountain the day after tomorrow. Don't wander around these next 2 days, Tian Xuan said as she stood up and prepared to return to her room. No sooner had she started climbing the stairs than she felt Lin Shen following her. Turning her head, Tian Xuan looked at Lin Shen with a smile and asked, "Where are you going?" "To rest with you," Lin Shen said earnestly. He wanted to get the fire seed as soon as possible to see if it really was a part left by the heaven-defying bone. "Rest together? I'm afraid you'd end up more tired the more you rest," Tian Xuan said, blinking her eyes. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. "You're overthinking it. I really just want to rest together. I promise to only hold you as we sleep, nothing else," Lin Shen swore, raising his hand. He was quite confident in his own self-control. Facing a blur, it was impossible for his willpower not to be strong. "Nothing else? Then what's the use of sleeping with me? Go sleep by yourself," Tian Xuan retorted, giving him a glare before heading upstairs. Lin Shen was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to follow or not, and he instantly felt frustrated. He really wanted to let Tian Xuan know that the nickname Perpetual Motion Tian was not unearned, but against a blur, he feared he couldn't even get started, which would be embarrassingly awkward. Lin Shen had no choice but to return to his own room. When the night fell, he activated the teleporter and went straight to Ring Mountain Planet. Lin Shen planned to quickly enhance the deterrence effect of the death powder on the Supersource Dragon, so that right after his ascension, he could directly tame the three-headed dragon as a mount using the death powder. I still need to get a proper ascension egg for death powder, but what exactly is its attribute, and which type of ascension egg would be suitable? Lin Shen found himself in a quandary. The abilities of death powder were to devour and evolve, but Lin Shen was not clear on which attribute these abilities belonged to. Moreover, death powder was a super base creature, so if a mutant egg was used for its ascension, it was uncertain if it would have an effect or not. A super base ascension egg was something Lin Shen had never seen before, who knows where to get one. Ascension for Jai Weiss will also be a big problem in the future, Lin Shen pondered to himself. For other mutant pets that would be fine, but these two super base pets definitely needed to be nurtured. The question was where to find the right ascension eggs for them. Chapter 294, Chapter 294, Arduously Practicing Movement Technique. Zhou Qinglong left the Realm King planet and had been studying the movement technique Lin Shen gave him. It wasn't a complete movement technique, more like a method specifically designed to counter certain attacks. When Zhou Qinglong tried it out, he realized that the technique itself wasn't complex. It seemed complex because the real ingenuity of the technique lay in the psychological contest between opponents. The technique itself had only 9 variations, but using different variations flexibly according to the opponent's psychological reaction and the environment was the most difficult part. To master such a movement technique, one had to practice extensively, getting all 9 variations to the point where they could be executed instinctively, to achieve the highest realm of adaptability. Zhou Qinglong first practiced the technique until he was proficient, then brought Zhou Qingmeng to spar with him. Originally, Zhou Qinglong thought that once he had mastered it, he would be able to unleash the full potential of the movement technique. But it was only during actual combat that he realized he was wrong. Zhou Qingmeng's combat ability was considered quite good among those at the crystal base level, but still fell far short of Qingjie. Against Zhou Qingmeng, the technique was ineffective, even becoming a burden. When Zhou Qinglong used this technique, he was hit more often than not, worse than when he didn't use it at all. "Brother, could there be something wrong with this movement technique?" Zhou Qingmeng asked cautiously. Recently, there had been more and more rumors within the Sword Alliance, with most people feeling that Zhou Qinglong couldn't accept defeat, because he had become obsessed after several failures. Some unknown person had given him a movement technique, and he treated it like a trump card against Qingjie, which was simply foolish. If the technique were truly that powerful, how could the Great Red Bull Knight casually give it to someone he had just met for the first time? There was no such person in the world. Many believed that the Great Red Bull Knight was simply too afraid to face Qingjie, so he found an excuse to fob Zhou Qinglong off, yet Zhou Qinglong, desperate for victory, actually took it seriously. Now within the Sword Alliance, many thought that Zhou Qinglong had gone mad and was possibly no longer fit for major responsibilities. While Zhou Qingmeng trusted that Zhou Qinglong wasn't what others claimed him to be, the more he heard, the more doubts crept into his mind. After practicing with Zhou Qinglong these past few days and seeing him perform increasingly worse, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. Could it be that Zhou Qinglong was being impatient for quick success, taking the Great Red Bull Knight's bluff seriously? "There's nothing wrong with the technique, I just haven't mastered it yet." Zhou Qinglong checked the time, noting it was the appointed time for the weekly Monday morning practice. The Sword Alliance had a tradition where every Monday morning, all members gathered at the open-air practice field to practice swordsmanship, and for years, Zhou Qinglong had always been at the front, the one leading with the sword. Although Zhou Qinglong was fully focused on practicing the movement technique, he wouldn't neglect other matters because of it. With Zhou Qingmeng in tow, he arrived at the practice field, where members of the Sword Alliance were arriving in 2s and 3s. Zhou Qinglong kept order as usual, having everyone line up. Seeing that everyone had almost arrived and it was nearly time to start the practice, Zhou Qinglong went to the side to take a sword, ready to step up to the platform at the front to lead. "Azure Dragon, come over here for a moment," Wen Yusheng, an elder of the Sword Alliance, called Zhou Qinglong over. "Elder Wen, morning practice is about to start. Can whatever you need wait until after. Zhou Qinglong glanced at his watch. There was less than a minute left and the music was about to start. Let Lu Zhiying lead the sword practice today, I have something to say to you, Wen Yusheng said indifferently. Leading the sword practice is a task arranged by the alliance hierarch. If Elder Wen thinks I'm not fit for it, please go find the hierarch and give me the order to strip my qualifications, Zhou Qinglong replied, then ignoring Wen Yusheng further, he turned and walked towards the stage. Zhou Qinglong, in your current situation, you're no longer suitable to lead the sword practice. I've given you face by approaching you privately. It won't look good if we have to involve the hierarch and he strips you of your qualifications, Wen Yusheng said with a cold laugh. I, Zhou Qinglong, have always acted openly and honorably, there's nothing I've done that can't withstand scrutiny. If you have any complaints about me, follow the proper procedures, Zhou Qinglong said as he reached the stage. Looking triumphant and already on stage ready to lead the sword practice, Lu Zhiying saw Zhou Qinglong ascend the stage and couldn't help but turn to look at Wen Yusheng below. Lu Zhiying, fall back in line, Zhou Qinglong stood at the central position. Without glancing at Lu Zhiying, he shouted at him. Elder Wen said I'm to lead the sword practice today, Lu Zhiying said through clenched teeth. He had always been overshadowed by Zhou Qinglong but finally had this chance and could not back down no matter what. If Zhou Qinglong managed to send him down today, in front of all these witnesses, who would take him seriously in the future, even if he got another chance to lead the sword practice? Zhou Qinglong, Lu Zhiying is leading the sword practice today. Get down from there, Elder Wen shouted from below. If it is the hierarch's command, I will, of course, obey. If it is not, please do not disturb the morning practice. Zhou Qinglong's words ended just as the music for the morning practice started playing. Ready! With a loud shout from Zhou Qinglong, all the mutators who had been buzzing with discussion fell silent and, as usual, grasped their swords, preparing to begin. Sword up! Zhou Qinglong's sword rose with the rhythm of the music. Lu Zhiying also wanted to lead, but it was apparent that everyone was following Zhou Qinglong's rhythm, making him seem out of place. You're wrong, wrong, the intro isn't even finished, it hasn't started yet. Lu Zhiying shouted at Zhou Qinglong from the side. Zhou Qinglong ignored him, continuing to lead the sword practice, and everyone else followed his pace, paying no attention to Lu Zhiying. Lu Zhiying's face alternated between pale and flushed, and upon seeing this from below, Wen Yusheng's expression turned extremely ugly. He turned on his heel and left. Back in his own courtyard, Zhou Qinglong took out the movement technique Lin Shen had given him to study again. I have mastered the technique, but in real combat, there simply isn't enough time to react to an opponent's moves. I couldn't keep up when sparring with Zhou Qingmeng, and it would be even less likely against Qing Jie, Zhou Qinglong thought to himself. After a moment, his eyes blazed with a fiery determination, relying on reaction alone, it's impossible to strike first when reacting second, unless my speed and reflexes are far superior to my opponent's. But at the same level, such a scenario is unlikely. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Moreover, if I did have such an overwhelming advantage, I wouldn't need to practice this technique. Victory could be secured through advantage alone. So, the key to this technique isn't how quick the reaction is, but turning thought processes into bodily instincts. Your body must be quicker than your mind, reacting naturally. To achieve that, I must train relentlessly. Zhou Qinglong took another step as he resumed his practice. Chapter 295, Chapter 295, A Tribute Fruit. Tian Xun led Lin Shen and Tian Xin to Giant God Mountain, the result of negotiations between the three families, where each family could only send 2 people into the forbidden area of Giant God Mountain every time. These past few days, Tian Xin hadn't given Lin Shen any good expressions. When speaking with Tian Xun, he was all smiles and laughter, but as soon as his face turned to Lin Shen, it would become expressionless, faster than a face-changing act in Sichuan opera. Lin Shen didn't mind and spoke as usual. After following Tianxuan to the temporary encampment outside Giant God Mountain, Lin Shen met An 117 and Qi 118. Being both celestials, Lin Shen couldn't really tell them apart. Just as aliens see humans, finding them to look almost alike, Lin Shen thought the celestials looked similar as well, with no significant differences. Instead, it was the two mutators behind An 117 that caught Lin Shen's attention. An 117's two mutators, just like Tianxuan's, turned out to be one human and one celestial, while both of the mutators chosen by Qi 118 were celestials. What surprised Lin Shen was that the human mutator chosen by An 117 was none other than Ximen Swordsman, who had come to Giant Ring Star with him. The current Ximen Swordsman had obviously adapted to the environment here, seemed in good spirits, and was even wearing a new set of advanced armor. While it wasn't as good as the set Tianxuan had given to Lin Shen, it still wasn't something an ordinary human could come by. Qi 118 seemed somewhat surprised, not expecting both Tianxuan and An 117's choices to include a human. However, he didn't say much, and after a brief exchange, he had someone lead the six of them onto Giant God Mountain.n/o/vel/b/in.c/om. This was Lin Shen's first time seeing such a colossal mountain. From the foot of the mountain, only the outermost peaks of Giant God Mountain could be seen, not its full extent. Even so, it was enough to awe anyone. The height and breadth were incomparable to the great mountains on the human mother planet. Lin Shen remembered that the stronger the gravity of a planet, the less likely it was for high mountains to form. He couldn't understand why Giant Ring Star, with gravity much stronger than the human mother planet, would have such an enormous mountain. The mountain was surprisingly covered with many jade-like grass plants. The leaves were vibrant and colorful, as if one had entered a jade artwork museum. Some of these jade-like grass plants had leaves as long as giant trees. The towering grasses, ranging from 10 to even 20 or 30 meters tall, were abundant. As the group followed the guide up the mountain, there was a moment when they felt the illusion of having shrunk to the size of ants, navigating through the underbrush. Tianxin ignored Lin Shen, and Lin Shen wasn't in the mood to talk to him either. His gaze fell on Ximen Swordsman, but Ximen Swordsman didn't even look his way. Lin Shen touched his nose, a bit puzzled, wondering how he had ended up in this situation, without even a single person to talk to. If only Su Tianj were here. I used to think he talked too much and it was annoying, but now without him by my side, it really feels too quiet. Lin Shen inexplicably started to miss Su Tianj. Since they were on a safe passage that had already been explored, they encountered no danger along the way. And before setting out, they have all memorized the various taboos of the mountain. Still, as they passed certain areas, they could see large areas of bloodstains. On one slope, the entire slope had been dyed dark red with blood, and it was unknown how many had died there at the time. They didn't walk that slope but teetered along the mountain wall on another side. The narrow path on the outside of the mountain wall could only accommodate 2 feet side by side, with the bottomless abyss shrouded in fog below. One misstep would mean even a mutator would fall to their death. Fortunately, they were all mutators, so this place was no different from flat ground to them. What is that? As they were moving along a mountain path, Tianxin suddenly pointed into the mist and spoke. Everyone couldn't help but stop in their tracks and look where Tianxin was pointing. They saw that there was another peak across the way, shrouded in mist, with something at the summit that was flashing intermittently. Giant God Mountain harbors many mysteries, it's best not to listen or look around too much, safety comes first, the guide said before continuing to lead the way ahead. Although everyone was somewhat curious about what the flashing light at the opposite peak was, they all heeded the guide's advice and stopped paying attention to it. These were lessons learned through bloodshed. Before coming here, most of them had heard about the exploration of Giant God Mountain a few days prior, that had cost the lives of thousands. Though they encountered some strange sights along the way, fortunately, they didn't run into any danger and safely arrived at the entrance of a cave. Once you pass through this cave, you'll be able to reach that place. Take care of yourselves. Make sure to return to base by the same way before it gets dark. The guide pointed inside the cave, then turned and left, apparently not willing to stay a moment longer. The group exchanged glances. One person took the lead and walked into the cave while the others followed suit. The cave became larger the deeper they went, with odd-shaped stalactites everywhere. Illuminated by the light of their flashlights, they even reflected specks of brightness. After passing through the cave, the view opened up before them, and they found themselves in a colossal valley. In the valley, there were 5 colored sword orchids taller than trees themselves, each leaf sculpted like multicolored jade, the shortest of which were also dozens of meters tall. Upon arriving, the group instinctively dispersed into the brush and explored in different directions without any prior arrangement. Tianxin didn't mind Lin Shen and headed into the thick of the sword orchids by himself. Lin Shen followed leisurely. He had promised Tianxun to take care of Tianxin and couldn't let anything happen to him here. Why are you following me? Go find your own attribute fruit, stop thinking about snatching others. Tianxin turned his head and glared at him. No hurry, just taking a look around, Lin Shen said with a smile. Humph, don't think that by buttering me up now, I'll agree to your affair with my aunt. That's a pipe dream. I'll make sure my aunt kicks you to the curb, Tianxin said viciously. Lin Shen didn't want to waste his breath and just followed behind at a leisurely pace. Tianxin had no way of dealing with him and could only speed up, trying to shake off Lin Shen. But whenever Tianxin sped up, Lin Shen did too. Whenever Tianxin slowed down, Lin Shen did as well, making it impossible to get rid of him. Tianxin simply stopped caring about him and focused on finding the attribute fruit. He didn't believe Lin Shen would dare to steal from him. According to the information they had, that kind of attribute fruit grew near the 5 colored sword orchids. It was fairly rare and wasn't just found anywhere, they could only try their luck. After walking for a while, Tianxin actually stumbled upon a miniature tree bearing attribute fruit. Yes, attribute fruit grew on trees, but this tree was pitifully small, only about a foot tall. It seemed like here things were inverted, the trees were all very miniaturized while the grass grew so huge. The little tree was wholly white, like branches of white coral, with 3 fruits the size of pigeon eggs, colorful, resembling glass beads. Chapter 296, Chapter 296 The Strange Little Tree. This snow-white tree and its fruit bear a striking resemblance to the attribute fruit mentioned in the intelligence reports. Overjoyed, Tianxin took out a box made from crystal base material, ready to pluck the fruit from above. Don't rush, I have noticed that this fruit looks slightly different from the attribute fruit described in the documents, Lin Shen suddenly spoke up, stopping Tianxin. I didn't notice anything different. Don't get any wrong ideas, if you want attribute fruit, go find it yourself, Tianxin scoffed, stretching out his hand to pick a fruit. Although he said that, he had already used the base variant carapace, still very much on guard. As soon as a fruit was picked, Tianxin placed it into the box and then proceeded to pluck the remaining 2 fruits. Before long, all 3 fruits were picked by Tianxin and placed inside the box. He put the lid on and turned to Lin Shen with a sneer, stop freaking out. There's no problem here, prob, Thud. While speaking, Tianxin suddenly collapsed onto the ground. Lin Shen was startled and quickly retreated, distancing himself from Tianxin who lay on the ground, observing him from afar. After the fruits were plucked by Tianxin, the snow-white tree withered rapidly, its branches shedding dust until, in a short while, the little tree turned into a small heap of white dust. Turning his attention to Tianxin, it seemed he was not dead, his breathing was even, his chest rose and fell steadily, appearing as if he had simply fallen asleep. Lin Shen felt a wave of relief inside, thankful that Tian Xin wasn't dead, otherwise, he wasn't sure how to explain it to Tianxun upon returning. What exactly caused Tian Xin to end up like this? Was it the three fruits, or was it the tree itself? While Lin Shen was deep in thought, he suddenly noticed the white ash that the small tree had turned into was moving. Hidden behind the large leaves of a sword orchid, he quietly observed the area where the white ash was. Soon, a small hole appeared on the ground, and something peeked out tentatively before crawling out entirely. Lin Shen carefully observed the small creature and found it resembled a cartoon version of a weasel, with big round eyes and a chubby body with a very large tail. However, its body wasn't made of fur but was composed of colorful crystals, appearing like a multicolored crystal artwork. It's a crystal-based creature, Lin Shen exhaled in relief, as he was able to deal with most normal crystal-based creatures. If an ascended creature had appeared, Lin Shen was not confident he could definitely protect Tianxin.N/O/vel/b/in.c/om. After emerging, the creature didn't attack Tianxin, who was deep in sleep. Instead, it went over to the white ash of the tree, dabbed some with its paw, and started to lick it. After tasting the ash, the little creature's expression became blissfully intoxicated, seemingly as happy as if it had become drunk, and it began turning in circles on the spot. What on earth is this white ash from the little tree? It seems so bizarre. Lin Shen exclaimed in surprise as several more of the same crystal-based creatures crawled out from the hole. Upon appearing, they swarmed toward the ash and started licking it with their paws. In no time, these little creatures also began spinning around and soon sprawled out on the ground, staggering and tumbling. The creatures that emerged subsequently followed suit, and eventually, they looked as if they were completely drunk, lying on the ground and snoring away. Their symptoms looked very similar to Tianxin's, the only difference being that Tianxin had not gone through the intoxication process and had simply collapsed and fallen asleep. It looks like the problem lies with that little tree. Lin Shen was now certain that the tree itself was problematic, but he was still unable to determine whether the fruits were also problematic. He had previously warned Tianxin, mentioning that the fruit was not quite the same as the attribute fruit stated in the reports. Indeed, the two fruits looked very similar. From the outside, they appeared to be the same kind of fruit. However, Lin Shen noticed that the colors inside the fruits were slightly different. Although the attribute fruit was also colorful, its array of colors did not include black. But among the three fruits Tianxin had picked, within the array of colors, there was a hint of black. Because of this, Lin Shen even opened his notebook to compare it with the data he had recorded, confirming that the attribute fruit indeed lacked that hint of black. Memory can sometimes be unreliable, it's more trustworthy to record things. As all the little creatures fell asleep, Lin Shen summoned the base variant carapace, cautiously approaching Tianxin. He walked very slowly, afraid that he might fall under the spell as well. For some reason, perhaps because the little tree had turned into dust and the crystal-based creatures had consumed it, the effect that put Tianxin to sleep was gone. Or maybe because the fruits were locked in the box, their scent couldn't spread. No matter the reason, Lin Shen wasn't affected, and evolution theory wasn't triggered. Lin Shen moved to Tianxin's side, grabbed his leg, and dragged him to another spot, far from the sleeping crystal-based creatures. He also took back the box with the fruits, but he didn't open it. In case he too fell asleep, the two of them dozing off in such a place, who knows if they would end up being eaten by a base variant creature. Lin Shen poured water on Tianxin's face, as he had heard in radio storytelling programs that this was how to wake someone up after being knocked out. Unfortunately, this trick didn't seem to work. Lin Shen emptied an entire bottle of water, and yet Tianxin showed no reaction at all. Tianxin, wake up! Lin Shen had no choice but to start slapping Tianxin's face. After a couple of slaps without any response, Lin Shen reluctantly increased the force, slapping his face so it made a loud smacking sound, but it was still no use. Tianxin slept like a dead pig. Why did it have to be Tian Xin who came? If it was Tian Xun who had been affected, couldn't I have taken the opportunity to take her fire seed? Lin Shen mused, feeling frustrated. Seeing that he couldn't wake Tian Xin, Lin Shen wondered whether to let the mutated black armored centipede bite him. The centipede's poison would cause great pain and might just be painful enough to wake him up. Just as he was considering this, he suddenly heard something and quickly dragged Tian Xin behind some grass leaves for cover. Shortly after, Lin Shen saw a crystal-based creature resembling a saber-toothed tiger leap out from the bushes, eyeing those sleeping little beings on the ground with predatory interest. The saber-toothed tiger didn't seem to know the meaning of the word polite. It directly bit into a small creature, crunching away as it chewed. What horrified Lin Shen was that despite such brutal biting, the small sleeping creature didn't show any reaction at all. The saber-toothed tiger was so large, and one little creature hardly enough to satisfy its hunger. It devoured them one by one, swallowing them whole, without leaving a single hair behind. After finishing its meal, the saber-toothed tiger yawned and surprisingly lay down to sleep on the spot. Boom! 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 The giant grass in the distance shook. Yet another base variant creature was approaching, but this time the newcomer was much larger, even bigger than a mammoth giant elephant. Ascended creatures. Weren't there supposed to be no ascended creatures in here? Lin Shen caught a clear glimpse of the creature and couldn't help feeling a shock run through him. Chapter 297, Chapter 297 Night Glow Flower. The multicolored crystal-like behemoth walked up to the sleeping saber-toothed tiger, bent down, and directly picked it up in its mouth. The saber-toothed tiger, fast asleep, didn't react at all as the behemoth tossed it into the air and then swallowed it whole. With a few crunchy bites, the saber-toothed tiger was completely devoured by the behemoth. Lin Shen had originally thought that given the ascended creature's massive size, its resistance would be much higher, and that after so many transfers, it wouldn't be easy to put it to sleep. After all, such a huge saber-toothed tiger would surely take time to digest, right? Yet, who would have thought that after only a few steps, the creature would suddenly keel over and fall to the ground, crashing into and shattering some of the emerald sword orchids nearby, then plopped down and began snoring heavily. Is that stuff really that potent? Lin Shen wondered in shock. Had he known the tree's powder was this powerful, strong enough to overcome the resistance of ascended creatures, he would have kept some for himself. Should he ever encounter an enemy he couldn't defeat, he could find a way to feed them this substance and let them sleep like a dead pig, at which point he could kill them any way he wanted. Unfortunately, all the powder had been licked clean, and now there was no opportunity to collect more. This fellow swallowed the saber-toothed tiger. Perhaps the effects of the tree's powder are in its ascension liquid. Once I kill it and collect its ascension liquid, there should be some effect, right? Lin Shen waited a while, and seeing no other creatures appear, and the ascended creature still sleeping like a dead pig, he quietly approached it. He pushed it twice with his hand, and there was no response, a testament to the potency of the tree's powder. After several transformations, it was still so powerful. Lin Shen did not hesitate any longer. He ran back and took the Archangel's sword that Tian Xin had strapped to the sword case on her back. Tian Xin, I'm borrowing this, Lin Shen said, taking the Archangel's sword, and approached the ascended creature again. He aimed the sword at the red acupuncture point on the creature's head and stabbed down. The Archangel's sword felt weightless in his hand, but it was truly hard and sharp enough. With Lin Shen's strength and speed, the sword pierced all the way to the hilt, with only the guard and handle remaining outside. The sleeping ascended creature didn't react at all and was thus killed by Lin Shen with a single stab. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Lin Shen took out the prepared water bag, then slowly pulled out the sword. The colorful ascension liquid flowed along the blade's edge. Lin Shen hurriedly used the bag to catch it. Despite the ascended creature's large size, there was not much ascension liquid inside its body. Lin Shen filled 3 full bags, but the fourth bag was only half full before the liquid ran out. It was a pity that it didn't expel its life base when it was killed. Its life base probably still exists in its body in particle form. Lin Shen wanted to extract its life base, which maintains its sentience after its host's death and should automatically coalesce into shape upon contact. Using the sword, Lin Shen began to dissect the carcass of the ascended creature. Just as he cut into the spine, he heard a tinkling sound. Then he saw colorful particles fly out from the creature's spine and quickly coalesce into a multicolored crystal-like flower. However, without any guidance, the flower-like life base only remained suspended in the air for a moment before it fell to the ground. Hey, the life base of this ascended creature turns out to be a flower. Lin Shen picked up the flower-like life base. The flower part of this life base was about the size of Lin Shen's fist, resembling a rose with thin branches and a few leaves underneath, and tiny sharp thorns on the branches. The entire life base was colored in a vibrant spectrum, with changing lights inside, absence of a fixed spirit form. Lin Shen looked down at his watch and saw there was already a message. Killed a 6th turn mutated ascension beast, luminescent beast, discovered a 6th turn mutated spirit base, night glow flower. Damn, this thing is actually a 6th turn mutant. How come I didn't feel it was that strong? It just goes to show how hard and sharp the Archangel's sword at the 10th turn is. Lin Shen was ecstatic in his heart. This mutated 6th turn spirit base, the night glow flower, was like something gained without any effort. Lin Shen hurriedly stuffed the night glow flower into his backpack, hanged all the bags containing ascension liquid on him, then he went back to where Tian Xin was and put the immaculate, spotless Archangel's sword back into its scabbard. It seems that in the future, I should first find a spirit base to use as a weapon. Although I won't be able to unleash the full power of a spirit base, its hardness and sharpness would greatly assist me in killing ascended creatures. I didn't use a spirit base as a weapon before because I didn't have enough strength. Now, I'm strong enough to wield a typical spirit base weapon, or find a weightless spirit base weapon like the Archangel's sword. Lin Shen planned what kind of spirit base weapon he would obtain in the future. Back home buried was Zheng Gaiwen's sword, and on Ring Mountain planet, Lin Shen had buried lots of spirit bases as well, though most of them were of the 1st or 2nd turn, with pterosaur sickles and triceratops war halberds being the most numerous. Unfortunately, Lin Shen didn't know how to use a sickle, and he wasn't accustomed to using a trident-type war halberd either. It would be great if I could get a spear or a whip. Lin Shen crouched down and pinched Tian Xin's philtrum hard again, but still couldn't wake him up. This won't do, I have to get him out of here. If he dies here, I'd have a hard time explaining it to Tian Xun. After some thought, Lin Shen decided to try one last time, and if it still wouldn't work, he'd rather leave behind the attribute fruits and take Tian Xin out to hand over to Tian Xun. Lin Shen summoned the black crystal stoneman and had it carry the box with the fruits away to a distance, then ordered it to open the box. Watching from afar, Lin Shen saw the black crystal stoneman standing there and nothing happened for quite a while. It didn't fall asleep like Tian Xin, which made Lin Shen's heart leap with joy. Still not completely assured, Lin Shen summoned more pets to go near the fruits. The result was the same, none of them fell asleep. Indeed, it was the small tree that put Tian Xin to sleep, it had nothing to do with the fruits. Lin Shen had another guess in his heart, so he let the stone creature carry the box with the fruits a bit further away from Tian Xin, and then approached Tian Xin with the box. Tian Xin didn't fall asleep when he was picking the fruits before. Logically, with such potent sleep-inducing power from the small tree, Tian Xin should have fallen asleep a long time ago while picking the first fruit so slowly. But it wasn't until he had plucked all 3 fruits, put them into the box, and closed it, that he finally fell asleep. Lin Shen began to wonder if it was the presence of these 3 fruits that initially prevented Tian Xin from falling asleep immediately. As Lin Shen suspected, as the 3 fruits got closer to Tian Xin, he who had been lying still as if dead, actually started to show signs of movement and gradually came to. Chapter 298, Chapter 298 The Role of the Fruit. Fug. Tian Xin woke up to find a black crystal stoneman standing in front of him, startling him so much that he immediately threw a punch at the stoneman's head. Luckily, Lin Shen reacted in time, making the black crystal stoneman step back to dodge Tian Xin's punch, otherwise the stoneman's head would likely have been smashed to pieces. But once the black crystal stoneman was some distance away from Tian Xin suddenly felt dizzy again and then thumped to the ground. Haha, this is interesting, these fruits grow on the little tree but can cure its sleep disease. However, just by the scent of the fruit, you can't completely cure the sleep disease, you probably have to eat the fruit to fully recover, Lin Shen speculated quietly to himself. He only speculated as such, but didn't dare to do it. If eating the fruit caused any harm to his body, that would not be good. Without me, you would probably have died here a long time ago. I'll take a fruit as thanks for saving your life, no need to be polite. Lin Shen took one fruit for himself and stored it away, leaving the remaining two back in the box. With the fruit in his possession, Lin Shen was no longer afraid of contracting the sleep disease. He took out some of the luminescent beast's ascension liquid and just barely licked it. Instantly, he felt his eyelids getting heavy as if he couldn't keep his eyes open, and evolution theory started to circulate frantically. This stuff is really powerful, it's super effective for treating insomnia, a true blessing for insomniacs, Lin Shen exclaimed in surprise and delight. Having collected so much sleep-inducing ascension liquid, he could later apply it to his weapons, using it as if poisoning his weapons. Just imagine, one stab and as long as the opponent is wounded, they would quickly fall asleep, that would be incredibly cool. Perhaps because of the effect of the fruit he carried, his drowsiness soon dissipated significantly, and evolution theory wasn't circulating much anymore. Lin Shen quickly put the fruit into a sealed bottle, and instantly the drowsiness hit him again, causing evolution theory to start circulating frantically once more. Lin Shen struggled to stay awake, and after a while, the feeling of drowsiness gradually faded, and then he licked some more of the luminescent beast's ascension liquid. After repeating this a few times, Lin Shen was basically immune to the sleep disease and finally stored the ascension liquid away. He had the stoneman place the fruits beside Tian Xin again, then took back the stoneman. Before long, Tian Xin woke up again. What happened? As soon as Tian Xin woke up, he jumped to his feet and cautiously looked around. You almost died just now, Lin Shen said, after slightly altering the story, to Tian Xin. He didn't explain it too complexly, simply telling Tian Xin that after he picked the fruit, the little tree turned to ash which put him to sleep, then a luminescent beast came to eat him, but Lin Shen killed the beast and saved Tian Xin. Tian Xin felt that Lin Shen couldn't possibly be so kind as to save him just out of goodwill, and must be aiming to please Tian Xun. But the fact that Lin Shen saved him was undeniable, regardless of the reasons, and that fact couldn't be changed, which really frustrated Tian Xin. As compensation for saving you, I took a fruit. That fruit can counteract the sleep disease. If you keep it on you, you won't fall asleep. Just don't let it get too far from you, or you'll still fall asleep, Lin Shen explained. Humph! Any bit of good feeling Tian Xin had begun to feel towards Lin Shen instantly vanished when Lin Shen took a fruit without permission. Tian Xin didn't mind losing one fruit. Had Lin Shen waited for him to wake up and offered it himself, Tian Xin would have accepted. But taking it directly like that clearly belittled him, and Tian Xin was very annoyed by it. Nonetheless, since Lin Shen had saved his life after all, Tian Xin didn't say anything, but he carefully stashed the remaining two fruits close to his body. He also thought that eating the fruit might permanently cure his sleeping sickness, but like Lin Shen, he dared not try it lightly. Tian Xin planned to wait until he returned to Tian Xun's side before deciding whether to eat the fruit. With this experience, Tian Xin dared not be careless anymore. In light of my cousin's face, I'll allow you to search for the attribute fruit with me. However, of the attribute fruits we find, we'll split them 60-40, with me taking 60 and you 40, Tianxin said, staring at Lin Shen. Agreed, Lin Shen said with a smile. After all, a person could only eat one attribute fruit, eating more was useless. Lin Shen only planned to get a few for his sister, Wei, and the others. As for his second and third brothers, they definitely weren't mutators, and the fruits would be useless to them. He was unaware that Wei Wufu had become an ascender when he arrived, and he still thought to save one for Wei Wufu. After reaching the agreement, the two set off again, searching for attribute fruits in the grass. The daytime on Giant Ring Star lasted for over 80 hours. They had spent some time on the road, and the delay had been long, less than 70 hours remained, plus a few hours were needed to descend the mountain, so time was tight, and they needed to speed up their search for the attribute fruits. Fortunately, their luck wasn't too bad. After searching for a little over an hour, they found an attribute fruit tree with 2 fruits hanging on it. This time, Tianxin didn't dare to go up and pick the fruits himself but looked towards Lin Shen. He felt that this attribute fruit tree was no different from the one they had found earlier. The fruits also looked similar, and he wasn't quite sure whether these were genuinely attribute fruits. There's no mistake here, these are attribute fruits. Lin Shen took out his notebook and compared it. All the characteristics matched, and there was no hint of black inside the fruits, which meant they were indeed attribute fruits. Tianxin, once bitten and twice shy, didn't dare to pick them himself and summoned a humanoid pet, instructing it to pick the fruits. After the fruits were picked, the snow-white tree immediately withered into flying ash, which scattered with the wind. I'll hold on to the fruits for now, we'll split them when we get out, Tianxin said, pocketing the fruits.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Lin Shen didn't mind and let Tianxin take the fruits. They continued searching for more attribute fruits. The valley on this planet was astonishingly vast. After wandering for more than 10 hours, they hadn't encountered any other mutators picking attribute fruits. In those 10 hours, they collected a total of 5 attribute fruits, and Tianxin gave Lin Shen 2, settling their division. Well done, little Tianxin, Lin Shen gave Tianxin a thumbs up. He had thought Tianxin would have ingested the fruits but hadn't expected him to actually share. If you keep calling me that, do you believe I won't kill you right now? Tianxin said angrily. You don't like that nickname, hey? Well, like Tianxun dear, I'll call you my little nephew, Lin Shen said after careful consideration. You wouldn't dare. Tianxin felt weary at heart and said through gritted teeth, just call me by my name. All right then, Tianxin it is, Lin Shen nodded. Tianxin still felt something was off. His name, which had previously seemed very normal, and had never been a problem. But why did it feel so wrong when Lin Shen called him by it? Chapter 299, Chapter 299, The Tree in the Water. After searching for another 2 or 3 hours, the two of them still hadn't found any more attribute fruit trees. Just as they were feeling frustrated, they noticed that the 5-colored irises ahead had thinned out, and they could vaguely see the shimmering of water. There's a water source ahead. The two exchanged a glance and carefully made their way over to discover a small lake that wasn't very large. To their surprise, several other mutators, including the Ximen swordsman, were already by the lake, looking up towards its surface, though it was unclear what they were watching. Noticing Tianxin and the others approaching, a celestial named Qi Xiang greeted Tianxin. Those with names in the Qi family were usually members of low status, without the qualifications to have a ranking, so they had to come up with a name for themselves. Only the high-ranking members could have names with numerical rankings. Ordinary celestials of the Qi surname were not allowed to include numbers in their names. Qi Xiang, what's going on here? Tianxin approached Qi Xiang to chat, while Lin Shen stood by his side. There's a sword orchid in the middle of the lake, Qi Xiang said. Lin Shen and Tianxin both saw the sword orchid growing in the center of the lake, it was even larger than any they had seen before. Just the part sticking out of the water was over 100 meters tall, and it was unknown how long it was underneath. What Qi Xiong was emphasizing clearly wasn't the aquatic sword orchid itself. The two looked more closely for a while and soon discovered that amidst the leaves of the sword orchid, there was an attribute fruit tree growing. The part of the attribute fruit tree emerging from the water was 3 to 4 meters tall, with at least 100 colorful attribute fruits hanging from it. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Because it was positioned in the center of the sword orchid, most of the attribute fruit tree was blocked by the large leaves, only visible from certain angles. Is that attribute fruit? Tian Xin asked, his eyes looking toward Lin Shen. Definitely attribute fruit, what else could it be? Qi Xiong thought the question was directed at him and casually answered. Lin Shen nodded slightly, those indeed were attribute fruits. Why haven't you gone to get them? Tian Xin asked, somewhat puzzled. Although flying was highly taboo on Giant God Mountain, it wasn't forbidden, primarily because flying could easily attract the attention of other creatures from different parts of the mountain. Hence, ascending and descending the mountain usually didn't involve flight. This area had no other creatures, low-altitude flight to pick those attribute fruits should not have been a problem. Can't fly, there seems to be a no-flight zone above the lake. Entering the range over the lake will make you fall into it, another celestial, Qi Ba, said. Is there something strange in the lake? Tian Xin immediately looked towards the water. If it were an ordinary lake, they would have swum across long ago. But after looking carefully for a while, Tian Xin still couldn't find anything in the water. Qi Xiong nodded and said, there's a kind of transparent, filament-like creature in the water. If you don't look carefully, you can't see them at all. But once you fall in, those creatures wrap around you, and it's quite troublesome. After Qi Xiong's explanation, Tian Xin looked intently at the water again, but he still couldn't see the transparent filament-like creatures they were talking about. Don't bother looking. If they were visible, we wouldn't have suffered just now. Qi Xiong recounted their recent mishap when they had just arrived. Luckily, it was only Qi Xiong who had flown over the surface of the lake and, after falling in, had been ensnared by the transparent filaments, unable to move. Qi Ba, who was on the shore, came to the rescue and managed to pull him out. According to these two brothers, those transparent filament creatures should all be crystal-based creatures, but after severing the filament creature, there was no kill prompt on the watch. No wonder you're all just standing here, not going for the attribute fruits, Tian Xin said, also feeling somewhat headache-inducing. Celestials generally are not adept at underwater battles, and even though Tian Xin could swim, he wasn't particularly good at it. Otherwise, back then on the Realm King planet, he wouldn't have ended up so bedraggled while killing a mutated creature in the sea. Flying was not an option, and with who knows how many transparent filament creatures in the water, getting those fruits was indeed no easy task. Can't we just walk on the water to get across? Lin Shen interjected after listening to the conversation. Qi Xiong and Qi Ba clearly did not hold humans in high regard, not nearly as courteous to them as they were to Tian Xin. Qi Xiong snorted coldly, if you think you can walk on water and pick the fruits, then go ahead, we won't compete with you. If we could walk across the water, do you think we would just stand here watching? Qi Ba also added. Lin Shen didn't take offense at their attitude, his mindset was very inclusive and he continued in a friendly tone, why can't we walk on the water? With your speed, walking on water shouldn't be difficult, right? Haven't we just said it? There's something wrong with this lake, you can't fly over it, much less walk on it. A strange force will pull you right into the water. If you don't believe it, go and try it for yourself, Qi Xiong said. Clearly they must have already tested with a pet, and trying to get across from the surface of the water was futile. Lin Shen looked over at Ximen swordsman and Tianan, who also hadn't dared to enter the water to collect the fruits because of this issue and could only think of a way on the shore. Ximen's swordsman had gotten hold of a long rope somewhere and tied a crystal base spear to the tip. He used the spear like a javelin, throwing it over, trying to lodge it in the leaves of the sword orchid, then use the tension on the rope to rush over. Unfortunately, the spear had not traveled far when it seemed to be grasped by some force and plunged headfirst into the lake. The water immediately filled with dense transparent filaments, much like transparent fishing lines, which wrapped around the airborne spear, pulling the spear that fell into the water toward the depths, and in an instant it sank and disappeared without a trace. The rope tied to it also snapped from the place where it touched the water. This method was still impossible. For a moment, everyone felt somewhat at a loss, watching so many attribute fruits yet only being able to stare helplessly. After witnessing Ximen's swordsman's attempt, Lin Shen had a thought. It seems that those transparent filaments can't emerge out of the water. Lin Shen said, closely observing the water surface. Indeed, those transparent filaments can't leave the water, but as you've seen, nothing can pass over the water, they would definitely be pulled into the water. Whether or not they can emerge out of the water, the result is the same, Qi Xiong said. If that's the case, then perhaps I can give it a try, Lin Shen thought to himself. He had the floating on water skill, and although at first Lin Shen felt this fire seed skill was of little use, upon further reflection, he realized it had practical applications. For instance, in this lake where others couldn't fly across and would be sucked into the water. The floating on water skill, like the 7 steps of conflict, was a rule-based skill. As long as his speed met the standards of the floating on water skill, he would be able to walk on the water surface, and no force could pull him down. Chapter 300, Chapter 300 Floating on Water Skill. Lin Shen intended to pick the fruits but didn't reveal his intention. He wanted to see if anyone else had a way to pick the fruits. If they couldn't think of a method, it wasn't too late for him to pick the fruits after they left. Lin Shen watched from the side as several people attempted various methods, but the results were the same, none were effective. Anything that passed over the surface of the water was sucked into it, pulled to the bottom of the lake by thin-stranded creatures. Tian Xin even summoned a crystal base-level fish to see if it could swim across. However, as soon as the fish touched the water, it was ensnared by the strands like a cocoon and quickly dragged down to the bottom of the lake, disappearing without a trace. The Ximen swordsman was the first to leave the lake in search of attribute fruit elsewhere. No matter how abundant the attribute fruit here, they were useless if one couldn't get them. Standing guard was just a waste of time. Tian Xin also didn't want to waste more time, but Lin Shen stopped him, saying, "Let's think of a solution. If we can just get across and pick a little, it would be more than what we'd find in dozens of hours." Easier said than done. How can we get across? If you can make it, go ahead and pick them, Tian Xin snorted. Let's try again, it might work. Lin Shen took out a pet gun and fired pet capsules in the direction of the attribute fruit tree. Unfortunately, the crystal base pet capsules he shot, upon reaching the water's surface, fell into the water, and the pets were wrapped up by the transparent strands and pulled down to the bottom of the lake. What are you doing? Tian Xin felt like Lin Shen had lost his mind, as what he was doing seemed completely pointless. I'm experimenting. Perhaps one of the pet's abilities can withstand the suction in the lake, Lin Shen explained. After hearing his explanation, Tian Xin sneered. Qi Ba and Qi Xiong couldn't be bothered to watch him struggle any further. After saying goodbye to Tian Xin, they left to search for attribute fruit elsewhere. The Celestial from the Yin family researched for a while but couldn't come up with a solution and left reluctantly in the end. Stop wasting time. Tian Xin didn't want to waste more time either. He turned around, preparing to leave, no longer paying any attention to Lin Shen. Don't rush. It's too tiring for me to pick the fruits alone, and I would have to share with you later. That's too much trouble, Lin Shen said with a smile. If you can manage to get across and pick the fruits, they're all yours. I don't want any, Tian Xin retorted. He didn't believe Lin Shen could make it to the fruits when so many others had failed. What could Lin Shen possibly do? Are you serious? Lin Shen looked at Tian Xin with a peculiar expression. Of course, I'm serious. When I, Tian Xin, give my word, it's as solid as a rock, immovable by 9 oxen, Tian Xin said proudly. All right, then I'll give it a try. But if I do manage to pick some fruits, you better not regret it, Lin Shen laughed. Regret? Whoever regrets is a fool, Tian Xin said bluntly. Since that's the case, here I go. Lin Shen looked around and saw that the others had gone without a trace, so he didn't delay any further. Seeing Lin Shen approach the edge of the lake, as if he was about to enter the water, Tian Xin said coldly, if you get yourself trapped in the water, I won't save you. No need for your rescue. Lin Shen arrived at the lakeside but did not enter the water. Instead, he removed the half-bag of ascension liquid from his waist. Opening the lid, Lin Shen carefully sprinkled the ascension liquid from the bag into the lake, bit by bit. What are you doing? Tian Xin frowned secretly, not knowing what trick Lin Shen was playing now, wondering why he was pouring ascension liquid into the lake. You'll find out soon, Lin Shen said as he continued to sprinkle ascension liquid into different spots. When the ascension liquid had just been sprinkled, those filamentous creatures in the lake suddenly started moving, but before long, when Lin Shen sprinkled more ascension liquid into the lake, there was no movement at all. Tian Xin, who had initially watched Lin Shen with skepticism, now spotted the scheme and exclaimed, widening his eyes, that's the luminescent beast's ascension liquid, could it be that it contains the same sleep-inducing effects? It seems so. Lin Shen scattered almost half the bag of ascension liquid in several tries, and upon seeing that there was no longer any movement in the lake, he released a pet to test the waters. The pet plunged into the water, swimming hither and thither without being bothered by the filamentous creatures. It worked, Lin Shen said, stowing away the water bag. You had this method and didn't say earlier. Tian Xin began, and then he too sent down a large fish-like pet into the water. He stood on top of the giant fish and sped toward the center of the lake. Tian Xin charged toward the lake's center, boasting along the way, I said before, whoever picks the fruit gets to keep it, I never said I wouldn't pick any myself. Lin Shen smiled without saying a word. After retracting his pet, he leaped up and landed on the surface of the lake, skimming across the waters. Tian Xin, fixated on the path ahead, didn't notice Lin Shen behind him. His giant fish pet was much faster than Lin Shen's water skimming technique and was swiftly nearing the sword orchid. Suddenly, strands of filament stretched out of the water, entwining around the giant fish and dragging it down below the surface. The sleep effect failed. Tian Xin exclaimed in horror, as his feet nearly touched the water, with the eager filaments already breaking the surface to wrap around his legs. Tian Xin hastily leaped upward, but unfortunately, he didn't ascend high enough and was pulled down by a force toward the water. The filaments that had reached out of the water only extended a little more than a foot before they began to dissolve, evidently unable to survive outside the lake. Tian Xin drew the archangel's sword and began chopping wildly at the water below, managing to sever some of the filamentous creatures. However, there were simply too many creatures in the water. Once he fell in, a mass of filaments swarmed him from all around, overwhelming Tian Xin. He was bound tightly within moments, unable to move, and his archangel's sword became motionless in his hand. It's over. Tian Xin felt his heart turn ice cold, somewhat regretting that he didn't let Lin Shen go first to bear the brunt while he could have followed to scoop up the advantage afterward. But it was too late for regrets. Just when Tian Xin thought he was a goner, he suddenly felt that the filaments binding him seemed to lose their strength. He vigorously struggled free from the filaments, finding it surprisingly easy this time. Emerging above the water's surface, he saw Lin Shen walking on the water while scattering ascension liquid. The reason the filaments had lost their vigor was that the ascension liquid Lin Shen had scattered was taking effect, putting them to sleep. Haste won't bring success, you have to take it slow, Lin Shen said as he strode past Tian Xin and rushed into the Sword Orchid Zone. How can he walk on water? Tian Xin stood agape, instinctively batting his wings to try to fly, or at least to walk on the water like Lin Shen. But no matter how hard he tried, once his body left the surface of the water, he would be yanked back down by a sudden force, making it impossible to walk on the surface. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Why can that guy do it? Tian Xin's expression was complex, but he did not dare delay any longer, and swam with all his limbs toward the Sword Orchid Zone. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audiowave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.